The Shield of Baal campaign. The following campaign covers the Imperium's attempts to hold back the swarms of Hive Fleet Leviathan. And more specifically, the Blood Angels under Commander Dante and the Flesh Tearers under Chapter Master Gabriel Seth to hold back the Tyranids before they can invade the Baal system itself. In this apocalyptic war, strange allies are found. The Vitrea Strike. In late 996 M41, before the Cryptus System had even heard of the Tyranid menace, the Ordo Tempestus' attention was caught by a weak teleprayer from Vitrea. Vitrea was a world at the heart of the Red Scar region. Though the men and women of the Vitrea system were no strangers to strife, a new enemy had recently shown itself. The teleprayer signal bore news of many armed killers and shadow-dwelling Xenos abroad in the planet's capital city. It was only a matter of hours before the lords of the ever-vigilant Ordo Tempestus dispatched its agents to the Vitrea system on a mission of eradication. The planet of Vitrea was once known as Silica 7, a death world of howling sandstorms and desolate oases. The indigenous tusk felids that roamed the dunes were so lethal the Adeptus Terra declared the planet unfit for habitation. However, in the latter years of 165 M40, a solar flare reached out from Vitrea's sun and turned the planet's sandy wilderness into hard black glass. So dramatic was the transformation that the world was not only renamed, but also reclassified as habitable. Before the planet had even fully cooled, the Imperium had deleted Silica 7 from its records and replaced it with Vitrea, a civilized world of igneous rock and glasscrete. Though at first glance, Vitrea's buildings look no different from those clustered around city centres throughout the rest of the Imperium, they conceal a lethal secret. The ruins, tumbled statues, and splintered buildings that stud its cityscapes all have jagged edges as sharp as shattered glass. Because of this, Vitrean citizens are easily distinguished by their networks of scar tissue. Those few who make it to old age say that haste is the quickest way to suicide, and that the clumsy man soon loses his head. This task had found its way to the merciless Tempestal Prime Uther Abraxas of the 11th Kepic Eagles, a man for whom the concept of wasted time was blasphemy. Within moments, the officer had summoned his men to battle readiness and ordered his pilot to assign the void ship Punitive Measures a new heading. Abraxas strode impatiently down the Punitive's steel-clad corridors as his servo-skull, formed from the remains of his predecessor, who he had personally executed for unseemly hesitation, chattered out the Ordo Tempestus' data brief. The skull's robotic tones told of a wave of civil unrest that had destabilized the Vitrean authorities, and a strange static that confounded all attempts to reach the planet by psychic communion. And despite the nearest Hive Fleet tendril being in the Octarian sector, everything Abraxas had heard about the Vitrean anomaly corresponded with the intelligence he had gathered regarding early-stage Tyranid invasions. En route to the dropship's launch hangars, Uther Abraxas barged into the Sanctum Navigatoria in the belly of the ship. He slammed his las pistol onto the curved mahogany desk belonging to the Sanctum's sole navigator, demanding an explanation for why the psychic interference around Vitrea was slowing their progress. The navigator was a gangling scarecrow of a man called Audacious Gonst. Gonst complained bitterly of the stab of pain that lanced his third eye whenever he turned his warp gaze towards the Vitrea system. To progress any faster towards it was out of the question, he protested, for they risked harming his Emperor-given other sight. Such an order would only antagonize the great and powerful House Gonst, and no doubt provoke a swift and humiliating demotion for Abraxas. The Tempestal Prime launched himself across the navigator's desk and grabbed Gonst's head with both hands, pounding it sideways against the hardwood frame until the mystic's ear was little more than bloody mush. The navigator would steer the punitive into the heart of the anomaly, Abraxas explained through gritted teeth, or meet a swift and humiliating death at this very moment. Nice. Before the hour was out, the punitive was speeding through the warp towards their quarry, making translation back into real space just outside the Vitreus system. The ship's headlong charge had caused Gonst to suffer a crippling aneurysm, but Abraxas only grunted in irritation, telling the navigator's aides to take it up with the officio prefectus, if they so wished. As the punitive entered Vitrea's orbit, Abraxas muted out the bridge's protestations and ordered his Kepik Eagles to assemble for pre-strike edification. After delivering a typically terse briefing in the Valkyrie base, Abraxas strapped himself into the command chair of his assault craft Winged Persecution. His Voxmaster and Auspicator, Scion Taratus, sifted through the scattered Mayday reports of Vitrea's capital. Sure enough, there were several garbled accounts of Xenos sightings in Viopolis. The Persecution led the rest of its squadron down through the wet grey thunderheads above the slumbering city, each Valkyrie's Tempestus idents ensuring their descent went unchallenged. Taratus used the Persecution's modified Auspex to scan the abandoned buildings and the derelict Meravit docks. The Auspicator's hunter's instinct was once again proved correct. There were dozens of heat ghosts within the moon-silvered dockyards, and each pale green blip was moving within human speed. They were fainter than the readouts of hot-blooded human citizens, and their loose outlines suggested far too many limbs. Abraxas's top lip curled in disgust as the Valkyries swept over the docks and out over the ocean of glass around Viopolis. The Commissariat's suspicions had been correct. The Tempestal Prime barked out an intercept course for each of the Valkyries in his squadron, and the aircraft banked sharply, peeling off as they roared back over the moonlit seascape towards Viopolis's docks. The Tempestal Prime was a great believer in the power of surprise attack, and timing was critical. Turning back in his command chair, he made a quick visual inspection of his men. He nodded curtly in approval as he found them primed and ready as ever, not a single finger or bootlace out of place. The Valkyrie assault carriers zoomed high above the shard spires and battlements of the docks. They did not slow as their side doors clanged open and Tempestus scions bailed out 2 by 2, Abraxas to the fore. The stormtroopers spun head over heels through the air for a moment before punching their grav chutes and adopting vertical strike posture, each descending with legs braced and supercharged lasguns pointed downwards. Such was the precision of their dispersal that they formed a perfect geometric grid in the skies, and many a Viopolitan citizen looked up in wonder at the sight. The blistering salvo of fire that erupted from the descending Scion squads started well before the first set of boots had touched the ground. Pinpoint volleys blasted into the dark buildings of the docks, smashing roofs into jagged, triangular wedges of glasscrete. Xenos figures were revealed under each broken dome, the creatures scattering quick as insects under the Persecution searchlights. Yet the Tyranids were still too slow to escape the sudden fury of the Tempestus Scion's attack. Several were impaled or crushed by the falling debris that had been the dockyard roofs. Many more were pierced through by the stabbing lasers of the descending Scions. By the time Abraxas and his squad crunched down onto the scattered gravel, over a dozen gangling Xenos corpses lay smouldering in pools of their own foul ichor. The creatures were gene-stealers, without a doubt, vicious clawed horrors listed in the Ordo's records as hybrids of both Tyranid and human. Their existence was a stomach-turning offence against the purity of mankind. But as a foe, They were not to be underestimated. The remainder of the hideous brood had fled back into the shadows, though Taratus's Auspex array chimed with daunting frequency as it picked out the locations of nearby creatures. Crouched beneath the statue, with 2 extra arms spray-painted onto its chest, Abraxas consulted the data Taratus spooled to his slate monotron. 2 of the Xenos heat ghosts were far larger than the others, one close at hand, and another far fainter, smudged deep inside the ruin they had passed over during planetfall. Eyes narrowed, the Tempestal Prime ordered an intercept course towards the closest of the 2 signals. The Militarum Tempestus made their way through the dark and dusty tunnel section by section, guns at their shoulders. When Abraxas led his men into the vaulted gloom of a ruined atrium, Genestealers skittered out from the shadows, as if reacting to some unheard signal. The Tempestus Scions, well used to covering the exits of any space they entered, put their cautionary firing solutions into practice. Volleys of red light shot out, the air itself sizzling. Bulbous heads were burst open, ridged torsos were speared through, and clawed arms were severed clean from shoulders. But for every Tyranid that fell ruined to the ground, another charged on. Suddenly, a Genestealer 3 times the size of its brethren hurtled screaming out from a second-floor archway at the end of the atrium. Abraxas and his men did not so much as twitch, for they had more immediate threats to neutralize. Tight fire patterns interlocked, a lattice of ruby-red death that scythed down the closest Genestealers even as their leader beast sprinted for the fray. Then the next wave was amongst them. Scion Lagnus died in a welter of blood as a Genestealer grabbed his limbs with all 4 of its arms and pulled them bodily apart. Scion Dacius's requests for backup were cut short when a tyrannic claw yanked his throat out, and much of his spine with it. Scion Eredicus found his ceramite breastplate wrenched aside and a claw like a cluster of daggers thrust into his heart. The Scions fought back with stoic efficiency. The Xenos were fast. The muscle memory of the Scions' brutal training was the only thing keeping them in the fight. They closed their formation tighter and tighter, point-blank volleys of fire, stabbing combat knives and swinging fists combined to keep the aliens at bay. Here a Scion dropped to allow his comrade to blast a Tyranid closing in upon him. There a Tempestal swung his power sword to sever a claw aimed at one of his men. Taratus voxed an alarm signal a split second before the hulking brood leader barreled into the Scions. Its weapon limbs snatched away weapons and took heads from necks with uncanny dexterity. Some unnerving quality about the thing made even Abraxas catch his breath. His skin crawled under his uniform as if it were alive. Mortis runes flashed red in the officer's helmet relay, each marking a new death among his men. A red-hot anger burnt away the choking clouds of fear, and the Tempestal Prime drew an ornate power mace from beneath his cloak. Abraxas leapt over Lagnus's limbless corpse and swung his weapon's energized head at the giant beast's oversized cranium. Even though the Broodlord was tearing Scion Grestus apart, its reactions were still horribly fast. The beast shot out a claw and caught Abraxas around the shoulder. Its talons all but sheared off the Tempestus's arm as he dangled in its grip. In the process, the Broodlord left its head exposed for a moment. It was all the chance Abraxas needed. He brought his other arm out from under his bunched cloak, slamming the long-bladed dirk he had concealed there right between the monster's eyes. It was a trick with which he had killed treacherous kings and warrior lords alike. The Broodlord slumped to the floor in a clatter of chitinous plates, and Abraxas added the Tyranid leader beast to his tally. A chorus of screams echoed from the Xenos creatures infesting the dock buildings, disturbingly human in their anguish. The Scions took heart at their foes' dismay, kicking and shouldering the reeling Genestealers until they had a few precious yards in which to bring their guns to bear. Hot-shot lasgun fire flashed out once more, filling the air with the stench of burning Xenos meat. Without so much as a backward glance, the Scions fell back into a compact phalanx. Grav-chute backpacks clicked against ceramite plate as they formed defensive hexagons. It was a formation they had practiced together every day since their childhood in the Scholar Progenium, and it had not failed them yet. In twos and threes, the Genestealers darted forward, but where one Scion failed to put his foe down, a comrade would stab out a killing volley of fire. Genestealers fell from above, attacking from a new direction, but Taratus' vox calls alerted his squadmates in time to blast them back into the shadows. In tight lockstep, the troopers moved to the edge of the atrium, killing more and more Xenos with each passing second. As one, they turned to the chamber's center, shoulder to shoulder, with the wall at their backs. More Genestealers rushed from the shadows, but against the firing line the Scions had formed, they stood no chance. The attackers became less frequent, and then ceased altogether. The only sound in the atrium was the plink, plink, plink of cooling lasgun barrels. Surrounded by a semicircle of dead Xenos, the Scions still stood at full alert. Not a single muscle twitched, not a single word was uttered. Seconds stretched out into minutes. Still, no needle-toothed faces emerged from out of the darkness. No screaming alien beasts dropped from the open arches high above. All was still. The only movement across the tableau of corpses were from the motes of glasscrete that danced in the shafts of moonlight high above. At a brief hand signal from their officer, the Scions began systematically checking the fallen Xenos. Pinpoint execution shots burst the heads of any Genestealer that so much as twitched a sign of life. Abraxas ordered Vox Master Taratus to expand the range of his Auspex to maximum. His report was matter-of-fact, as ever. Not a single Genestealer heat ghost prowled the docks. In fact, there was no sign for a mile in all directions. Abraxas studied his slate monotron's relay spool with hawk-like vigilance, for his instincts told him the fight was not over. A brief smudge flickered at the edge of the officer's helmet relay, and even then, for but an instant. It was an ident blink that most Imperial officers would have dismissed as a glitch or a brief exhalation from the device's machine spirit. But Ufer Abraxas was no normal officer. Summoning his men with a click of his gauntleted fingers, the Tempestor Prime led the advance. The Kepik Eagles advanced into the darkness, tracking this faint signature. Eventually their path was blocked by a solid glass wall. With crack grenades, they blew a hole and charged inside. What they saw next was horrifying even to these veteran warriors of the Imperium. There in the moonlight shimmered a Tyranid life form, impossibly long of limb and spined from elongated head to talon-fringed hooves. The monster was withdrawing its mouth tendrils from the nostrils of a figure robed in the manner of an astropath. Abraxas felt his bile rise as he realized that the creature was a lictor, a Tyranid mind-stealer organism. Each of its tapered maw feelers was slick with brain matter, glinting greyish-pink in the moonlight. The creature's victim was moaning and writhing weakly as the Xenos beast cradled it like a mother holding a sickly infant. As one, the stormtroopers opened fire, but the beast was skitter-fast. Some chameleonic property of its skin made it hard to score a telling hit. In a moment, it was amongst them, its mantis-like claws darting and stabbing. Secondary limbs clawed through necks and swatted over the closest of the Scions taking aim. Abraxas stepped back into the corridor, bellowing commands for reinforcements into the Vox. His men stood shoulder to shoulder to protect him, forming a wall of armor and flesh where glasscrete had stood moments before. He could hear those at the front being smashed into the splintered shards by the flailing limbs of the gruesome beast. The rest were holding their nerve, sending volley after volley into the creature's midsection. Abraxas caught a flash of movement as the lictor leapt vertically up the cylindrical chamber. It clambered high and was gone. The chamber boomed loud, and the moon was blotted out. A backwash of engines blasted down the cylinder. Abraxas heard the familiar cough of volleyed heavy bolter fire. A second later, the long-limbed Xenos beast came tumbling down towards them, its gangly limbs striking splinters from the sheer walls. Its split corpse hit the chamber's tiled floor with a satisfying crunch. The Tempestal Prime drew his skull-tipped power maul as his Valkyrie reinforcements passed overhead. With a single bludgeoning blow, he turned the beast's tentacled head to mush. Just to be sure. "Good enough, Eagles," said Uther Abraxas, his tone flat. "Initiate cleanup." Half of the Tempestal Prime's men began piecing together the dead, the other half standing at full alert, checking readouts and listening to the sound of scrabbling claws in the distance. Medic Aerobidian tended to the wounded, while Abraxas took a moment to examine the chamber. There were words smeared in blood upon its walls. He looked closer. Indistinct phrases, each telling of numberless killers from the void, of death-made flesh, and of a great devourer that would not be denied its feast. A single word stood out from the ravings, over and over: Cryptus. It was the name of a binary star system that Abraxas could see glinting in the sky high above. A system so rich in human life that it would prove irresistible to the Tyranid race. Billions of unwitting souls cut off from the Imperium by the alien static of the hive mind and ripe for the slaughter. A cold sensation crept over Abraxas's shoulders like a cloak of ice draped from behind. He raised his slate monotron and punched the rune sequence for the commissariat. The Shield Worlds of Cryptus. The Cryptus Shield Worlds formed a thriving bulwark of the Imperium, and despite many of their number being classified as lethally radioactive. Each planet had great natural resources. When such wealth lies ready to be taken, mankind's determination knows no bounds. Over the millennia, the system's people had learned not just to live under the stars they called the Eyes of Cryptus, but to thrive. The Cryptus system was rich not only in mineral wealth and the boundless energy afforded by its twin suns, but also in population. All but one of its worlds were so hostile that the only life forms that existed in great number were the tenacious legions of humanity. From the nomads of Lycius to the inhabitants of the impossibly vast city of Phodia on Asphodex, the inhabitants of the Cryptus Shield Worlds had adapted to their harsh worlds and even flourished. It was perhaps this feast of human biomass that caught the attention of the Tyranids. None truly know how the Hive fleets detect their prey, as some of the Ordo Xenos believe they are attracted only to the electromagnetic signature of suns that could foster life. Others maintain that their senses are so acute they can somehow perceive their quarry across interstellar distances. One of the most persistent theories states that the Tyranids seed those galaxies they will invade with vanguard organisms. These stowaway broods and assassin life forms skulk in the shadows, learning of their prey's weakness and summoning their kin for the conquest to come. All these theories are mere conjecture, however. The Imperium has ascertained only that the Hive fleets have a rapacious hunger for biomass of all kinds. In the last years of M41, the terrifying scale of Hive Fleet Leviathan's invasion became clear. After the Hive Fleet's early conquests, it was thought Leviathan had concentrated its attacks around Segmentum Tempestus. Disturbingly, in late 998 M41, it was found that a splinter fleet, codified as the Cryptoid Tendril, was curling towards a binary system deep in the Red Scar region of the Ultima Segmentum. The tendril had diverted its course towards the Cryptus System after utterly destroying the planet Vitrea. After action reports from the Militarum Tempestus forces that had engaged its infiltrator bioforms confirmed they bore the same coloration as the Hive Fleet assailing the Octarius sector. Word of this new invasion was relayed to the High Lords of Terra through several strata of astropathic relays. The High Lords' Emergency Council resulted in the first unanimous vote since the Black Scourge of 993 M41. The Imperium would fortify the Cryptus system to the maximum degree possible. Though no Space Marine chapters were able to lend their might at that time, its planets would be reinforced by the best regiments the colossal Astra Militarum could provide. The Imperial Guard would halt the cryptoid tendril before it made any more progress across the Red Scar, for its path was taking it directly towards the Baal system, a site of immeasurable importance to the Imperium. Though the homeworlds of the Blood Angels were heavily defended, the chapter's future could not be put at risk. Once the Tyranids' advance had been stymied by the bulwark of the Astra Militarum, the sector would be reinforced again and again until the Imperium had succeeded in exterminating Hive Fleet Leviathan's presence from the Segmentum altogether. This far, the new splinter fleet would encroach upon the Imperium, the High Lord swore. This far, but no further. The Red Scar. The area of space known as the Red Scar appears as an angry red wheel across the Ordo Astra's charts. Every star within its bounds is blood red in coloration, their rays carrying the kiss of death. Those who live unprotected beneath one of these suns soon find their skin blackening and peeling away, the clustered carcinomas conjured within them eventually killing them outright. To settle a planet within the Red Scar is a slow and torturous business. Still, the Imperium is loath to pass up an opportunity to expand its might. Though billions of lives were sacrificed before a solution was found, the Imperium eventually overcame the curse of the Red Scar by imbibing the elixir Satiex, a strange sap-based solution imported in bulk from the star system Satyrs. The people that dwell within the Red Scar system can withstand the baleful radiation of their sun for as many as 4 decades. Every planet has its own theories as to the nature of the Red Scar phenomenon, ranging from the legacy of an ancient war to the displeasure of the Emperor himself. Over the millennia since the initial settlements, layers of superstition have accrued around the act of imbibing the Satiex elixir, transforming it from preventative medicine to holy ritual. Despite the Inquisition's best efforts to quell it, there is also a persistent myth that the Red Scar came into being after a bloodthirsty god slashed his sword across the heavens. Though civilized men scoff at the very notion, it would at least explain the higher rates of murder and genocide that occur within the Celestial Wounds systems. The Eyes of Cryptus. Cryptus is an unusual star system, even amongst those of the Red Scar. Its planets orbit not one stellar body, but 2. These binary stars are famous for their spiraling trails that link them like dueling comets, solar flares that lash out and incinerate anything within their reach. Tethered by unbreakable gravitic forces, the twin suns circle one another like courtiers at a palace dance, or rather 2 deadly predators sizing each other up before a fight. None truly know how the strange forces that are exerted by these stars will affect the system's planets from year to year, nor what natural disasters will arise from the endless battle of the Cryptus stars. Only that these catastrophes will be destructive in the extreme. As with all stellar bodies in the Red Scar, these binary stars emit a terrifying amount of radiation. The scientific explanation for this phenomenon has long been forgotten. Instead, the people of the Cryptus system have dealt with this by becoming ever more superstitious. The system's people have their own explanation for the glowering red orbs that claim the skies every morning, calling them the eyes of Cryptus. They believe there is an evil red-skinned colossus in the heavens, a sky-born giant who glares down at sinners with hateful intent. Those who do not perform the necessary rituals will slowly be burnt away by the intensity of his ire, their flesh blackening and their organs cooked to lifeless soup. Only the truly innocent can survive, they say, and they are few and far between. Cryptus is always ready to make a prideful fool pay for his ignorance. In truth, it is not the innocent, but those possessed of a specific genetic quirk that can withstand the radiation of the eyes of Cryptus. This strange evolutionary advancement is boasted most of all by the influential Flaxian dynasty, and so the aristocrats of that wealthy bloodline are content to let the myth thrive. Those agents of the ecclesiarchy who first made planetfall in the Cryptus system grudgingly admitted to one another that the red suns could indeed be mistaken for a pair of eyes. Some property of their electromagnetic radiation results in the feeling that those under their rays are being watched, and their heat burns into the back of the neck when one is turned away. Humanity, as ever, has proved resilient enough to deal with it, even in ignorance. The system's people have become accustomed not only to taking their anti-rad elixir, Satiex, but also to accepting the stare of the terrifying giant that looks down at them in judgment every day. Much to the horror of the Ordo Hereticus, some even worship Cryptus as a pagan deity. The Cryptus system was the perfect battlefield in which to bring Hive Fleet Leviathan down. The people who inhabited its planets were hard-bitten survivors all, used to the rigours of life in the Red Scar and the corruptions born of its rich mineral bounty. When the populations were combined, they numbered over 40 billion souls. Millions of men and women were ready and able to stand by their homeworld's PDF if necessary. The Cryptus system had long been blighted by crime, and it was rare to find a citizen unarmed. The Cadian shock troop regiments in the system, diverted from every war zone within several light years, boasted over 3 million soldiers. They were led by General Malon Drost, one of the most well-respected leaders ever to have left the Cadian Gate. The Cadians were not the only warriors from the Astra Militarum to reach the system, for deploying alongside them were several tank companies of the Vestroyan Firstborn. The prevailing opinion was that the Imperial Guard's finest had been deployed in great number, and though word had spread of the coming Xenos invasion, morale was high. The forces of the Astra Militarum had allies close at hand. Stationed within the mobile convent fortress of Lysios were the Adepta Sororitas, the military wing of the large ecclesiarchy presence already in system. After hearing of the widespread belief that the eyes of Cryptus belonged to a celestial giant that judged sinners, the Ministorum had sent tens of thousands of battle sisters to enforce the truth, that the glaring red orbs in the firmament were the eyes of the Emperor instead. Having spent the last 3 years pounding this belief into the largely pagan populace of Lysios, Canoness Magda Grace of the Sacred Rose welcomed the chance to fight a war where the delineation between good and evil was not blurred, but stark. Although the Cryptus system's guns were beyond count and its manpower impressive, its foremost defences were the belts of stellar debris that surrounded it. The cold void phenomenon, known as the Aegis Diamando, was a potent shield in itself, and the gun mines of the Castellan Belt had repelled Eldar raiders, piratical Chaos renegades, and even an Orc war in centuries past. The planets under the Crimson Suns were known as the Shield Worlds for good reason. They would not be conquered easily. The Aegis Diamando. The asteroid belt, colloquially known as the Glittering Shield, forms the Cryptus system's most formidable defense. On the very edge of the binary system is a warp-corrupted zone, hovering at the threshold of the laws of physics. and if the cryoservants of the Ordo Astra are to be believed, sometimes even breaking them. This grand anomaly has been attributed to Imperial warp translations that brought a measure of the Empyrean with them into real space. Whatever the reason, the impossible cold of the glittering shield freezes even those elements that remain liquid at extreme temperatures. Its reaches are studded with transparent macrocrystals, some the size of small planets in their own right. Each perfect geometric shape is of pure chemical composition. The vast polygons that stud the shield are truly breathtaking in their beauty. They appear as a belt of perfect diamonds that spans the sky, a celestial phenomenon known on Lysios as Cryptus's Horde. Yet their exquisite appearance conceals a deadly trap. Any living thing that strays into the cold zone is flash frozen with killing speed. Though rumours persist that the rogue traders that originally settled the system found non-lethal thermal tunnels that could theoretically allow travel from one side to the other, the region has long been declared forbidden. Imperial ships are required to make translation to the warp on the near side of the Aegis Diamando, lest they inadvertently freeze themselves to death by straying into it. Terror at Shield's Edge. As the weeks turned into months, the Hive Fleet tendril wound ever closer. Communications, whether by conventional Vox script or astropathic relay, became less and less reliable. A strange and distracting sound haunted the ether, sounding at first like the crashing waves of a distant sea, and later like a million hissing whispers clawing at the mind. Still, the people of the Cryptus System did not give in to the misgivings that haunted them. Any invader that sought entry to the Shield worlds would have to negotiate the lethal cold of the Aegis Diamando, and almost certainly die in the process. In the remote eventuality that the enemy fleet happened upon a thermal tunnel and made it through alive, the guns of the Castellan Belt would soon dispense with them. The alien fleet would most likely be frozen and shattered into stardust, without the Krypton worlds having to fire a single shot. By the time the bioluminescence of the Hive Fleet could be picked out in the night sky, the strange susurrus that haunted the ether had risen into a chorus of alien whispers. This hellish white noise was so persistent it gnawed at the minds of those who communed with the Imperial, causing brain bleed, mind stab attacks, and even bouts of insanity that drove psychics into gibbering mania. Those vessels that plied the shipping lanes above the galactic plane found that the signal grew fainter, just as it did towards the neighbouring systems that were closer to the galactic core or further towards its fringes. Only those in the path of the Hive Fleet's advance were afflicted by the mind curse. Of all the Imperial personnel mustered in system, only the navigators of the Grand Krypton Armada had an inkling of the true threat. With the beacon of the Astronomicon obscured by this bow wave of psychic interference, the Imperium's plan to constantly pour war material into the Cryptus system would fall at the first hurdle. Not only was the warp rendered unnavigable, but there was also no way craft could enter the system via conventional means. The Aegis Diamando's extreme cold formed a barrier in both directions. Slowly, word spread throughout Krypton High Command, filtering down to the system's planetary governors and the officers of the Astra Militarum that were to protect it. The binary system was locked down, and its defenders were on their own. The confidence of the system's defenders reached a peak when the first wave of Tyranid bioships entered the glittering shield. Rather than channel themselves into thin columns in order to probe the belt carefully for a safe route, the ships of the Hive Fleet ploughed right into the sub-zero anomaly. The auspicator screens of the Grand Krypton Armada showed the tentacles of the Neutaloid vessels falling still, or else curling like the fingers of a corpse dredged from a winter lake. The slow menace of the bioships faded with every new report, and propaganda images were circulated. Without exception, the Tyranid vessels had been reduced to frosted white ruin by the Aegis Diamondo's killing cold. What was formerly an invading fleet had become a field of small debris, frozen lumps that bumped and jostled against the titanic polygons of the glittering shield. Still, the void-spinning momentum of the Tyranid fleet carried it onwards. Upon the bridges of the Imperial flagships that formed a precautionary cordon around the shield worlds, auspicator savants reported with detached interest that the now deceased Hive Fleet had split into 6 small groups. It was dismissed as an irrelevant detail by High Command. The remains of the invading fleet would be shattered, no matter their dispersal. In their pride, most of the Imperial commanders had convinced themselves the danger was already over. They could not have been more wrong. For the Hive Fleet had survived. The creatures that made up its ships slowly began to awaken and attack the Imperial cordon. Not only that, they were in fact using the ice that had formed upon their hides as a shield against the firepower of the Imperial Navy. And now the 6 groups pressed onwards to their prey. The Castellan Belt. An asteroid belt of igneous rock, the Castellan Belt was known as the Girdle of Lycius until the Ordo Hereticus forced its reclassification. Shot through with rare minerals and ores, these asteroids have been so heavily mined that nearly every one of them has hundreds of miles of tunnel unwinding within. The rival mining operations that plundered them, many of whom were in the pocket of Asphodex's criminal fraternity, took the defense of their territory very seriously. Each of the asteroids boasts not only extensive trench networks, but also large-scale point defenses that could make the commander of a battle barge think twice. What an odd turn of phrase. From the orbital platforms and Goliath-class harvesters of Eros, the asteroids of the Castellan Belt appear to be little more than grey lumps covered in thick networks of scar tissue. Each planetoid's inner beauty has long ago been stolen to leave only a hollow monument to greed. Nevertheless, the Castellan Belt remains a potent defense for the star system that it envelops. Now that its minerals have been stripped and the mining companies have abandoned it, the belt has no better use for the multifarious guns mounted by the rival companies than to defend the worlds that have treated it so cruelly. Despite the fact the Castellan Belt had been reduced to honeycombed rock, as a defensive position it was still invaluable. Each asteroid was dotted with Aquila strongholds and Tempestus-class firebases, and though they had been left to gather dust since the last vein of precious metal had been excavated by the Asphodan crime cartels in 953 M41, they had survived the passing of the decades intact. General Drost had never really believed the glittering shield would stop the Tyranid advance. Pragmatic to the point of fatalism, he had ordered a cadre of experienced Cadian gunners and tech priest engine seers to split off from his artillery companies and board shuttles bound for the deserted asteroid belt that lay beyond the gas giant of Eros. There they would make ready for the war to come, awakening ancient machine spirits and loading colossal breaches with macro cannon shells and vortex missiles paid for long ago by Asphodex's criminal elite. Drost had no wish for his artillerymen to take on the brunt of the Tyranid attack. Instead, he ordered them to lie low, hidden in the pitch-black tunnels of the Castellan Belt until a prearranged signal was sent. His plan was to allow the tips of the cryptoid tendril to penetrate the system without hindrance. Only once the first wave of ships had passed would the belt's grand guns open fire. With any luck, they would distract or perhaps even blast apart the next wave of bioships before they could reinforce the Tyranid vanguard. If the Acadian regiments fought at their full potential, those Tyranid invaders that had already entered Cryptian space could be contained and even beaten in the resultant ground war. The reinforcements the Xenos relied upon from their second wave of invasion would be disrupted and perhaps denied altogether by the sudden firestorm erupting in the Hive Fleet's midst. By cutting the neck of each invading subtendril, Drost would give his men a fighting chance to destroy the Xenos invaders wave by wave. The Cadian officer's theory was tested soon enough, as the Tyranid tendril pushed deep into the Castellan belt and emerged on the other side. Selfless to the last, the men stationed there gave their lives to buy their comrades a better chance. They would take as heavy a toll as possible on the Hive Fleet before they were overrun completely. Lysios. Lysios, a world of glittering basilicas, towering star-scrapers and dense white ice, was once listed in the Gloria Imperium. Its ineffable beauty came to an end in M38, when the world was assailed by a storm of solar flares from the eyes of Cryptus. Both of Lysios's ice caps melted in the space of a single year. The neonate ocean that resulted from this disaster would have drowned the planet's scorched cities outright, were it not for the proximity of Lysios's moon, Ixio. Ixio was so massive and had such an erratic orbit that its gravitational pull drew all of the world's seawater towards it with irresistible force. The moon has dragged the ocean around the planet in a slow but immensely powerful tidal swell, several hundred miles in height ever since. Forced to adapt, the people of Lysios have adopted a nomadic existence. Their crawler hulks constantly circumnavigate the world lest they be destroyed, for the roaming ocean has pummeled so many settlements its cliff-like leading edge is packed with grinding boulders. The Lysite pagans believe the wave originates from the time when Chelsea, goddess of brine, became obsessed with the immensely fat warrior Ixio. Chelsea was forever cursed to follow her heart's desire around the world, reaching as high as she can towards her obese lover, but forever denied his touch. The story goes that her frustration is so profound it can topple cities. The same vengeful ocean prowls Lysios to this day, bringing terror and destruction on its endless journey around the world. The looming moon above lends its mile-long crests a golden crown, whilst the tumbled masonry of those original cities forms its gnashing white teeth. It is a small wonder, indeed, that the planet's populace fear the sight of Ixio at all times, and believe the storms that precede his appearance are the harbingers of a watery death. In truth, the fate of Lysios's people was to be sealed not by the anger of their goddess Chelsea, but by the hunger of the Tyranid invasion battering its way through the Castellan belt. When the Order of the Sacred Rose brought the light of the Emperor to Lysios in M41, they found that the populace still clung to their strange myths. To the Lysites, it was far more palatable to believe a romantic legend was behind the cataclysm that had ruined their world, instead of some celestial fluke. The Adeptus Sororitas intended to see that belief expunged, and were prepared to implement severe religious persecution to accomplish it. One way or another, the Emperor would be given his due. When the Sisters of Battle first made planetfall upon Lysios, they were confronted by a world of emptiness and death. The vast majority of the planet's surface was clustered within shattered and algae-clad ruins. Every crumbled plaza and weather-beaten temple reeked like a seabed drained of brine. The grandiose buildings that had adorned its reaches in ages past had been reduced to bare bones of a once great civilization. An empire drowned in some terrible deluge and dredged back up to face the cruel light. Not a single soul walked the seaweed-strewn streets, for the populace had long ago found a way to avoid the slow but deadly menace that casts its shadow across their lives. To their mounting amazement, the Adeptus Sororitas realized that the world's cities had been submerged not once, but thousands of times, and that its people had learned to eke out a living from their world regardless of the natural disasters that had stolen all hope of stability. When the bioships of Hive Fleet Leviathan pushed their way through the glittering shield, a large contingent of Adeptus Sororitas had already begun their religious pogroms. They had mobilized just under 7,000 battle sisters from the Orders of the Sacred Rose and Our Martyred Lady, and ensured their optimum deployment throughout the system. The Ecclesiarchy stood ready to enact a full-scale religious persecution upon Lysios and its neighboring planets. As the cryptoid tendril grew ever closer, it became more and more obvious that fate had a different role in mind for the Sisters of Battle. When word of the encroaching Tyranid swarms reached the cardinals of the Ecclesiarchy, Canoness Grace, who was in overall command of the Battle Sisters stationed upon Lysios, found her orders changed. She was not to persecute the populace, but to protect it. After a year spent in constant movement, as a rolling crusade weeded out heresy from the Lysite crawler hulks, Grace's astonishment mingled with several other emotions: frustration at the jarring change in orders, relief that her executions of the civilian population could end, and a healthy dose of fear. The Canoness had encountered the Great Devourer once before, upon Decicran, where she had learned both to hate and respect its deadly single-mindedness. Though her Sisters of Battle rooted out the Tyranid breeder organisms before they could do much damage, it was a victory won at a high cost in lives. Grace still woke sweating every night, with memories of endless scratching and Xenos teeth, glinting under the strobe lumens of Decicran's sewers. A lesser woman would have resigned her position or even succumbed to madness long ago, but Canoness Grace instead tempered her inner steel with the knowledge that the Tyranid hordes could be beaten. After receiving news that the Tyranid fleet would descend upon Lysios in the space of less than a week, the Adepta Sororitas wasted no time in adopting new tactics. The vast resources of the Adeptus Ministorum were brought to bear, and those parts of Lysios not currently underwater were fortified. Impromptu defences raised en masse before the invasion struck home. Salt-stained quadrants were dotted with drop bastions. Algae-covered architecture was reinforced with Veritas bars, and deserted streets were ringed with layer after layer of Aegis defense lines. If the planet's nomadic populace kept themselves to a predetermined exclusion zone, the Sisters of Battle believed Lysios had every chance of riding out the coming invasion. Canoness Magda Grace has fought against the uncaring tides of the universe for 83 long years. From childhood, she has held fast to the belief that the righteous have an inner strength, a core of iron within them that stands untarnished by the twisting tides of fate. She wears her conviction like a force field, an invisible barrier that keeps out despair and heretical thought. When Grace speaks, there is something in her tone that makes people listen, an absolute surety that draws lost souls into her wake like sheep to the sheepherdess. Those near her find themselves unconsciously holding the same beliefs as Magda herself, that the Emperor protects, and whatever terrors the universe visits upon them, the faithful will die content. Upon the night world of Decicran, Canoness Grace battled ceaselessly to contain the vanguard swarms that had infested the planet. She rallied the planetary defense force time and time again, as they engaged in a series of desperate battles beneath the planet's capital city, hunting down the Genestealer infestation of the sewers, even as the beasts hunted them in turn. Only the presence of Grace's battle sisters prevented Decicran's entire military structure from collapsing into panic and disorder. When Magda eventually emerged triumphant from the Undercity, she bore a livid gash across her eye and down her cheek, a parting gift from the six-eyed Tyranid lictor that had hunted her night and day until she finally put a mass-reactive bolt into its bulbous head. The skies above Lysios turned a livid purple, as the planet's doom drew close. Static-laced vox chatter counted down the hours, but the world's inhabitants still stood divided. The pagan nomads of Lysios, despite having received everything from hand-delivered scrolls to hovering cantor skulls demanding their compliance, had not agreed to abide by the Imperial exclusion zones. In fact, they had not changed the course of their world caravans by a single degree. Though the nomads believed themselves safe in their limpet-encrusted crawler hulks, Magda Grace had tried to tell them they were fleeing one enemy merely to deliver themselves into the hands of another. If even a single brood of Genestealers cut their way inside one of the colossal engines, every one of its passengers was likely dead. The Lysite nomads would have to disembark and defend their homes with every weapon at their disposal, taking the field against the Tyranid, or else perish, cut to ribbons in the dark. Redeploying some 30 miles ahead of the grinding caterpillar tracks of the Lysites, the Order of the Sacred Rose drove their convent fortresses and grand transports through the slime-slicked ruins of Agupolita Prime, where they took a position as a miles-wide roadblock, forcing the nomad caravans to come to a halt in a spray of brackish fluids. The most senior battle sisters debarked from their transports to parley with the outraged caravan elders. After their recent persecution of the world's religious leaders, however, the sororitas did not get far. Negotiations broke down, and the matter had almost come to gunpoint, when several of the delegates found the slime that slicked the streets slowly sucking at their feet. Seaweed grasped at those who strayed close to the ruins all around. Its once green fronds turned sickly white. Strange crustaceans scuttled from the shadows to snip and claw with surprising strength, each bearing the same livid purple carapace as the bioships high above. The sisters made the sign of the Aquila, as the Lysite elders muttered prayers for Cryptus to ward off evil and conferred amongst themselves. Many posited the idea that the bioships, glistening in the firmament, had somehow bestowed an evil sentience upon the native creatures of the planet. It looked as if the flora and fauna of the planet were changing, perverted into deadly and aggressive hybrids that owed as much to the Xenos as they did to the natural world. Even the skies were darkening to an unearthly twilight. Though she could not understand their patois, Canoness Grace saw the suspicion in the nomad elder's posture and changed tack. The Cryptites and the Imperials had a mutual foe, and they needed to work together to defeat it. Her smouldering conviction turned the logic underlying her speech into an inspiring battle plan. One by one, the nomad elders agreed to acknowledge the new leader in their midst. Within the hour, the crawler hulks had ground their way through the city until they formed a vast corral of ready-made fortresses. Every roof and battlement was manned by Lysite nomads. Around this wall of monolithic vehicles were stationed the tanks and transports of the Adepta Sororitas, a circle of heraldic black, white, and red around the stained gunmetal ring made by the nomad vehicles. Here they would make their stand. The Tyranid drop spores could rain down from the skies like a fleshy hail, but so long as the double wall of armoured vehicles remained strong, and the area within its concentric circles was clear of Xenos life forms, the defenders could ensure they fought upon a united front. As the black specks that blighted the bruised sky began to resolve into spore pods that descended in astonishing number, it became frighteningly clear that Grace's plan would be tested to the limit. A storm of tentacle-fringed spores hurtled out of the bruised sky, disgorged by the Tyranid hive ships bellying low above the planet. Canoness Grace fired off the interception signal, and all across the cityscape, quad-barreled Icarus guns swiveled upwards and sent a thunderstorm of their own into the skies. Flak took perhaps one in every dozen of the vile things. Then, as the number of spores hurled their way increased, one in every score. Wherever the interceptor fire struck home, Tyrannokites would spew gouts of orange-white matter and hissing ichor, further filling the air with filth. Some were bullseyed by so many high-velocity shells that they burst apart altogether. Flailing weapon beasts spilled out of each ruptured egg sac to plummet downwards, and drizzling showers of biological waste pattered onto Sororitas vehicle and crawler hulk alike. With every spore that was torn apart in mid-air, a clutch hammered down unharmed. The majority struck the earth with thudding force before distending to spray their mucus-covered passengers in all directions. Some burst on impact to reveal crouching monstrosities that roared in alien fury as they strode up to their full height. Others closed back up after their swarm beasts spilled from their grisly petals, their tendrils caressing the ground as if feeling for a weakness. Still more spores made planetfall with such force they sank their undersides halfway into the earth. Armoured slabs of chitin folded out from their sides to dig down in the manner of parasites burying claws into unprotected flesh. These strange burrower spores spat flaccid sacs into the air, large tentacled membranes that filled up like gas balloons and drifted away on unguessable errands. Only when a squad of Seraphim soared in close, jump packs spitting blue flame, did the floater spore's purpose become clear. The bloated sacs exploded with such force the nearest sisters were physically torn apart. Their comrades were hurled backwards, cries of dismay and pain stark amongst the mechanical chatter of anti-aircraft fire. In the wake of each explosion, smaller spore mines dispersed, tasting the air for more prey with their own twitching feelers. On the ground below, the scattering seraphim, the swarming weapon beasts that had been disgorged from the main body of spores, began to mass together. Seen from on high, the broods behaved like beads of quicksilver on an incline, flowing together to form a puddle, then a pool, then a tide. The wave of Xenos bioforms spilt across the salt-stained cityscape, a composite horror of purple chitin, hungry for the kill. Magda Grace gave the command to fire at will, and all around the gigantic corral's perimeter, the Adeptus Sororitas that had taken position in the upper levels of the ruins levelled their bolters and opened fire. Mass reactive shells stitched strings of explosions across the nearest weapon beasts, sending them tumbling into the algae-slicked debris. Their broodmates leapt over the fallen without slowing, driven onwards by the sinister leader organisms stalking in their wake. Scythe-limbed horrors darted through arch and courtyard with supernatural speed, the fallen masonry of Lysios hindering them no more than the grass of a planetary governor's lawn. Battle psalms rang out, and the teams of white-armoured retributors stepped out from the shadows in the upper stories of each ruin, each framed by an arch that once housed the icon of an Imperial saint. The sisters frowned in disgust at the Xenos skittering below, as their heavy bolters coughed out a litany of death, the din echoing off the ruins nearby. Dominions and Celestians added their firepower to the salvo. Each of the Tyranid broods that scurried into the open was torn to pieces, shredded by more bolter fire than an entire company of Space Marines could hope to muster. Whenever the battle sister needed to reload, she would pivot and back off, her place taken by a fresh warrior, hungry to take her own toll on the swarm. The cull had begun. Canoness Grace reiterated her standing orders. They were not to let a single attack organism approach within 100 paces of the outer ring. Sharp-eyed sisters levelled kill shots at Gorns and Tyranid warriors alike until the corral was ringed by a half-mile-wide belt of smoking Xenos corpses. Squads of Seraphim soared out from the ruins whenever a flock of winged Tyranids came in close, squeezing off round after round from their bolt pistols to send shattered bodies flailing out of the skies. Here and there a leader beast stormed forward, and, though the bolter shells sent winging towards it cratered its armoured bulk, they would not slow it. Wherever one of the things got too close, a team of melter-toting dominions would debark from their rhinos and vaporize the monstrosities in mid-stride. Even the Tyranids that were dropping from the skies into the cordon's interior were neutralized before they could land, reduced to diaphanous strings of gruel by the missiles arcing from Grace's exorcist tanks. The cityscape strobed with the light of overwhelming firepower as the Sororitas established a zone of death through which no living thing could pass. Hammering fire upwards from the anti-air batteries of their crawler hulks, the nomad gunners swiftly began to reassess their position as foes of the Imperium. The rain of spores showed no sign of stopping, but with allies as fearless as the Adeptus Sororitas fighting at their side, victory could surely be won. Whether it was in the name of Cryptus or the Emperor seemed a distant concern indeed. The twin suns ground across the spore-churned skies, peering at the carnage unfolding below. To the Adeptus Sororitas, each passing minute seemed like an hour. The number of broken Tyranid bodies ringing the corral had reached insane proportions. By Magda Grace's calculations, they already numbered in the tens of thousands. Spent shell cases covered the ground, a clinking carpet of brass and silver that hid the writhing slime underfoot from sight. Armored vehicles, crawler hulks, and Lysite ruins alike were spattered with the stringy excreta of dead Tyranids. Wheezing hunks of Xenos matter were dotted here and there, slowly bubbling into dissolution. Heedless of their successes, the Adeptus Sororitas held position, their voices raised in blissful prayer to the God Emperor. Still, the rain of spores from high above hammered down, wave after wave of weapon beasts pouring through the ruins. Against such an implacable defense as that made by the Sisters of Battle, heretics, traitors, even orcs would have broken and fled long ago. But the Tyranid attack came on. And perhaps their position would have broken eventually, had not Magda Grace managed to slay the leader beast of this horde with a blessed shell, surely guided by the Emperor himself, which broke the horde, making it scatter into the ruins of the half-water-logged planet, and for some reason stopping the spore rain from descending anymore. For some reason. Asphodex. Asphodex is a grey, desolate world, permanently wreathed in thick clouds of pollutant. From space, the planet is shrouded, hidden by centuries of the foul-smelling smoke coughed out by the factories that stud its surface. On the rare occasions the cloud banks part, the eyes of Cryptus stare down through the gap, bathing the landscape in a hellish red glow. Because the system's twin suns rarely light its streets, Asphodex has become a haven for criminal activities of all kinds. The network of kingpins and murder queens that infest it believe that Cryptus does not care to look upon Asphodex, and that they are therefore exempt from his judgment. The planet has accrued such unimaginable wealth under the purview of its many crime lords that the megametropolis of Phodia now covers 2/3 of its surface, a sprawl of corruption-funded cloud scrapers and urban gang districts that is so extensive that Asphodex's Arbites find it impossible to enforce their jurisdiction. The planetary governor, Augustus Flax, is seen as little more than a figurehead at best. In truth, his influence has shaped the world, if not its population, for he has abused his position to become one of the richest men in the sector. It is said he has spent the latter half of his life building a subterranean complex of stunning grandeur underneath the city, and that should he need to, he would be able to ride out even exterminatus by hiding within its walls. During his voyage from the Cadian Gate, Malon Drost had memorized every data slate and meta-dossier detailing his destination, the urbanized sprawl of Asphodex. And by the time the general and his Cadian shock troops had made planetfall, He knew more about the world's current status than any man alive, certainly more than its planetary governor. Persistent vox stabs had ascertained that Flax, the self-proclaimed king of Fodia, believed the incoming Xenos to be little more than a nuisance. If the data slate reports told true, Flax made only a token effort at keeping order in his domain. He cared little about the inhumanities perpetrated by the crime lords. Every year, the armed forces of the Flexian dynasty rounded up those of the criminal classes clumsy enough to get themselves caught and sent them to prison hulks in low orbit. But if anything, this only helped the other members of the criminal fraternity thrive. Over the years, the internecine struggles of the crime lords drowned entire districts of the city with unbound violence, turning even its wealthiest zones into crumbled warscapes. Yet it made little difference to Flax. Over the course of a long and paranoid life, the man had built a luxurious underground empire that was as much a fortress as it was playground, paid for by numerous contributions from the cartels that supported him. Its extensive tunnels and staterooms were hidden from the sight of men and gods alike. Its heavy vault doors were protected by gene-coded scan savants. The subterranean paradise inaccessible to anyone save the Flaxian dynasty itself. Having spent decades preparing for invasion, Flax considered his dynasty safe from the Xenos biofleet fouling the stars above. He conceded the surface of Asphodex to the Astra Militarum without hesitation, with one condition: they were to stay above ground. To do otherwise would be to invite a war fought on two fronts instead of one. Milon Drost is a veteran of over 150 grueling years of war, every one of which had been spent fighting the scourge of chaos that blights his native soil. There is no Astra Militarum honour that the man had not won in Cadia's defence. His regiment likes to boast that Drost's medals provide more protection than his standard-issue flak. Despite the juvenile treatments that keep him looking little more advanced in years than the soldiery he commands, Drost is known behind his back as Grandsire Cadia. Still, he is well respected by all, and trusted even by Urasaka Creed himself. The general felt a great well of bitterness at the news he would have to leave his life's work, defending the Cadian Gate, in order to fight a completely unrelated war. He is a pragmatic soul, though, and given the sheer number of regiments under his command, he realized that such a move would not have been made lightly. By meditating on the foulness of the alien, he has already transformed his vexation into a smouldering hatred of the Tyranid race. Determined more than ever to succeed, Drost intends to shatter the cryptoid tendril and rejoin the war effort in Cadia as quickly as possible. General Drost had no time for the power games of aristocrats and kingpins. Even peacetime notions of law and order were foreign to the Cadian mindset. With the Tyranids on the brink of planetfall, the only distinction Drost intended to draw was between human and Xenos. In his experience, the citizens would fall into line soon enough once they had seen the death raining from the skies. Flax would soon follow. By the general's reckoning, the crime syndicates and gubernatorial armies of the planet would stand united before a single day was out. Like as not, they would be too frightened to do anything else. Whilst the Adeptus Sororitas mustered their great corral upon Lysos, Drost orchestrated a masterful defence network across the continent city of Fodia. Drost's Cadians were well used to keeping the horrors of the galaxy at bay after many years fighting in the Cadian Gate, and they were arguably better versed in the art of urban warfare than any other force in the Astra Militarum. They intended to use the densely packed cityscapes of Fodia to maximum effect. The general had read that the Tyranids were wont to come on in a great tide, and that the claustrophobic confines of the mega-metropolis would make traditional warfare all but impossible. Even with millions of well-trained soldiers at his behest, the Cadians could not hope to match the Tyranids body for body. In General Drost's opinion, however, they did not need to. Though several of his commissars murmured that the very idea was heretical, Drost intended to cede the main streets and thoroughfares altogether. His men would instead form 1,000 bottlenecks within the buildings and alleyways that covered the planet. If they could not slaughter the foe at range, Drost's urban elite would deny the Tyranids their strength in numbers, engaging them in narrow naves, up stairwells, and within dark corridors instead of upon the open field. The ruins of Fodia were the rock upon which the Tyranid tide would break. If General Drost's plan worked, each new wave of invasion would lose cohesion, dissipate and recede until it was nothing more than a stain. The sight of endless regiments of Imperial Guard deploying together soon put paid to the disorder that simmered amongst the populace. Each platoon functioned like a cog in a machine, hurling sandbags and field-linking Aegis lines with methodical efficiency. Once the streets had been strewn with defences, they took up positions in the upper floors of every stable, manufactorum and hab block. In the process, they cleared each zone of its populace, shepherding the citizens into fortified spaceports so they could be conveyed to the relative safety of the planet's coreward side. Asphodex's syndicate kings objected mightily to their territory suddenly being occupied by millions of the Imperial Guard's finest, though none were brave or foolish enough to make more than a token protestation. Given the rumours of the enemy they would soon be facing, the crime lords were content enough to look to their own defence. It was a testament to the fear engendered by the whispers of the Tyranid invasion that not one citizen turned his blade upon another in the period before the war began. And every man would have his part to play in the coming days. By the time the first wave of Tyranid spores began to rain down, Fodia had been transformed into a continent-sized fortress reminiscent of Cadia itself. Unlike on the neighbouring world of Lysios, where the storm of Tyranid spore forms was answered with an indiscriminate counter-barrage, the Cadians targeted only the winged beasts that descended from the cloud-racked skies. Any creature that could potentially reach the upper stories of the buildings was lit by floodlights. Each column of light a death sentence. Those so demarked were blasted apart by Hydra flak tanks, vertically canted las cannons or crack missiles from the weapon teams on the roofs below. A grisly downpour of gargoyle corpses and dismembered shrikes spattered down across the urban zones. Their numbers thinned to such an extent that barely a few hundred of their number made it to the relative safety of the streets. Even those were quickly put down by volleys of las gunfire, priority kills for the riflemen hidden in the city's buildings. Phase 1 of Drost's plan was complete. With the Cadian firing doctrine focused upon the winged beasts of the invading swarm, uncounted thousands of fat spores struck the slab-crete of Fodia's streets completely intact. Some of the slime-slick ovoids bored down into the hard grey surface of the road, only to hurl spore mines into the air. Others disgorged their inhabitants downwards in a drizzle of amniotic fluids. Soon, the dusty streets were spattered with nameless ichor. In the space of a single hour, a full third of the Fodian megametropolis was crawling with Tyranids. The grey-skinned roads and plazas were all but obscured by the seething tides of purple chitin, as the bioships high above vomited endless streams of Xenos onto the planet's surface. It was a terrifying display of the invading fleet's potency, a full-scale invasion waged at such speed that even the mightiest Orc War would have struggled to compete. The stationing of a large contingent of artillerymen within the Castellan belt was not the only gamble General Drost had taken in the planet's defence. Upon reaching the system, the Cadian commander had secretly ordered the prison hulks that had languished in Asphodex's orbit to be sent at top speed towards Perdita. The criminals held in the endless cell blocks of those hulks would amount to a considerable amount of biomass. With a little luck, the Hive Fleet would split off one of its tendrils to feast upon them, and the system's defenders would have a few million less Tyranids to contend with. The Hive Fleet had taken the bait, and upon passing through the Aegis Diamando, it had sent a portion of its bulk curling around the Castellan belt towards the barren world of Perdita. The Cadians were only too happy to see the hidden threat, as it had been codified, divert away from the main war. Only Drost and a handful of others knew the truth of it, that he had sacrificed hundreds of thousands of guilty people in order to better the chances of the innocent. After having fought against the armies of chaos, Drost was well used to the concept of unstoppable force, but the sheer speed of the hyper-aggressive Tyranid invasion had unsettled even him. His men were focusing their fire on the winged bioforms as per his orders, but the reports flooding back over the Vox told of towering Xenos monsters that roamed the streets unchallenged, ripping away locked doors and barricades with alarming ease. Soon the seething tides would be inside the buildings the Cadians sought to protect, and the war effort would dissolve into countless pockets of resistance rather than a united front. Worse still, in those areas of the mega-metropolis that were still relatively untouched by the gang warfare that blighted Fodia, Tyranids had disgorged their passengers directly onto the roofs of buildings garrisoned by Cadian troops. Many a platoon was already fighting a battle, not only to keep the giant Tyranids in the streets at bay, but also to repel those smaller bioforms that had wriggled their way down from the roofs through anti-blaze vents and interior crawl spaces. No matter the odds, each squad fought on without complaint, but it was not in the Cadian mindset to give up. Here a group of riflemen fired as many lasgun volleys as they could into the Hormagaunt broods bounding up the rubble-strewn stairs. There a cluster of veterans dropped frag grenades into the midst of the broods massing in the streets below. Wherever a Tyranid burst through the cordon of soldiers to reach the upper floors, sergeants and commissars would meet it with power swords and plasma pistols, clearing the room once more or dying in the attempt. Where a building fell to the unstoppable numbers of the swarm, Wyvern suppression tanks would sow the corpse-strewn floors with clusters of explosives until each window gouted plumes of dust and blood. Confident in the air superiority ensured in the opening hours of invasion, Valkyries would then belly in low to hover above each smoking ruin, their passengers rappelling down to reclaim the building and engage the swarm in the streets once more. The stale air in the city's streets soon filled with the stench of burning Xenos bodies and the faint scent of human blood. In Fodia's barter districts, the Cadians began the reclamation phase of Drost's plan. Balgrins locked their slab shields and bodily forced waves of gaunts from the narrow streets, the abhumans' grenadier gauntlets thumping explosives into the packed weapon beasts. Careening Chimera personnel carriers slewed to a halt, front to rear, their expert drivers blocking off streets and funneling the teeming Xenos hordes into the plazas, where their comrades lay in ambush. Making good use of the Promethean relay pipes that wound through the city, the gunners of each Hellhound squadron combined their fire into a rolling conflagration that reduced the swarming Tyranids to ash. Even the Cadian artillery had a part to play, despite being rendered almost blind by the profusion of buildings all around them. Sharp-eyed ratlings relayed the coordinates of Tyranid leader beasts to the artillery squadrons Drost had ordered bulk lifted onto Fodia's battlements. Moments later, areas that had been thronged with Tyranids were filled with deafening explosions so fierce they shook dust from the vaulted ceilings beneath the streets. Those injured Tyranids that stormed, roaring from the smoke, were soon laid low by rattling sniper fire. The diminutive abhumans smiled grimly in their eyries as their shots found eye sockets and open wars, each ratling counting his kills in an attempt to outdo his fellows. For every building or plaza reclaimed by Drost's big push, another fell to the sheer volume of weapon beasts assailing it. The Tyranid attack was every bit as relentless as Drost had warned. Orders to fall back were bellowed over the damnable hissing of the Xenos beasts, pouring in through windows and clambering up ladder rungs. Floor after floor was seeded. the Cadians fighting a rolling battle on the vertical plane as well as the horizontal. The Cadian infantry fought furiously to thin the hordes, sprinting up stairwells to the next level when the situation became untenable, and beginning the process all over again. Drost authorized the use of demo charges to collapse the lower floors wherever necessary, though this ended in calamity in several districts. In many others, the buildings were left hollow but still standing, their top floors gun nests with excellent views of the carnage below. Having concentrated their early efforts on the flying elements of the Tyranid invasion, the Cadians found safe haven with altitude. Whenever leaping scythe beasts or nimble scuttlers got too close, they were met by lasgun volleys and clouds of flame. The Tyranids fought with frenzied aggression, but they rarely got close enough to kill. Even the splattering bioweapon fire of the larger Xenos organisms was largely ineffective. The windows of the Phodian buildings were narrow and long, and the Cadians taking shelter behind them were well versed in cover doctrine. As the sun set on the first day of battle, the fury of the Tyranid onslaught slowly abated. The sense of relief among the Cadian ranks became almost palpable. A great proportion of their number were now stranded in the upper stories of the buildings they had fought to defend, and most likely those citizens who had not fled for the safety of the Bulklanders were already overrun. However, the fact remained that the vast majority of the regiments deployed upon Asphodex were still at operational efficiency. The pervading belief amongst the men of Cadia was that the war could yet be won. Ixoi. The vast planetoid that fills the night skies of Lysios was originally codified IX-01 by Imperial astronomers, though over the millennia its name has been misread with such frequency that it is now simply known as Ixoi. Though Ixoi's sheer size and rich isotopic resource should have seen the moon colonized a dozen times over, the thin white mists that wind their way across its surface can have a man coughing blood within a matter of days. Only a single mining expedition has shown tenacity and discipline enough to claim the planet's natural bounty, ferrying their goods down to Lysite spaceports via the cargo dirigibles of the three great tethers. The moon's mineral resource is of inestimable value to the Cryptus System. Without the isotopes mined there, Tartarus's void domes would soon flicker and die, exposing its energy farms to the sickness and death of unfiltered radiation. The knock-on effect would soon see Lysos and Eros robbed of the solar power that sustains them. Because of the moon's value to the system's infrastructure, the Cadian High Command, Malin Drost, assigned all of his Vestroyan assets to defend it. Where Acadian infantrymen would quickly fall victim to the strange gases that haunt Ixoi's surface, the mechanized Vestroyan firstborn had a double layer of protection: the iron skins of their tanks and the brass rebreathers issued to every firstborn soldier upon recruitment. Should a Tyranid subtendril snake out to strike Ixoi, it would find the tank regiments of the Vestroyan Astra Militarum waiting, their souls hardened and their cannons loaded for war. The 1635th Firstborn Mechanized, better known as the Vestroyan Hammers, were en route to reinforce the Satyrs system when the company Astropath informed them it was already lost. Tasked with requesting reassignment orders, the eyeless Psyker said there was no way he could reach a Segmentum command without a full psychic choir. Their commander, Alexei Dimitrin, was discussing unsanctioned redeployment with the captain of his Navy troop carrier when a potent teleprayer was received. The missive was from a Acadian commander stationed in the next system. It bore the electro-sigil of none other than the legendary General Drost. Though he was surprised to hear of the man they called Grand Sire Cadia this far from the Eye of Terror, Dimitrian was also flattered by this contact with a genuine war hero. The Vestroyan commander immediately ordered his Bulklanders to a new heading, the Cryptus System. Within the month, the Vestroyans had joined the military council of the Cadian officers stationed at Asphodex. Recognizing that his armoured division had the best chance of waging a successful campaign in a toxic environment, Demetrian took his posting upon the barren planetoid of Ixoi with good grace. He researched the moon's meagre conurbations with commendable diligence, and refitted the tracks of the tundra's bite to better suit the moon's surface. It was several weeks before the cryptoid tendril unfurled from the galactic south. Demetrian and his engine-seer aides watched the Hive Fleet spread across the stars, passing through the Aegis Diamondo and brushing aside the system's proud armada. Even without magnoculars, the mottled smudge of its massed bioships was visible high above. Nightmares of constriction, tentacles, and stabbing claws became common, but none among the firstborn would speak of them, for they were confident their tanks were equal to the task ahead. Several distinct tendrils were slowly extending across the firmament, and one of these was headed towards Ixoi. Night by painstaking night, the Vestroyans watched the sub-tendril heading towards them grow in size and clarity, until it all but eclipsed water-cursed Lysios far below. The evening before the bioships launched their dread cargo, Demetrian's own council of officers went over their battle plan for what seemed like the 100th time. The isotope mines were ringed by Lehman Russ squadrons, and the excavator habs around each great tether terminus were patrolled by 3 entire tank companies. Demetrian and his men were ready for whatever the Hive Fleet could throw at them. It is said amongst the 1,635th Firstborn Mechanized that Alexei Demetrian has oil running through his veins instead of blood. Demetrian has never really embraced the lifestyle of the officer, and is more comfortable in the steel belly of one of his beloved tanks than he is in the comfort of command headquarters. However, after the death of his own superior officer during the 18th Great War of Destroyer, Demetrian led his regiment's Lehman Russ squadrons with such efficiency that he broke the Orc siege plaguing the world's capital. His field promotion was quickly made an official posting, and he has been regretting it ever since. Reasoning that rank has its privileges, he has since given his orders from the command cupola of Tundra's Bite, a Baneblade super-heavy tank whose interior is covered in etchings, friezes, and kill markings. When Hive Fleet Leviathan began to hurl its spores through the thin atmosphere of Ixoi, Tank Commander Demetrian led his armoured regiments on as straight an intercept course as possible. His Lehman Russ squadrons, pushed to full throttle in their eagerness to make their mark, fired their battle cannons at extreme range as they closed. Accuracy was not an issue, for the Tyranids were invading in such force that they could hardly miss. Demetrian had always been a firm adherent to the Imperial tanker's primer, and its instructions for fighting a Xenos swarm were quite clear. The armoured phalanxes ignored the scuttling tides of lesser warrior beasts that scratched and scrabbled at each tank's armour, instead focusing their cannon fire upon those beasts large enough to pose a serious threat. The sheer weight of the tanks themselves took care of many a minor threat, for Demetrian's regiments were always in motion, grinding the swarm beasts under their tracks wherever the biological tide flowed thickest. Caustic bioweapon fire spattered and clanged from the armoured hide of Baneblade, Stormhammer, and Lehman Russ alike, but each machine spirit was roused for battle, and the hulking machines fought on. From his command chair within the Tundra's Bite, Demetrian issued a cascading series of orders and firing solutions that would have made even Knight Commander Pask nod in approval. The barren moon's surface proved a perfect shooting gallery for Demetrian's operation, and the kill count mounted with gratifying speed. Wherever they appeared, lumbering carnifexes were punched from their feet and sent skidding across the lunar landscape by serial volleys of battle cannon fire. Hive tyrants were designated priority targets for their stalking armoured sentinel squadrons that acted as outriders for each tank company. The las cannons of each sentinel struck home to send first bodyguard creatures, then the leader beasts themselves, writhing into the dust. The first few hours of the battle for Ixoi were little more than a large-scale slaughter. Demetrian's phalanxes hunted the areas where the Tyranid attack was fiercest, either staying out of range of the larger Tyranid creatures or concentrating fire upon them when they drew close. As the fighting intensified, isotope-rich dust and debris was thrown up in thin clouds, but wherever vision was low, the Vestroyan gunners merely recalibrated their eyepieces and got back to the business of killing. Still more Tyrannikites rained down. This time they disgorged wriggling serpent-bodied creatures that dug their way into Ixoi's surface, even as the viscera of their birth dried upon their skins. Amongst them were tentacle-armed monsters with faces full of clustered tendrils. Some were the size of sentinels, others larger even than the Lehman Russ that trundled across the warscape towards them. Wherever these beasts appeared, visibility would drop sharply, a mustard-hued fog swathing them and the swarms around them. Demetrian rightly guessed that this was a deliberate tactic evolved to give the Tyranids shelter on a planet that had next to none, but he had little conception that the strange gases had a far more deadly purpose. The war for Ixoi took a dramatic turn when Tyranid burrow beasts began to appear out of the cratered moon's surface. By following each tank's thunderous vibrations from below, the serpentine things were able to strike right at the heart of each armoured squadron. Everywhere, puffs of moon dust erupted, and newly emerged raveners scratched long gouges in the flanks of each tank. Where larger tanks prowled, larger bioforms emerged to prey upon them. The Baneblades and Stormhammers of Demetrian's heavy tank brigades soon found their hulls compromised by the stabbing limbs of the giant Trigons and Morlocks, attracted by their earth-shaking rumble. Bladed scythes pierced armoured hides that their commanders had thought inviolable. Strangely, though, the Tyranids would retreat as soon as they had struck, either snaking off into the yellowing mist or burrowing under the surface once more. Never one to turn his back on good fortune, Demetrian ordered his engineers to effect field repairs wherever possible and continued fighting. He commanded his aides to consult the tanker's primer, but its parchment missives had nothing to offer about the nature of the strike and fate of the Xenos attacks. Only when the yellowish clouds began to drift through the stale atmosphere towards him did the terrible truth begin to dawn. Wherever one of the larger tentacled beasts prowled, its chimneys coughed out thick columns of Tyranid spores. Barbed tendrils waved as if commanding the yellow miasma to attack, and the mists would come alive, snaking towards the wounded tanks like the sulphur ghosts of Vestroyan legend. Demetrian ordered his tank regiments to pound shells into the strange fog, hiding the tentacle beasts from sight. Though with their eagle-sharp eyesight rendered moot by the thickening fog, the most they achieved was the occasional shallow wound. Then the sulphur ghosts seeped into the open wounds in the hull of each tank, and the killing began in earnest. The Tyranid gases, consisting of untold numbers of tiny Tyranid predator organisms, devoured the crews of the Vestroyan firstborn. Unfortunately for Demetrian, he was left with but one recourse. Offering up a prayer to the Emperor, he fired his own plasma pistol into the fuel reserves of his Baneblade and hoped to take as many of the Tyranids with him as he could. The Vestroyans were wiped out, and Ixoi was lost. As the first day of the Tyranid invasion slid to a bloody conclusion, choirs of veteran astropaths struggled to penetrate the psychic interference swathing their worlds. Here and there a brief missive could be forced through the cloying mind shadow to a neighbouring world, though even that effort caused serial brain bleed and frothing bouts of insanity. Before long, the commissars accompanying Drost's expedition were stationed with each astropathic conclave, pitilessly executing any of their number that claimed all was lost. Amidst their gibbering and flailing, many of the astropaths prophesied a greater doom yet to come. It was a claim that the evacuation vessels stationed in high orbit reluctantly confirmed. The bulk of the Tyranid swarm had yet to descend. Nonetheless, Drost's gambit in the Castellan belt had brought the defenders a valuable reprieve. Morale was holding, and despite all contact with the Vestroyans defending Ixoi having been lost, a mood of grim determination still suffused every populated world under the Krypton suns. The Imperials had weathered the first day of the storm, and a large proportion of the war effort had yet to commit to the fight. If this system were to be swallowed by the Tyranids, it would at least stick in their throats, or, as Drost himself put it, force the void-spawning monsters to choke. Eros. A gas giant of immense size, Eros is a green-blue orb of ethereal substance, but immeasurable value. The constituents of the planet's outer layer are stable enough to be mined by colossal Imperial filter ships, and even breathed for short periods of time, though the dangers of doing so are high. However, therein lies their value. The gaseous elements mined from the planet can be condensed and refined into liquid promethium, and hence are greatly sought after by not only the neighbouring worlds, but also the pirates and renegades that plague the shipping lanes of the Imperium. It is not unheard of for skirmishes or even large-scale battles to break out on the surface of Erosian mining platforms, their combatants seeking to plunder as many promethium cylinders as possible before making their escape. The great gas giant of Eros was classified as a civilized world, despite the fact its mining podiums held a fraction of the billion-strong populations that thronged Asphodex and Lysios. The miners that worked bone-aching shifts in the Erosian gas refineries had seen an opportunity for much-needed rest in the coming invasion, retreating to the hab blocks and battening down the hatches behind them. In truth, each of the slate-grey platforms, held suspended by helium tanks at varying altitudes throughout Eros, had little in the way of defences. They were little more than flat-bodied aircraft carriers, bases of operation for swollen filter ships that sifted the gas giant's substance and later delivered it for condensation via promethium refinery pipes. Drost's meta-dossiers detailed several incidents of biofleets assailing Imperial gas giants. Each time they left nothing but a smattering of barren debris in their wake. The Tyranid race would devour anything, not just flesh and bone, in its constant quest to multiply and consume. Knowing that conventional Astra Militarum tactics would be all but useless upon a gas giant, Drost sent his airborne divisions to defend the planet from the inevitable incursion. Under the command of the ambitious Major Henry Genst, the newly formed 1433rd Cadian Airborne would take up position in the blue-green Eros mists above the mining platforms of Venta Alphas and Venta Chi. Using these floating bases as a rendezvous point, they would respond with lethal force to whatever threats came their way. Knowing his allies' habit of leading from the front, Drost had specifically ordered Genst to concentrate on the war effort as a whole rather than the glory of the battle in front of him. It was an order the Major intended to obey, for though he would never admit it, he too saw Drost as something of a role model. Genst Valkyrie pilots quickly familiarized themselves with the three-dimensional grid of gas mining podiums dotted throughout the planet's outer layers. It was well they made haste to do so, for Drost's suspicions were proved correct. One of the larger subtendrils was snaking its way towards the world of Eros with the inevitability of death. Major Genst, who by this time had incorporated a system of lumin blink codes to bolster the vox links between his squadrons, was more than ready for the war to come, if he could hold Eros against whatever the Hive Fleet threw at it, and keep its material bounty from the all-devouring swarm. A promotion to Drost's personal staff was as good as won. The subtendril that unfurled towards Eros split and split again as it approached, streams of bioships pairing off to surround the gas giant in a tentacled embrace. In the blue-green mists below, squadrons of assault craft peeled off from the mining podiums and followed the path of the Tyranid vessels, hungry for the imminent battle. The first wave of Xenos invaders was not far behind. Volley upon volley of fat-bodied spores were shot out from the orifices, quivering in the flanks of each titanic vessel. Down they came at shocking speed. Instead of passing straight through the outer layer of the gas giant, when they reached the populated strata, most began to slow and then to stop altogether. Genst ordered all Xenos lifeforms shot on sight, but though the Cadian airborne took a heavy toll upon the first wave, the spores they burst with las cannons and heavy bolter fire were quickly replaced. Before the hour was out, a constellation of ovoids hung eerily in the turquoise mist, their contents as veiled as their intent. Not all of the invading entities drifted to a stately halt. Some of the chitin-armored organisms were spat into the planet at such high velocity they slammed into the mining podiums, their diamond-hard edges locking them tight. Before long, each platform was studded with the damnable creatures, clustered like limpets clinging to the underside of a prison hulk. Spores, both large and small, were ejected from each sporocyst in great number, filling the jade gloom with tentacled bladder beasts. Through this hovering forest of spores came the gunships of the Astra Militarum. Squadron upon squadron of Valkyries burst apart the bioforms under their crosshairs, their pilots executing a set of overlapping fire patterns that made Genst proud. As gunfire chattered overhead, claw-like sporocysts would retract their fleshy chimneys like startled anemones, before pulsing grotesquely to fling out yet more spore mines. In response, veteran Cadians would launch pinpoint grav-chute landings onto the platforms nearby, blasting the vile things free with plasma and melter fire. Those infantry platoons already posted upon the pontoons would instead wait for the sticky pseudo-mouths at the top of each spore to open before hurling crack grenades into the opening. It was imperative the hive mind did not fill the planet's strata with its creatures, for once critical mass was achieved, even the most skilled pilot would eventually make a fatal mistake. The Hive Fleet would not give up its hard-won beachheads easily. Winging through the azure haze came clouds of gargoyles, their shrill screeches piercing the air. Lasfires stabbed out in tight volleys from the platoons that had taken position on the skull-embossed deck of Ventor Alphas. The winged creatures flew headlong into the firestorm, and each platoon of veterans sent dozens of the gaunts wheeling away into the mists oozing ichor. Seeing an opportunity, Genst ordered his Valkyrie squadrons to come in close and flank each swarm, hammering away with heavy bolters and rockets launched from underwing pods. Everywhere across Eros, the sky broods broke upon the mining platforms like swarms of locusts falling upon a harvest of human flesh. The chitinous creatures scattered and wheeled, spitting acidic venom at the guardsmen below as they parted to reveal the monstrosities in their midst. Titanic bioforms emerged from the flocks, majestic and terrible as the drakes of Cadian legend. Their wingspans rivaled or even exceeded those of the assault craft coming about to intercept them. These new terrors plunged down to clutch at the Cadians clustering behind the refinery pipes of each mining platform. Hive crones looped low to huck bony spurs and tail barbs into the fuselages of hovering Valkyries. The largest beasts opening assault craft one after another with the ease of a hungry catachan, slicing his knife through a rations tin. These analogies, man, they're getting out of hand as we go along. I'm telling you, it's bat-winged harpies, harried veteran troopers with shrieks of such abominable volume the men were driven cowering to the decks. The fiends themselves followed close behind, sweeping their victims over the edge of the platforms with their clawed wings. Each plummeting man's death scream was hopelessly lost as more shrieking harpies descended in search of an easy kill. Major Genst, never shy of taking the helm personally, drove in hard. Ignoring the swooping horrors attacking the veterans below, he aimed the nose cone of his Valkyrie right at the winged tyrant circling above Venter Alphas. His las cannon speared the mist, blowing a leg clean from the creature's lower body. The wounded leader beast peeled off as the Valkyrie passed by and soared off after it. Genst darted a glance towards the cockpit's rearward pick feed. He caught a glimpse of the long-barreled biomorph that sprouted from the Hive Tyrant's lower limbs. The Xenos gun spat a crystalline projectile after his craft, and the Valkyrie's proximity augers chimed fast. The cockpit was plunged into darkness for a second, as the craft's affronted machine spirit rebelled against the bioweapon's shards penetrating its fuselage. Without taking his eyes from the scene unfolding beyond the cockpit, the Major rode out the stalling swoop and yanked hard at the steering column, bringing the massive craft round in a wide barrel roll. A nerve-shredding screech echoed through the craft's passenger compartment. They had not shaken the winged monster on their tail. Far from it, in fact. The beast had sunk its scythe-like claws into the Valkyrie's rear. Genst's wings flashed crimson alert signals as it banked and rolled. But the giant Tyranid would not relinquish its prize. Only when Digger fell in behind and caught the beast's torso with a surgical strike from his own las cannon did the creature fall away. Its claws clustered tight like some enormous arachnid. Genst's wing illumines blinked a gratitude signal as he came about to rejoin the fight. Back at Venter Alphas, a trio of hive crones wheeled above the tight knot of Cadians clustered amongst the refinery pipes. The creatures swooped low, acidic drool drizzling from their ribbed maws, to boil the flesh of the men seeking shelter below. When a Valkyrie squadron came in to intercept, tentacle symbiotes would emerge from under each crone's wings and wriggle like serpents through the skies towards them. Many of the living missiles were torn from the skies by thudding heavy bolter fire, but not all. Some tentaclids were quick enough to latch on to a passing Valkyrie, discharging crackling bursts of bioelectricity that enveloped the entire craft. Those carriers caught in these shrouds of lightning turned black inside and out, their paintwork scorched and their system shorted out. Down they tumbled into the mists, dead as spent coals, their screaming passengers left with seconds at best to live. Genst ordered those Valkyrie squadrons that had already dispatched their passengers to converge on Venter Alphas, knowing in his gut that the Nexus would be critical to the Erosian war effort. 3 squadrons left the fuel hub at the peak of the Erosian vapor conveyor, peeling off from their vigil above the gas conduit to join the fight. Genst's own Valkyrie shot through a storm of winged organisms no bigger than sniffer canids, one of the beasts cracking the craft's windscreen as he accelerated back to the platform. The time for caution had passed. Now was the time to strike. Genst gave the order to fire as 2 more squadrons, each at full strength, came alongside. Lances of ruby las cannon fire stabbed through the spore-choked skies towards the wheeling giants that were circling the platform. 2 of the Tyranids took direct hits, corkscrewing uncontrollably in their death throes. The Valkyrie Creed's call, intent on the kill, ploughed straight into a thicket of hovering mucoid spores. The bloated things detonated with a series of wet thumps, tearing the wings from the assault craft and sending its brutalized remains scattering into the jade mist. The Valkyrie squadrons carved through the skies over the platform, door gunners bracing their legs as they boomed heavy bolter fire into the gargoyles boiling up to intercept. Gent's Vox officer, Ferric, ever eager to showcase his many talents, lobbed a demo charge down into the midst of the swarm. As usual, his timing was impeccable. A dozen hissing Tyranids vanished in a cloud of red-grey mist. Gents rode out the bow wave of the explosion with a snarl, bringing the Valkyrie level just in time to avoid the Hive crone sweeping straight for his cockpit. All around them, Tyranid wing beasts were dropping, exterminated by the concerted assault of the Cadian airborne's finest. The men on each platform below sent streams of las and plasma fire through membranous wings and pallid underbellies, ducking for cover whenever a heavy Xenos corpse thudded down. A rallying point was being forged, where the madness that had assailed Eros had abated somewhat. Gent's wing lumens switched from defense frequency to attack, his squadrons quickly following suit. They had the measure of their foes, and now the killing could begin in earnest. There was an ear-piercing screech as something terrible, bone-white and huge, emerged from the mists. Its wings, each large enough to sweep a platoon to its doom, gave a thunderous crack as it powered towards Venta Alphas. The Valkyries securing a perimeter took evasive maneuvers, but it was too late. The monstrosity's biocannon limbs had already twitched mid-swoop. A double volley of hard white spheres punched right through two of the Valkyries just as they were bringing their missile pods to bear. The rear of each assault craft blown wide open. Each aircraft's passengers spilled to their deaths as the Valkyries fell away into the mists. Then the white-bellied beast was in the midst of the next Valkyrie squadron, jaws yawning wide. It stretched its long neck over to crunch down on the cockpit of the Vigiler, and Jentz's wingman, Inson, died in a spray of blood-stained glass. The monster's wings boomed as it came upright, tearing off a chunk of the Valkyrie's wreckage and flinging it into the midst of the Cadians on the platform to its left. Several men were consumed in fire as the mangled remains of the craft rolled crazily across Venta Alphas and disappeared off the other side in a storm of flame. Nearby, a squadron of Valkyries swooped low, Hellstrike missiles whooshing from each wing. A heartbeat before impact, the white giant dropped like a stone, snapped out its wings, and glided away into the mist. Jenst could hear Drost's orders in the back of his head, commanding him to concentrate on the war effort as a whole, not the battle immediately in front of him. All across his cockpit data slates, the Mort signals of his lost brethren flared red. He ground his teeth and pushed his Valkyrie to full pursuit anyway. It was a fatal mistake, for though Jens and his men plunged into the mists, they did not come back. Tartarus. Tartarus is a world of roiling magma and tortured earth. Its surface is so saturated with radiation that to set foot upon it is to sicken and die. Given that the planet is frequently racked by solar storms, even getting into the planet's orbit is a feat fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, it has been settled by the Imperium, for the amount of raw energy that can be harvested from Tartaros's surface powers an entire star system. Its void-shielded domes protect solar farms, to which Drost assigned a garrison of Astra Militarum well before Hive Fleet Leviathan penetrated the Aegis Diamondo. However, even the Cadian elite do not have equipment advanced enough to ride out the tornadoes of fire that rage across the surface of Tartarus. And hence, soldier and citizen alike are restricted to the protective hemispheres of their void shield generators. Once one of these void-shielded energy domes has harnessed the maximum amount of energy from the eyes of Cryptus, it is shut down in a state of humming readiness. Only when the ancient lens array that hangs in low orbit, known as the Magnovitrium, is steered into place above it, does the void dome release its pent-up energy. Ancient capacitors fizzing, the dome sends an invisible column of energy, almost a mile thick, into the Magnovitrium's primary lens. The Archaeotech array is then pivoted, deflecting and channeling the harvested energy column across the system to prearranged receptor dishes on the surface of the system's civilized worlds. In this manner, Tartarus supplies the life force of hundreds of cities and conurbations across the system. Unlike their comrades upon the rest of the system's worlds, the Cadians stationed upon Tartarus received several reports of the overall Krypton war effort. With their engine seers triple blessing the chrono-transmitters of the Magnavitrum, the officers in command of the Tartarus Defense Force were comparatively well informed. Drost had organized looped tight beam broadcasts that told of the desperate city fights unfolding across Phodia, the Adeptus Sororitas' stalwart defense of the crawler caravans of Lysios, and even the aerial war unfolding upon the gas giant of Eros. Each planet had been subjected to a barrage of Xenos spores that had disgorged warrior organisms without number. Given that one of the sub-tendrils had curled towards it over the last few nights, Tartarus should soon expect the same. It was to prepare accordingly and meet the fury of the Xenos assault with a vengeful wrath of its own. Lord Commissar Strengel, leader of the Cadian war effort upon Tartarus, was outwardly a man of fanatical devotion to the Imperial creed. In his heart, however, there lurked a seed of doubt. With every broadcast and picked capture that made it through the electrical interference, swathing Tartarus, that seed grew a little more. The Tyranids were a foe so numerous their biofleets could be seen curling across the night sky of Tartarus, like some vile brown stain, seeping from the void into the honest darkness of the heavens. With barely 10,000 Cadians under his command, and perhaps twice that number of civilians, Lord Commissar Strengel was unsure of how he would hold the teeming hordes back from the solar farm so precious to the Cryptus System. The sub-tendril heading towards Tartarus grew ever more distinct, and the atmosphere amongst the planet's defenders became tense and tinder-dry. Strengel personally visited each of the major Void Dome complexes to reassure them, telling his men that the swarm beasts they would likely be fighting were small and skittish, and they would probably perish in the first day. Caught in the open between the radiation storms of the Krypton stars and the fury of the Cadian lines, no living thing could hope to survive for long. By and large, the Lord Commissar's claims were convincing. As Strengel made the last of his rounds the night before the invasion, he even managed to convince himself. The armoured spores that rained down the next day were larger than even the pick captures from Lysios had suggested. They crunched onto the arid surface of Tartarus amidst clouds of dust, each splitting open to disgorge its repulsive contents. For this the defenders of Tartarus were ready, for they had seen these things at work in the pick captures from Lysios and Asphodex. Yet the creatures that pulled their way from the stringy viscera of the transport pods were nothing like the weapon beasts that were drowning the neighbouring worlds in their limitless number. Each brood pod deposited not a score of swarm creatures but a single monster, unfolding from the slippery biomatter of its host organism to roar at the crimson suns above. Weapon limbs thrashing, the beasts stomped towards the nearest void domes with a sense of terrible purpose. Lord Commissar Strengel felt a claw of fear clutch his throat as the Vox crackled over and over. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of Tyrannikites had shot out of the skies, and each fleshy meteor had borne an armoured terror to their doorstep. From every Aegis line and martyr pattern trench system across the planet, punishing fusillades blasted through their crackling force shields to hammer into the charging monsters. The concurrent boom of heavy bolters blended together into a percussive barrage of noise. Mass reactive shells, the size of a man's fist, blasted from bony carapaces with no more effect than hurled stones, Crack missiles dug chunks from the armor of the largest monsters, but even the most direct hits did little more than anger their targets. Plasma teams concentrated their fire, but under the intense energies of the Krypton suns, they overheated quickly. The weapon specialists held the triggers down nonetheless, reducing the Xenos horrors pounding towards them to clouds of drifting ash. Then the Tyranids returned fire. Wherever the Cadians gathered thickest, arch-backed weapon organisms brought to bear the strangest biological cannons fused to their forelimbs. The largest beasts loosed spherical projectiles into the Cadian lines, but they did not hit home, instead detonating upon the void shields with blinding flashes of light. Buzzing beetle things emerged from strange limb nests, only to crackle and burn up in mid-air. Venom-coated crystals vanished before impact, and hurtling seed pod ejector was reduced to little more than puffs of steam. The void shields, designed as a defense against Titan-class weaponry, were making short work of the bio-ammunition used by the Tyranid race. Having stationed himself at the largest of the solar farms, Lord Commissar Strengle took a moment to assess the situation. He was shocked to find his own infantry companies at Furnace Dome unassailed. Yet redeployment was not an option. Even to cross the scorched wasteland of Tartarus' surface in times of peace would lead to a painful death by radiation poisoning. In came more crackling reports of the terrors stalking the wastes, and dutifully Strengle voxed back orders to hold position in as strident a tone as he could manage. Yet the inactivity gnawed at him like acid. When the Tyranikites finally fell around his position, he was almost relieved that the agony of waiting had ended. A clutch of spore creatures landed with a liquid thud little further than a mile away from Furnace Dome's walls. Their armoured flanks heaved, and 6 boulders of chitin burst out, each unfolding from its fetal crouch into a headlong charge. In their midst was a massive beast with great talons and a hideous bioweapon that spat death as it thundered towards the defender's position. For an awful moment, Strengle's gaze locked with that of the beast, before he wrenched himself away to address the threat lumbering towards them. The Lord Commissar began to bark out orders, directing the las cannon teams to engage the closest of the approaching beasts and cascade their shooting until all of them were dead. His men dutifully obeyed, calling out firing solutions and stabbing lances of light through coordinated breaks in the void shields. Almost instantly, the huge beast at the spearhead of the lumbering pack took 3 las cannon beams right in its torso. Smoking ichor burst out from each impact, gouting out to wet the arid landscape around its hooves. Another 3 beams shot home, and the beast finally tumbled to a halt, its tusked jaw gouging a furrow in the singed earth as it went down. The las cannon teams were pivoting their weapons towards new targets when the beast's corpse twitched, spasmed, and stood back up. The once smoking holes in its hide already sealing over with shiny new tissue. Strengle blinked in confusion, barking for his men to take aim at their original target and bring it down fast. Out stabbed the laser beams once more, blinding in their intensity. This time the beast's hide seemed to absorb a lot more of the punishment meted out to it. A nearby plasma team added the incandescent energy of their weapons to the fusillade, and the creature tumbled, roaring into the dust. Everywhere the Cadian defenders were adopting the same tactic, concentrating their fire upon the nearest Xenos terror at the exclusion of all else. It was a ploy dictated by the instinct of self-preservation just as much as by Strengle's orders. Many of the Lord Commissar's units could hear nothing over the electromagnetic static plaguing the Voxnet, but no soldier wished to engage one of the wrecker beasts at close quarters. The void domes were on their own, each an island of resistance in a deluge of horror. The survival tactic worked, for a while at least. 1, then 2, then half a dozen beasts were put down outside each void dome, their corpses dotting the planet's surface like warts on a rad sufferer's back. But in focusing their fire on those nearest to them, the Cadians had left those beasts heading for the generator buildings unimpeded. Outside Furnace Dome, the lead Carnifex rose again with a screeching roar. The fiery orange of the setting eyes of Cryptus could be seen through the smoking holes that had been punched through its carapace, and one of its legs was little more than a shattered shell. It lurched, upright nonetheless, dragging itself on through the dust. The lascannon teams shot oblique volleys towards the monster as they struggled to recalibrate. One of the beams blasted a bony protrusion from the beast's back, but it staggered on. The damage done to its hind legs by the last volley all but healed. Dust puffed from its broad hooves as it accelerated into a loping run. Strengel barely had time to curse before the great Carnifex ploughed through Furnace Dome's shimmering void shield and crashed into its generator complex. Its tusked jaw gouged into huge Dornium coils, ripping through strata of tightly wound wire as it barged another semicircular array into the dust. Talons scythed through reinforced pipework and tree-thick cabling with daunting ease, tearing out the guts of each generator as the massive bioform barreled onward. Electrical discharge crackled in a halo around it as the beast stormed through the forests of industrial wire, trailing strings of the stuff like an eaterfish destroying a pelagic net. All across Tortoris, the rest of the Tyranid wrecker beasts began to emulate their unkillable alpha. Carnifexes forced their way into generatoriums and modulation hubs, laying about themselves with oversized claws as they crushed and stamped and roared. Here and there a Haruspex ejected its clawed stomach to snatch a stumbling servitor and yank it back into its acid-filled gullet. At close quarters, the wrecker beasts were unstoppable. Lasfire was ignored altogether, whereas those that gouged holes in the monstrous beasts with melter weapons and demolition charges were soon smashed into bloody paste for their presumption. Mushroom clouds bloomed across the horizon as flare capacitors discharged and damaged rad banks lit up the night. In the space of a single hour, a network of irreplaceable technological wonders had been reduced to fizzing wreckage. With the void shield gone, disaster quickly began to unfold. The scent of tortured ozone and burning hair tinged the air as the Cadians fought back hard in the baking heat, desperately trying to contain the beasts within the perimeter. The things that seemingly were impervious to injury, to pain, even to the lethal radiation pouring down from Cryptus' suns. Only by concentrating heavy weapon fire were the Cadians making any mark whatsoever on their foes. A few hundred yards from each breached complex, bioweapons were brought to bear once more. This time, there were no barriers to intercept them. The solar farms of Garville Dome were thrown into silhouette as bioplasma arced from the backs of beasts that were more gun symbiote than host. Each crackling sphere burst amongst the Cadians caught in the open, reducing them to little more than blackened stumps. At Cryptgate Dome, where the platoons defending the installation hunkered down behind the trench lines, the monsters stomping towards them ejected buzzing swarms from their shuddering forelimbs. Black clouds of beetle things burrowed under the armour and into the flesh of those that thought themselves safe. Treventius Dome's metre-thick curtain walls were smashed open like an eggshell by the rupture cannons of the hissing Tyranifexes stalking towards it. Cadian weapon teams spilled out of each besieged complex, skin blistering as their flamers threw up walls of greasy chemical fire, but the gun beasts stormed straight through each inferno without slowing. Acid gouted from their four-limb biocannons, reducing dozens of men to no more than slicks of infected gore. At Furnace Dome, Lord Commissar Strengel decided he had seen enough. Their defence had been shorn away with brutal efficiency. All that remained was to attack, and a glorious, futile attack that it was. But the end came for Lord Commissar Strengel, as it did for all the men of the Cadian shock troops sent to defend, now lost, Tartarus. Carnage on Asphodex. As a new day sent dim light across the tumbled cityscapes of Fodia, the Cadian High Command upon Asphodex allowed themselves a glimmer of hope. The first wave of Tyranid invaders had been repelled, and Drost had received word from Planetary Governor Flax that he and his private armies intended to join the fight after all. When challenged as to his absence thus far, the governor was ready with excuses, explaining that he had been ensuring his people's safety by clearing the evacuation routes. The prevailing opinion amongst the Cadian officers was that the Snake now believed himself safer behind an army of Astra Militarum than skulking in his subterranean lair. Drost counted the reinforcements welcome nonetheless. With the well-funded defence force of the Flaxian dynasty at their side, the Cadians could consolidate their gains and perhaps even reclaim sites of strategic importance from the milling swarms. By midday, the clouds that hung over Asphodex were beginning to darken once more. Cadian astropaths and Fodian seers alike began to quiver in fear, their eyes rolling back and hands twitching as if in palsy. Everywhere the same phrase kept cropping up, gibbered from the mouths of 100 psychers. The dragon reared back, only to strike. The hours ticked by, Augustus Flax's men milling up near the Cadian ranks with unseemly haste. At first this was a point of some amusement amongst the soldiery, until Drost realized what was likely behind the aristocrat's sudden change of tactic. Thinking quickly, the general ordered every sewer grate and undervault door surrounded by as many men as his officers felt they could spare. Drost's command came seconds too late. Whilst the last of the Flaxian dynasty hurried out of their underground empire, the infiltration organisms that crept its passages had little in the way of prey. Substrata grills were ripped open by clawed hands, right the way across the district, and long-limbed genestealers spilled out from the tunnels like insects from a hidden nest, pouring into the streets with preternatural speed. Shouting oaths that would have made a Catachan blush, Drost commanded his Hellhound and Chimera squadrons to move in. The tanks gouted flame or spat bullets through every ground floor in which their cupola-riding crewmen saw movement. The crews of Milon's Torch gleefully hooked their siphons to the Prometheum relay pipes that wound like rust-brown intestines through the mega-metropolis. The resulting conflagration was spectacular. Here and there the whoosh of flame was answered by human screams, for some of Fodia's populace still sought shelter in their old habs. For the most part, though, the crackle of infernos came accompanied by the gratifying screech of burning Xenos. As the Cadian tanks rumbled through the streets, gangling lictors and genestealers leapt from hiding places on second floors and atop ruined roofs. The beasts landed nimbly upon the tanks passing below, tearing gunners and commanders alike to pieces with their razored claws before disappearing inside the vehicles' hulls. Chimeras trundled off course, ploughing their dozer blades into burning buildings as blood gouted from the cupulas. Here and there a veering hellhound toppled over to detonate with a dull crump, spraying burning promethium across the streets. It was then that Flax's true contribution to the Cadian war effort became clear. The flames raging through the lower stories of the Fodian districts had culled an impressive number of genestealers, but if anything, the Hellhound crews had been too successful. The Cadians stationed in the upper stories of the urban sprawl began to cough or even choke as clouds of greasy black smoke drifted up towards them. Those that had retaken the lower stories were forced back upstairs by the fierceness of the flames beneath. Drost feared his haste to deal with the Genestealers had cost them dearly. That is, until the flames began to curl out into the street, like pagan legends come to life. What? Before a minute had passed, several infernos roared around the city, blazing down Genestealer-haunted alleyways and plunging into substrata plates to burn the Xenos broods inside. Spirits made of living fire plunged past Cadian cordon zones to reduce the Tyranids in the streets beyond to ash. Imp-like figures danced and cackled within the cordon, flames shooting from their hands to engulf skulking termagants and force their broodkin to scuttle away like startled blood roaches. Striding down the main processionals came Augustus Flax's personal psychocore, leather trenchcoats flapping. The tallest of them had serpents of fire wound around his arms that he flung towards the Genestealers massing in the shadows. Another did not walk so much as float towards the foe, fists grasping as if he was crushing invisible insects. In the streets ahead, a pair of rampaging carnifexes simply imploded, ichor spurting out in all directions. A third psyker, his enlarged cranium glowing white, sketched a dismissive wave of his hand. A nearby brood of hormagaunts that had been rushing out towards him froze, toppled over, and died. Emboldened by the success of their leaders, a chanting mass of lesser psykers emerged from the ruins held by the Flaxians. They joined their thin voices to a chorus of rage and fear, hurling bolts of psychokinetic force into the Xenos, scuttling through the buildings around them. Cadian and Flaxian trooper alike added their lasgun fire to each volley. Not only had the Tyranid infestation been contained, it had been beaten back, with the swarms unable to force their way past the cordons the Cadians had re-established. Drost had time enough to enlist Flax's psychocore into the command structure of the Cadian army and factor them into his plans. Better still, tech priest Arco Blastis had received a clarion clear vox from a Tempestal Prime, whose regiment was inbound on their position. The general allowed himself a measure of hope, already sketching out plans for a long and bitter war of reclamation. What he had yet to realize was that the appearance of the Flaxian psykers had merely spurred the hive mind into action once more. Initially, the Tyranid assault came like the first few hesitant raindrops of a storm. Each falling spore was reduced to a shower of pulp by the autocannons of Hydra squadrons and Icarus quad guns. Then, as dull thunder boomed in the tortured skies, the deluge of spores intensified until they plunged down in their thousands. Wherever one of the things landed in Drost's exclusion zone, Cadian weapon teams, toting melter and plasma weaponry, hustled through the streets. Running from building to building, they closed in on the Tyranids, intending to destroy them before they disgorged their contents. As soon as they drew close, however, the men would fall back screaming, clutching their heads and pulling off their helmets to clap their hands over bleeding ears, their targets forgotten. First came the zoanthropes, uncurling their tails from one another as their oversized craniums hovered up into the air. Lasfire slashed down towards them from the roofs and gun nests nearby. Even the most carefully aimed volley was subsumed by the unnatural energies around the creatures. Crack missiles sent winging their way flared briefly before impact and disappeared. Amongst the ranks of these monsters were evolutions of their genus, each sporting a spine of psychoconductive matter that crackled at the back of its oversized head. Vestigial limbs clicked and rubbed as the horrors floated free. They cast their blind gaze across the nearby rooftops, needle teeth grinning under segmented helms of hard chitin. Wherever their attention fell, snipers toppled from arched windows and battlements, clutching at their hearts as they dropped into the streets to land in a tangle of limbs and splashing blood. With each kill, the nimbus of power that crackled along the spines of these new terrors would grow brighter until it was painful even to look at them. A squadron of armoured sentinels stalked from a nearby alleyway, in a bold flanking attack, las cannons overloading the energy shield of the nearest zoanthrope and bursting its distended skull in a welter of black ichor. The nearest soul thief turned its carapace in their direction for a moment. A searing column of energy roared out from its head crest, blasting all three of the prowling walkers into showers of molten iron. Less than 100 yards away, a Baneblade ground down a wide thoroughfare, its main cannon swiveling to blast a man-sized shell into the midst of a brood of Genestealers running across the street. Most of the creatures were blown to smithereens, but those that survived, despite being burned black from head to toe, turned sharply to sprint towards the super-heavy tank. Thrown off guard, the sponson gunners poured heavy bolter fire towards them, but the Genestealer mind puppets had done their job. 3 zoanthropes hovered towards the Baneblade's flank from a nearby ruin, actinic lances of force boring into its hull. The psychic beams carved through the armoured behemoth like knives through a slab of meat, the giant tank falling into 3 chunks of screaming metal. A cloud of superheated vapour billowed from its malfunctioning reactor, and a nearby platoon had the flesh scalded from their bones. Behind the zoanthrope broods were larger spores, each opening like rib cages pulled apart by invisible claws. From inside rose up hive tyrants with elaborate crests, their bodies all but hidden behind the guard creatures that were clustered tight around them. Las cannon beams shot out towards them, but the tyrant guard were too dense to avoid. One lost its eyeless head to a well-aimed shot, but it stalked on regardless, its master beast leering over the smoking stub of its neck. As if summoned by the presence of the hive tyrants, the swarm creatures that had gone to ground after Flax's attack boiled up from the underworld. This time, the scythers and scuttlers did not run pell-mell through the streets, but instead sneaked in single file through relay pipes laid open by crab-clawed brutes at the head of the Tyranid lines. Emerging from substrata plates at the base of the occupied buildings, they climbed the sheer walls of ruins and bastions alike to fall upon the Cadians and Rattlings stationed on each roof. Drost ordered his Ogrons to counterattack, and the lumbering abhumans moved in to batter the clambering Tyranids from the walls with powered clubs and buckler shields. The hissing creatures abandoned their climb and fell claws first upon their assailants. One of the Ogrons fired his grenade gauntlet at close range, the explosion igniting the mass of promethium-slicked gaunts that had pushed their way through the relay pipes. The creatures shrieked shrilly as they burned, scrabbling and clawing with frantic energy. Then the hive tyrants and their guard beasts joined the fray, battering aside the slab shields of Bolgrin reinforcements and slamming their bladed primary limbs right through the stocky bodies of their foes. One of the tyrants hissed as it shook the dead meat of an Ogrin from its claw. The heavy corpse flicked into the remnants of its squad. Bellowing in primal fear, the abhumans broke formation and fled. The famous discipline of Akkadian shock troops was finally beginning to break. Wherever Akkadian heavy weapon team added its firepower to a fight, a clutch of Genestealers would swiftly divert towards them, the leader beast in their midst, hissing open-jawed. Those that met the ruby gaze of these beasts found their eyes widening and their jaws hanging slack, the fusillade from their gun nests stuttering and falling silent. Then the Genestealers were amongst them, and the butchery began. Everywhere the spores fell, a dozen kinds of death blossomed amongst the Cadian ranks. Venom cannon fire spat from sporocysts that dotted each plaza and junction, sparking crystals, killing machine spirits in a bright burst of bioelectricity. Ministorum priests charged towards the Tyranid warriors, prowling the streets, their bellowed imprecations drowned out by the chittering termagants that boiled out to intercept them. Neurothropes hovered down each street and alley, like Xenos overseers sent to inspect the slaughter, their zoanthrope escorts reducing Cadians and Ogrins alike to charred skeletons. Above the cityscape, the ominous rumble of thunder gave way to the throaty roar of aircraft engines. Suddenly, squadron after squadron of Valkyries descended from the clouds, the matte blue-grey of the Kephic eagles proud against the ominous skies. The Militarum Tempestus had joined the fight. The roaring skimmers flew down into the widest streets in close formation, prow-mounted las cannons stabbing death. Transport bay doors were flung wide, and heavy bolters brought to bear, each stream of shells passing through doors and windows to detonate within Xenos broods skulking inside. Tempestus scions leapt from the back of their Valkyrie transports in perfect formation, engaging their grav chutes so they drifted slowly down towards the city with their hot-shot lasguns spitting and sizzling. Abraxas's own craft, the Winged Persecution, had to veer aside as a trio of armoured spores hurtled down into the Plaza Excelsign. The assault craft slowed, engaged its vertical engine arrays, and turned back around. Missiles streaked from its underwing pods, hammering into the meaty ovoids and burning back layer after layer of Xenos gristle. The rest of the Valkyrie squadrons followed suit, forming a concentric ring around the trio of spores that had nearly smashed into them, and loosing their own missile volleys at the foul organisms. Amidst clouds of white smoke, until the whole of the plaza was aflame. Acre by acre, the Militarum Tempestus would scour this city free of alien taint. Or so Abraxas had hoped, for he had underestimated the destructive power of the Tyranid psyker beasts. And eventually, they ground the Tempestus scions to dust, burning them, obliterating them, blowing their heads from their shoulders, until eventually he too felt his skull crack and come apart. Thus ended the Kephic Eagles. All across the city the Cadians were in full retreat. Each platoon was desperately conceding ground as it scrambled for the evac zones that Flax was holding open with his own troops. Psychic horrors were emerging from every street, Genestealers scurrying through the ruins to claw apart those too slow or too stubborn to withdraw. Even the reserve line was overrun now. Mayday calls and mort signals for the static-laced Vox from every quarter. Only the drop site, an evac zone that had been cleared of buildings, remained green upon Drost's data slate. The remnants of the urban elite fought a running battle towards the drop ship site, tank crews and infantry units working together in overlapping fire patterns that had served them well upon Cadia. The zone was not far. All around were scenes from a nightmare. The guardsmen fell back past spasming psychers, crying out in agony as their own mind fires consumed them. Ogren corpses by the dozen littered the main processionals, already half devoured by the ravening beasts seething around them. Ridged tubes, as thick as Cadian redwoods, reached down from the skies. Wherever they touched down, crater-wide mouth parts slurped liquid biomass from the streets. Another sprint, and the Cadian survivors arrived in dribs and drabs at the fringes of the evac zone. They staggered to a halt, guns hanging listless at their sides as they took in the seething mass of Tyranids that was pouring into the site from all directions. The evac vessels were buried under a shifting horde of armoured bioforms, some of them as large as hab blocks. Neither the men of the Flaxian dynasty nor General Milan Drost himself were anywhere to be seen. The wrath of Chelsea. Upon Lysios, the Adeptus Sororitas had won their own reprieve. Having reconnected with their supply train and cleaned the worst of the Xenos filth from their armour, the orders were bloodied but unbowed. Though she had been harried by a half-glimpsed horror that haunted her daytime activities and her dreams alike, Canoness Grace was still maintaining discipline, certain that the nomadic people of the world would listen to her after their narrow escape from the swarms. She had her Order Dialogus rig a network of Vox skulls and loud hailers. It was time the word of the Emperor was heard anew. The new suns that rose over the algae-slicked landscape shone down upon the Canoness at her finest. With the Book of St. Lucius raised high, she harangued the populace with a sermon so impassioned they climbed to the hatches of their crawler hulks and stuck their heads out to listen. She spoke to the entire chorale of the light of the Astronomicon, the flame of defiance that burns in every human breast, and the evils of alien, heretic, and mutant alike. She spoke of the need to fight, but that the timing of each battle was critical, and the chorale needed to move whilst it still could. Even so, often a die-hard cryptite would call out an obscenity or bellow pleas for the celestial giant to smite her down, but the catcalls became less strident with every passing minute. When the horizon began to turn purple-black, hiding the binary stars from sight, the heckling stopped altogether. It was then that the lictors attacked. A great commotion burst out amongst the Celestine Honour Guard standing proud in a semicircle around their canoness. Blood spurted high as something tall and sickeningly fast leapt feet first into the ranks of the sororitas, whipping a mantis-like upper limb round to decapitate Sister Elspeth as she brought her heavy bolter to bear. Pistols barked and flamers plumed, but the thing had already disappeared like a bad dream. Atop the hull of the Exorcist missile tank she had chosen for her pulpit, Magda Grace suddenly pitched forward with a cry of surprise. A long-limbed beast loomed out from the shadows of the tank's missile array to stoop over her, blade-like limbs stabbing down fast. The canoness rolled with the impetus of the beast's previous blow instead of fighting it. She clattered down the front of the Exorcist to land in a loose crouch. Without looking, she drew her engraved bolt pistol, reached back over her head and pulled the trigger. Her instincts were true. The bolt plunged right between the creature's eyes and detonated, painting the front of the Exorcist with the contents of its cranium. In the shocked silence that followed, the nomads of Lysios began to mutter. Some even started to pray. Here was the slayer of dragons they had prayed for, sent by this new emperor to deliver them from harm. Some called out towards the woman sent to lead them, throwing sacred sheaves of dried seaweed towards her in thanks. One after another, the crawler hulks began to rumble, then to move. In truth, the elders of the nomad tribes had needed little convincing. They had stood still for too long. The horizon up ahead was haunted by thick clouds of Tyranid spores. But the real danger came from the other direction. The moon of Ixoi was peeking out from the clouds to the south, a sight the people of Lysios dreaded even more than the Xenos fleet poised to kill them all. When the second wave of Tyranids attacked Lysios, it was not only from the skies, but also from below. The caravan crawler hulks had split into two distinct columns, one of which was peeling off to head back to the sororitas position. Grace's sister Dialogus respectfully approached through the rising swell of water, informing her that they had established a shaky vox contact with the nomad elders. After her latest sermon, there had been a mass conversion to the Imperial creed. The nomads were coming back to fight alongside their saviors or be martyred in the Emperor's sight. The canoness laughed. A bleak sound without humour. There was no way the million-strong tribes that were returning to join her at the front line would fit into Drost's drop ships alongside the sororitas that were to lure the Tyranids in close before escaping. By turning back to save their new allies, the nomads had likely doomed everybody. They would all go to their graves together. It was then that the explosions of brine erupted in 100 different locations across the drowned city. The slithering bioforms rose like a plague of resurrected dead, slime-slick water cascading from their open jaws. Almost simultaneously, the heavens opened, and thousands of fat-bodied spores splashed down into the unclean streets. By the time the grotesque things had landed, the Adepta Sororitas had already mounted up in their rhinos and immolators. Exorcists shot volleys of deadly missiles into the skies, clearing a path through the city by preventing the Tyranids from landing in the streets ahead. The steaming remains of detonated spores pattered down once more as the mounted column began to roll out. The Hive Fleet was not about to relinquish its prize so easily. Serpentine raveners and trigons wound through the streets, water spraying as they drove towards the Adepta Sororitas column. Hooked claws punched through the metal skins of the rhinos, leading the advance, the largest beasts physically hurling the transports aside, even as the sisters within fired mass reactive volleys against their chitinous carapaces. Emerging from the lead rhino's cupola to commandeer its storm bolter, Canoness Grace fired shots into yawning gullets and yellow Xenos eyes. All around her, bulldozer blades shunted through rubble and Xenos alike, the multi-melter fire of their retributors reducing everything in their path to clouds of foul-smelling ash. Despite the beasts bursting out from the ground every few dozen feet, the Sororitas were hanging grimly on to their escape plan. The column ground onwards towards the dropships. From their vantage point high above the armoured column, Grace's Seraphim squad saw not only a wall of water converging on her column from the south, but two living tides of Tyranids closing upon it from the east and west, like jaws of a vice. In the middle distance, the caravan of crawler hulks was spreading out, many of its larger vehicles spewing smoke and flame from their upper decks. Some had even ground to a halt. The Vox filled with the din of screams and shouted imprecations, the occasional cryptite blasphemy or Imperial psalm blurting out over the chaos as the nomad population was consumed by its first ever war of faith. Instead of making their escape as Grace had intended, a scattered flotilla of crawler hulks was grinding back towards the city, prow guns blazing. Just as the streets ahead were swamped by a new influx of beasts, a series of artillery strikes flung geysers of water, rocks, and Tyranid bodies high into the air. Taking advantage of this sudden turn of events, the Battle Sisters drove their rugged vehicles into each steaming crater, forcing their way further through the streets. Seraphim swooped from the skies, bursts of fire from their hand flamers burning back the swarming broods, attempting to block the armoured column's path. To the flanks, immolators turned the incandescent beams of their melter weaponry on emerging Morlocks and Trigons. Those that survived were hammered by bolter fire from chanting Battle Sisters that were leaning out of their transport's top hatches. The Imperial forces were keeping the foe at bay through faith and bloody-mindedness. As far as turning back the Tyranid swarms went, however, they might as well have been throwing rocks into the sea. Hovering low through the clouds came the heavy evac ships of Drost's fleet, their hulls partially dissolved by the gauntlet of bioweapons fire they had been forced to run. Hope flared in every Sororitas breast as the column fought its way towards the hovering vessels, many of which were already lowering their salvation ramps. Guns blazing, the nearest crawler hulks lowered drawbridges of their own with hisses of compressed air, crowds of refugees sprinting down to die for the salvation of the Astra Militarum transports. It was then that Chelsea's wrath bore down upon the city with apocalyptic force. The Tyranid swarm was utterly consumed by the wall of water. Those few Imperials left made for the evac ships, and though many did escape, Canoness Grace did not, torn apart at the last by the remnants of the Tyranids having caught her column. Now she is forever known as the martyr saint of Lysios. The shield destroyed. From one end of the Cryptus system to the other, the tendrils of the Leviathan coiled around their prey. The invasion had adapted with shocking speed to the adverse conditions of each planet, identifying little difference between whether those circumstances were atmospheric, geological, or humanocentric. Every facet of the prey worlds was merely an obstacle to be overcome. By the fierce hyper-evolution of the Tyranid fleet, overcome they were, all in the space of less than 3 days. The fact that such a populous and well-defended system should fall to the encroaching Hive fleets was shocking enough in itself. More horrifying still, the Cryptus System had fallen to the Tyranids a good deal faster than those that had defied the Great Devourer's previous conquests. Fandros, Iker, For, and Kiltor amongst them. The Tyranids were learning of the Imperium's ways just as the Imperium was doing its best to learn of them. The armies of mankind, however, had been set in their ways for millennia. The opposite was true of the Tyranids. They were turning each lethal lesson into the impetus to create new and ever deadlier organisms. In this galaxy-wide war of information, the single galactic intelligence of the hive mind absorbed the findings of each of its component fleets instantaneously. Every synapse beast had a direct link to the Gestalt intelligence that governed it. By contrast, the Imperium still had few solid truths on which to base its war doctrine. Its systems, worlds, and even cities were all but isolated by the strange interference of the hive mind. And whenever the Tyranids descended from the skies, each had to face the horror of invasion anew. Outmatched, outnumbered, and with their strategies in tatters, the remnants of the Cryptus System's populace had fled their ruined planets as best they could. The Cadians could not cope with the lethal new strains of toxin beast and psycho bioforms that had descended upon them, foes that even the Militarum Tempestus were ill-equipped to fight. Barely 1 million refugees had reached the safety of the intact evac zones. Even then, the saviour ships and vessels that sought to bear them to safety were often intercepted and torn out of the skies by swooping hive crones. When the dropships left the surface of Lysios, the cursed planet was already being hailed as the site of a great Imperial victory. The Adeptus Sororitas had enacted a costly but extremely effective battle plan, luring the Tyranids into the shadow of the tidal swell that scoured the planet every lunar cycle. However, the mass religious conversion that Canoness Magda Grace had worked so hard to bring about had finally borne fruit at the most inopportune of times. A full half of those citizens she had hoped to evacuate had turned back to fight alongside her rearguard, just as the crushing tsunami ground down upon Defender and Tyranid invader alike. Barely 1,000 Adeptus Sororitas and Lysite nomads made it off-planet before grotesque feeder tubes descended to drink the heady broth of brine and dead bodies left in their wake. As for Magda Grace herself, she was cut down on the threshold of salvation by the lictor that had hounded her since her first encounter with the Tyranids upon Desseran. She had thought the beast to be a devil, but it was just another creature that the Hive fleets had created, expended, absorbed, and reconstituted, just as it would 1,000 times over. Ixoi, the planetoid whose sheer bulk was responsible for the crushing devastation upon Lysios, was swathed with so much spore fog its coloration had changed completely. Dotted across its landscape were the torn hulks of uncounted vehicles, from the industrial machinery its miners used to the once-proud tanks of the Vestroyan Firstborn. Each wreck had been stripped to bare metal by the virulence of the caustic toxin clouds that swathed the planet. Those that had defended it were left as partial skeletons, dusty mulch clad in the film-thin remnants of flak armor. The Hive fleets lowered their mouthparts to the planet nonetheless, drinking in the cocktail of rot and poison with which the Tyranids had pre-digested the world. The urban sprawl of Asphodex was overrun completely by the swarms disgorged on the first day of invasion, by the Genestealers that infested the Undercity, and by the strange new bioforms unleashed in its final days. Hive Fleet Leviathan, when wounded by the combined power of the Cadian shock troops and the Flaxian dynasty, had evolved new weapon beasts possessed of unprecedented psychic might. Against them, conventional defenses were meaningless. In the confusion of the planet's last few hours, Augustus Flax had fled back to his underground lair, and Drost had disappeared. Not even his command squad knew where he was. If the general still lived, he must have carried a heavy burden of rage and guilt indeed, for over 98% of his command had perished. The Jade Orb of Eros, once a realm of shifting ethereal mists, had been transformed into a planet-sized miasma of poison. Spores of all kinds seeded each of the gaseous strata, their size ranging from the microscopic to the enormous. At first, the Valkyries of the Cadian Airborne had taken a heavy toll on the Tyranid sky swarms that were poured from hovering bioships into the outer strata of the planet. On the second day, however, the atmosphere had become so choked with spores that visibility reached untenable levels. Gents' Imperial squadrons were forced to disengage, conceding the planet's loss in the hope of making a difference elsewhere. Tartarus was already lost, its void generators reduced to rubble and its defenders either boiled alive by radiation or hunted by wrecker beasts the size of the buildings. No reinforcements dared the solar storms to aid them. No dropships stood by to salvage what they could from the planet's arid surface. The Magnavitrum, source of the solar energy that formed the system's lifeblood, drifted useless in the skies. Its giant lens reflected only a scattering of Tyranid monstrosities, gorging on Cadian corpses far below. From the shattered domes of Tartarus to the corpse-strewn guns of the Castellan Belt, the Tyranids had begun to feast on the rich fodder of their victory. The mighty Imperium had met its match, and more besides. Its armies humbled, and one of its richest systems conquered in the space of a few dreadful nights. Around this tendril, the shadow in the warp was thicker and more cloying than ever before, and nearly every Mayday signal or quarantine request was swallowed up unheard. Only one telepathic distress cry echoed through the warp. Perhaps it was the fact that the signal was alone that gave it such a psychic potency. Perhaps it was the sad irony that it was as much a death knell as it was a call for salvation. For though that most desperate of signals did indeed reach an Imperial fleet, and though that fleet had not only the will but also the might to answer it, it was arguably already too late. By the time the would-be saviors arrived in system, they would only be dooming themselves. But this was the Imperium of mankind, and its defenders have never shirked from damnation. Blade of Sanguinius. Commander Dante had suspected from the first that the Krypton shield would fall. As a result, he had a sizable force assembled and ready when the distress call from Cryptus was received. Within days, a spearhead of blood angels and flesh tearers reached the Cryptus system, determined to wrest the Emperor's worlds from the grip of the hive mind. The blade of vengeance shuddered as it slipped back into real space, leaving the turbulence of the warp behind. In the wake of the massive Blood Angels battle barge, scores of smaller craft materialized in bursts of swirling crimson fire, as they too were disgorged along the extreme edges of the Cryptus system. Upon the command deck of the Blade, Commander Dante stood, a golden god in shining sculpted ceramite. The journey through the warp had been nightmarish. Throughout the Space Marine fleet, navigators and astropaths lay dying in their dozens. It was a steep price to pay to breach the psychic miasma thrown up by the Tyranid Hive Fleet, but one Dante was willing to pay, if there was a chance Cryptus or its people could be saved. A reedy astropathic wail still lingered in the immaterium. It was this haunting cry for help that the fleet had followed to reach the besieged system. Yet the message gave no clue as to the disposition of those still fighting, if indeed any still fought at all. As the Blood Angels and Flesh Tearers fleets assembled, their escorts and scout ships ranged ahead, picked thieves and vox echoes, scrounging the void for data. According to system-wide auger capture, the tendril of Hive Fleet Leviathan had breached the outer system only 5 days ago, and made planetfall upon all major worlds 24 standard hours later. From this information, Dante had hoped to find Imperial resistance still strong and resilient. What greeted his long-range scans was just the opposite. Descending to the massive hololift projector central to the blade's Tactica Arcanum, Dante considered the ghostly images taking shape with its swirling lens. At his side were Captain Carlion of the Archangels and Chief Librarian Mephiston. The two chapter heroes gave counsel, pointing out variations in the ebb and flow of data shadows. The worlds of Cryptus drifted above the hololith, circling the baleful crimson orbs of the system's twin stars. Tartarus hung closest to the stars, then Asphodex, followed by Lysios with its massive moon, Ixoi, and then the gas giant Eros. Until around the edges of the system, a vast tumbling asteroid belt hung. Beyond this was an indistinct world and another solar barrier, this one glinting softly in the dark. But it was not to the edges of the system that Dante's gaze drifted. His attention was fixed upon the four innermost worlds and the putrid stains upon the stars that enveloped them. It was a hive fleet of almost unimaginable size, easily over 1 million void-faring organisms, and who knew how many trillion weapon beasts already spewed forth onto the Krypton planets. However, of more concern than the size of the Tyranid armada, or that it choked the skies above every world, was the complete lack of Vox traffic. Even with the disturbing interference caused by such a large concentration of the hive mind, Dante would have expected to detect at least some Vox signals from the defenders. Could the system have fallen completely in just 3 days? Certainly, the proximity of the largest bioships to the planet seemed to suggest that Leviathan had already begun to feed, gorging itself upon the vast wealth of biomatter the Cryptus system offered. Then, another icon flickered into being on the hololith, and Dante observed a ragged line of ships making for the far side of the system, an evacuation fleet. Judging from its size, however, it could hold no more than 1/10 of the population of Cryptus. As he watched, he could see the tendrils of the Tyranid swarm following them out. Doubtless most of the vessels lacked warp drives. Those that did had probably abandoned their comrades long ago, and so the evacuees were making for open space, though the commander could not see what good it would do them, and without aid there was little hope they would make it. Any lesser general of the Imperium would have looked upon the doom of the Cryptus system unfolding before them and regretfully turned their fleet back to the void, confident that there was nothing they could do to change its fate. For Dante, though, this thought never crossed his mind. Around the edges of the ghostly image of the Cryptus system hovered hundreds of star systems, and among these one in particular drew Dante's eye: Baal. The glimmering red jewel was a sister system to Cryptus, its closest neighbor and directly in the path of the cryptoid tendril. When the beast had devoured the worlds here, the Baal system would be next, and with it, the Blood Angel's homeworld. This, Commander Dante would not allow. Lit by the guttering lumen sconces of the Tactica Arcanum, Commander Dante gathered his captains and advisors to formulate a plan of attack. The chapter master assessed that the greatest strength of the Hive Fleet had fallen upon Asphodex and Lysios. As such, it was to these worlds that the bulk of the Space Marine fleet were dispatched. The world of Tartarus now appeared to hold little value. Its unique solar array had, via relay satellites, provided power for the entire system. Now, however, long-range scans showed its surface devoid of human life. Wreathed in a killing fog, Ixoi would also be ignored. Eros, however, still showed weak traces of resistance, and so a smaller contingent would be sent there. The Blood Angels' first company, known as the Archangels and comprised largely of Terminators, would be for the most part held in reserve. The exception was a small task force of battle brothers who, under the leadership of First Captain Carlion, would teleport onto Asphodex as the tip of the spear. They had a mission of their own to complete, given them by Corbolo himself. In their wake, a demi-company of the Blooded, the Blood Angels' second company, would make their landing and link up with any surviving Imperial units. Meanwhile, in orbit, the Blade of Vengeance and half of the Blood Angels' fleet would support them. This was the war zone that Dante would take charge of personally. With billions of citizens, it held the greatest concentration of biomass in the entire system, and it attracted a commensurately vast swarm. Eros would be assigned to the rest of Second Company, commanded by Captain Aphiel, and supported by the bulk of the remaining Blood Angels vessels. Their job would be to locate any survivors from among the drifting mining platforms and clear the atmosphere of the gas giant for any evacuation attempts. Corbulo would accompany Aphiel upon his assault. The sanguinary High Priest had received intelligence that suggested the system's last stockpiles of Satyx elixir lay somewhere below Aros's swirling clouds. Corbulo meant to claim that prize, if he could. The liberation of Lysios would fall to the Flesh Tearers and their fleet. Dante charged their chapter master, Gabriel Seth, with clearing a landing zone and looking for survivors. Seth offered his assurances that Lysios would be taken, and the Blood Angels chapter master had faith that the Flesh Tearers would complete their mission, despite the chapter's dire reputation. Though there was a savagery to the Flesh Tearers, there was a nobility also. They were, after all, still scions of Sanguinius. Contemplating the ghostly icons and lurking on the far side of the system, Dante dispatched a handful of strike cruisers to rescue any survivors from the Cryptus evacuation fleet. This perilous mission would fall to Captain Phaeton, and would require slipping through the swarm-choked void. However, if there was a chance to save the lives of those on board the fleeing ships, then Dante would take it. These dispositions decided, the Blood Angels chapter master divided his supporting armor as he saw fit. This amounted to a significant force of tanks and dreadnoughts. Thus, each prong of the Blood Angels' attack upon the Cryptus system would be well supported by versatile heavy armor. Like the glowing points of a flaming trident, the Space Marine fleet thrust into the system, the glittering edges of the Aegis Diamondo reaching out to greet them. The fleet had been repelled by the psychic force of the hive mind, as the shadow in the warp enveloped the Cryptus system like a vast dark stain upon the immaterium. Even the sacrifice of many of their navigators had not been enough to bring them close enough to the stars to bypass the barrier. Now they were forced to sail through it. However, where the Tyranids had relied on their strange biology to survive the killing field, the Blood Angels had other means. Ancient star charts showed thermal tunnels through the ages. It was to these routes that Dante directed his helmsmen, the fleet aiming for invisible corridors through the void. Even so, the tunnels were still impossibly cold, and Dante ordered all hands to retire to their stasis sarcophagi and void vaults. Many chapter serfs perished in the crossing, the cold stretching invisible fingers into their void vaults and stealing away their lives. Yet enough survived to ensure the Blood Angels' fleet would remain at combat efficiency. Within their gleaming golden coffins, the Blood Angels and Flesh Tearers felt nothing of the killing cold. Those Tyranid bioships, close to the system's edge, watched the Space Marine Armada approach, myriad insectile eyes swiveling to track the newcomers. Strange spines and proboscis waved, probing for signs of life. They detected none within the cold metal shapes that fell towards them through the void. Sensing no immediate threat, the monsters turned their attention back to the Feast of Worlds. The free arms of the Space Marine fleet drifted in-system toward the core worlds, and as they neared their destinations, shipboard systems flickered to life, and hundreds of coffins quietly hissed open. As one, the Blood Angels and Flesh Tearers rose from their slumber and went to war. Secrets in blood. Unknown even to many amongst their own ranks, the Blood Angels came not only to stay the advance of the Devourer, or to save the people of Cryptus. The chapter's sanguinary high priest, Corbulo, sought a cure for the Red Thirst, the hereditary curse that afflicted his battle brothers, dooming them to a blood frenzy in battle and eventually madness. Corbulo had followed shifting visions in the warp to the Satyr system. There he discovered the elixir Satyx, a potent rejuvenant infusion exported throughout the Cryptus system to shield its people against the destructive radiation of their twin red suns. Corbulo believed the Secrets which might cure his chapter were hidden within the elixir, as Baal too languished under the swollen red suns, its people touched by mutation. After Satyrs fell to the Tyranids, brother Corbulo rejoined the Blood Angels' fleet. There he brought his knowledge and the suggestion of a plan to Commander Dante. The chapter master saw the merit of Corbulo's quest, trusting in the priest's wisdom in such matters, and his knowledge of the chapter's genetic legacy. After hours of counsel and discussion, Dante and his advisors summoned Captain Carlion. The first company captain joined his lord in the vaults of the Blade of Vengeance, Dante's flagship, as they made all haste for the Cryptus System. By the flickering light of the hololift display, the chapter master informed the captain that he would not only have the honor of leading the vanguard of their assault, but also be the bearer of a very special mission. The world of Asphodex was almost eternally wreathed in the thick toxic clouds cast into the firmament by the continent-sized city of Phodia. Beneath skies of roiling darkness, billions of souls toiled in manufactorums and vapor farms under the lash of shadowy crime lords who held the bulk of the power on Asphodex. By contrast, planetary governor Augustus Flax was seen as little more than a figurehead, the aged ruler overseeing hollow ceremonies and pointless pageantry as the world moved on without him. Corbulo's research into Satyrs and its neighbouring systems had revealed that Flax and his line carried a subtle mutation in their genes which meant they had no need for Satyrs to survive. As the fleet approached Asphodex, the sanguinary priest's instructions to Carlion were clear. He was to find the governor or his children and bring them back. If that proved impossible, a sample of their blood would suffice. So, as the Blood Angels' fleet began its assault upon Asphodex, Strike Force Deathstorm teleported down to the ruined city of Phodia. In a flare of arcing lightning, Carlion and 4 Terminator squads materialized in a vast plaza. The heavily armored figures stood before the glittering remains of the Imperial governor's palace, the building scarred by days of ferocious battle. Already Carlion could see the signs of consumption upon the city. Disturbing alien growths coiled around the ruins, while fume-spewing spore chimneys had replaced much of the imperial grandeur of the city skyline. Among the rubble, clicking feeder beasts feasted upon the dead, as many-limbed shadows moved at the limits of Carlion's vision. Fanning out across the plaza, they scanned a landscape littered with rotting Imperial Guard corpses and the burning remnants of battle tanks. As the Blood Angels moved, Carlion checked his suit's augers, scanning for signs of life. Long-range Auspex echoes from the fleet had proved frustratingly vague. Much of the data the Blood Angels had gathered upon Asphodex had been relayed from the remains of orbital Vox arrays, its information days old at best. Even though the localized Vox traffic hissed and crackled with interference from the Hive Fleet, Carlion quickly built up a picture of the Tribune district, at the center of which lay the plaza and palace. It seemed, from the panicked orders and pleas for aid drifting across the Imperial Voxnet, that the battle had moved on, the plaza having been abandoned over a day ago. Fighting now seemed localized towards the Fabrique district, where the remnants of the Astra Militarum and Flaxian Dynasty PDF regiments were making a desperate last stand. Activating the magna lenses on his bionic eye, Carlion could see swarms of winged biobeasts swirling across the horizon towards the manufactorums like a great dark tornado of fangs and claws. These were not his concern. Within a single day, the remainder of the Blood Angels' first company and the full strength of the second, supported by elements of their successors, the Flesh Tearers, would be making planetfall, and then the true war of annihilation would begin. Carlion ordered his brothers to spread out into the ruins of the palace, hoping to find signs of Augustus Flax, or a member of his line. A line of crimson-armored giants, the Blood Angels advanced into the shadow of Phodian Gate, the vast entrance to the palace. As they climbed the steps, each one 100 yards wide, Carlion took in the utter devastation. The Astra Militarum had made a final stand here, and the corpses of guardsmen were piled 10 deep. Behind blood-soaked sandbag emplacements, alien ichor and charred weapon beasts lay where they had fallen, a tangle of claws and fangs. Carlion stepped over the corpse of an Imperial Guard officer, the dead man still defiantly gripping his bolt pistol, and led his Terminators into the darkened interior of the palace. Across the plaza, from beneath the broken remains of a statue of the Emperor, a pair of alien eyes watched the Blood Angel's progress. With a single fluid motion, the creature crept into the ruins to gather its brood, its long, taloned limbs clicking across the stone as a wave of lesser creatures scattered before it. The interior of the palace was just as much a mess as the plaza outside. The Terminators advanced down shadowy corridors, their stab lights picking out the signs of ferocious battle. Walls once covered in exquisite artworks were stitched with lasgun blasts and cratered with heavy shellfire. The floor was thick with the dead, both Tyranid and human, forming a carpet of bloody flesh and bone. Everywhere there were signs the hive mind was starting its wholesale consumption of asphodex. Swarms of rippers worked to devour the heaped corpses, and vast, bubbling digestion pools awaited the feeder beast's bounty. Carlion gave the order for his Terminator squads to spread out and look for the governor's remains, personally taking command of Squad Alpheus. As each of the other squads vanished into the darkness, the captain led his own Terminators deep into the ruins. The captain pushed his way through a heavy bolter emplacement, the headless gunner still draped over the gun. Carlion entered what must have once been the governor's tribune chamber, where he held an audience with his district lords. Large enough to land a squadron of storm ravens, the chamber was ringed by tumbled statues and twisted ruins, its floor littered with debris and the remains of hundreds of Imperial citizens lying in great gory mounds. High above, the vast dome ceiling was lost in shadow. Carlion felt a familiar pricking on the back of his neck. There were enemies approaching, even if his sensors hadn't found them yet. For a moment, Squad Alpheus stood at the threshold to the chamber, scanning the dead with augers and gun barrels. Then Carlion motioned for the Blood Angels to move out. Somewhere here they might find the remains of Flax. The Broodlord hung suspended from a girder 30 feet above the Blood Angels as they moved into the assembly room. Its flat crimson eyes followed their progress amongst the bodies as its psychic will seeped into the tyrannic creatures throughout the ruined palace. The Broodlord had lived upon asphodex long before the coming of Leviathan. The people of Phodia knew it as the spawn of Cryptus, believing it to be the vengeful son of their solar god, who, unable to gaze through the world's thick clouds, sent instead his child to visit justice upon the wicked. Though most citizens of Phodia dismissed the spawn as a ghost story, told to explain the fate of those who had vanished in the night, those who had crossed its path knew better. Sadly, few of these lived to tell their tales. Crimson tongue flicking out to taste the air, the Broodlord crawled down into the chamber. Its alien thoughts lanced through the minds of nearby Tyranids, and with a great, wet scraping, the bio-creatures of the palace stirred. Heeding the Broodlord's wordless call, the broods of many-limbed horrors moved within the rubble, converging upon the tribune chamber. Carlion reached the first pile of mangled corpses and pushed aside the nearest bodies, hoping to ascertain whether Flax's men had died here. As their mangled remains tumbled raggedly to the floor, the Blood Angel triggered the bio-auger lens in his bionic eye. Through a green haze of Auspex data, Carlion watched a shadowy life ghost moving beneath the bodies. It was at that moment the captain realized where he stood, surrounded not by piles of the dead, but by a brood of hidden Genestealers. Roaring out a warning to his brothers, Carlion unloaded a roaring stream of bolter fire into the corpse pile. The Genestealers that burst out from under its covering of bodies was torn apart in a purple mist, but others soon appeared nearby. Over the sound of thundering storm bolters, the captain could see the mounds bursting apart all around him. From their remains, ichor-stained Genestealers charged towards the Terminators. The air stank with the sharp smell of promethium and burning Xenos. The squad's heavy flamer had turned several Genestealers into pillars of fire, and yet the Tyranid assault was far from beaten. Carlion had seen no sign of any larger creatures, but the Genestealers kept leaping out from all around them with such a disregard for their own lives that it could only be the influence of the hive mind. The Blood Angels could not hope to see their mission through under such conditions. The captain ordered his men to fall back to one of the chamber's side tunnels, out of the Tyranid's trap. As the first company veterans withdrew, they filled the air with bolt rounds, the storm of mass-reactive shells blowing ragged chunks out of the fallen bodies and bringing down those few scuttling beasts that appeared. Carlion tried to signal for the other Terminator squads as his brothers retreated. However, as he scanned through the frequencies, he discovered the Vox drowned in white noise. For now, it seemed Carlion and his battle brothers were on their own. The Terminators bullied their way towards the tunnel, but as their guns fell silent, hissing Genestealers darted in and out of their formation with terrifying speed. The creatures hurled themselves at the Blood Angels, and though some were cut down by hammering stormbolter fire or rent apart by power fists, here the speed of the Xenos far outstripped their opponents. Most darted away before the cumbersome Terminators could bring their weapons to bear, only to lunge in and strike again. Then, Brother Afri fell to a knee as a Genestealer lunged under his guard and drove a wickedly curved talon through the gap between his ceramite leg plates. At that same moment, the roof came alive with a cacophony of hissing. What the Blood Angels had taken for a dome hidden in shadow had in fact been more Genestealers hiding among the shadows of the ancient glass ceiling. Carlion tried to fight his way to Afri's side, but the Genestealers were dropping down from above to fill the space between them. The captain could only watch as the Terminator was borne down under the weight of Xenos horrors. Carlion spared a last look at where Afri had fallen, and then pressed into the side tunnel. With every second that passed, the Genestealers gathered behind him. The Terminators took stock as they entered the darkness beyond the arched entranceway. Their armor was caked in gore, and many plates had been cracked or scored by chitinous claws. Their storm bolters glowed red-hot from constant firing, and the fuel tanks of Brother Bartello's heavy flamer were dry. Carlion could hear the constant noise now, a cacophony of hisses, screeches and clicks, announcing the Tyranid swarm massing outside. In moments, the swarm would pinpoint their location, and the Xenos would come crashing down upon them, drowning them in a sea of claws and fangs. Carlion voxed again, hoping to contact the rest of his Terminator squads, or the other forward elements of the Blood Angels' invasion force on Fodia. However, all he could hear over the transmitter was the hiss of static and alien whispers. Everywhere, the ruins crawled, hissed and screamed, lit by the flashes of explosions on the distant horizon. The Tyranids scuttled through the darkness, blurs of snapping jaws and shining claws. Carlion's squad had fallen back into one of the processional entrance corridors running off the Tribune Chamber to gain some cover. The Genestealers moved through the ruins around them like inky shadows, the fluidity of their movements terrifying to behold. The Blood Angels tried to track them with their weapons, but as often as not the creatures would dart away into cover before the Terminator's fire could find them. It was to be a battle of speed against strength, where only the Blood Angels' Terminator armor kept them alive. With the confines of the corridor pressing in from both sides, Carlion led his brothers in a running battle away from the Tribune Chamber and deeper into the ruined palace. At times, half a dozen Genestealers scuttled out of the darkness to snap and claw at them, while at others the beasts would keep their distance, drawing fire and waiting for the Terminators to expend more of their precious ammunition. However, Carlion remained focused on his mission, and even as he tried to guide his brothers through the gauntlet of alien stalkers, he was still searching for the governor's whereabouts. Crashing into the remains of a palace security hub, Carlion finally found what he sought. The remains of a marble-skinned servitor, flailed on the floor, its forehead marked with the icon of the Flaxian dynasty. Ripping free the servitor's head, he hung it on his belt to investigate later. Suddenly, a crystalline shell streaked out of the darkness, blasting Brother Bertallo off his feet. 3 Tyranid warriors loomed out of the ruins, one leveling a long biocannon for a second shot. The long-legged beasts crashed through the fallen statues and debris of the palace, snaking bio-whips and bone blades lashing out at the Space Marines. The Blood Angel's Terminator armor was proof against many blows, but not all. Brother Bertallo had only just climbed to his feet, a smoking rent in his armor, when a gore-drenched bone sword suddenly erupted from his chest. Brother Sergeant Alpheus turned in time to lay the beast low with his power sword, but it was too late for his brother. Bertallo falling into the dust to join the countless Imperial dead littering the palace. Carlion could see plainly now. If they stayed here, the Tyranids would overwhelm them. Wordlessly, the captain pledged his resolve. He would not fail Commander Dante. Even as Carlion fought back, the Tyranid warrior brood, his mind was working on a way to turn the tables on the Xenos. The primal warrior part of his mind focused on the swirling melee, while his tactical brain took in the shadowed ruins surrounding him. The pre-designated fallback point for his vanguard force was the plaza. If his squad could reach the plaza, they would have a clear area to bring their firepower to bear, and they might also be able to link up with the other squads. However, to reach the grand gates of the palace and the plaza beyond, they would have to retrace their steps through the tribune chamber, unless the captain can find another way. Carlion plotted a straight line from their position to the plaza, ordering his brothers to form up on him. With a mighty yell, the captain charged towards the wall. At the last moment, he brought the hammer of Baal down, smashing open a gaping hole. Room by room, his squad fought and smashed its way through the ruins, the Blood Angels leaving a trail of broken masonry and several mangled Tyranid warriors. Finally, with a devastating blow of his hammer, Carlion led his squad out into the plaza of the Emperor Ascendant. As the captain emerged, his vox came alive once more, free of the interference of the palace ruins. Crackling replies came from other parts of the burning city, his squads reporting in over the bark of gunfire and alien screams. Carlion quickly established that there would be no immediate support for Squad Alpheus. His battle brothers were hard-pressed by the foe themselves, but none had yet found sign of Flax. However, the mission would continue, and Carlion led his men out into the plaza. In the open ground, the Terminators gathered before a fallen statue to the Emperor, fanning out as the first Genestealers spilled out of the hole Carlion had left in the palace wall, the creatures hissing before darting off into cover and scuttling forward. Ancient memories stirred in Carlion's mind at the sight of the sons of Sanguinius fighting in the shadow of the Emperor's statue. Pushing aside the dark anger that rose within him at the sight of the fallen Emperor, the captain set about commanding his brothers. Interlocking fire patterns and close combat protocols repelled each alien assault. The Blood Angels, now able to hold both Tyranid warriors and Genestealers at range. Finally, the Xenos attack ebbed away, and an eerie quiet fell across the plaza. The Blood Angels used the moment of respite to reload weapons and take stock of the fallen. Carlion took the time to activate the servitor head, plugging power cables from his armor into its dripping neck stump. The head came alive with alarm, spouting warnings. Piece by piece, the captain unraveled the tail from the servitor, which it seemed had been on its way to the governor's undercity fortress when the Tyranids had struck. The governor was alive, it said, and it knew where Carlion would find him. While the Blood Angels planned their next move, the Broodlord watched from the darkness. Reflected in the creature's shining carapace, the distant horizon was aflame with the fires of battle. The faint boom of explosions carried on the night wind, attesting to the ferocity of the war being waged hundreds of miles away, as the Hive Mind threw its forces against the battered remnants of Fodia's Astra Militarum and Flaxian Dynasty PDF regiments. Even from this distance, the spawn of Cryptus could see that the Terminators were preparing to move out again, the line of Crimson warriors making their way once more toward the palace ruins. The Blood Angels' minds were also open to the creature, their thoughts drifting up to it like the scent of prey carried upon the night wind. Calling to its children once more, the Broodlord crept closer. It was barely past midnight when the Genestealer brood struck again. This time, however, things were different. Carlion realized it as soon as he saw the creatures scuttling through the rubble. There was more purpose to their assault than in the palace, and they came at the Terminators from all sides. They moved low through the cover of the rubble and used the shadows to their greatest effect, so that only a flash of chitin or smooth, rounded head were ever glimpsed. Even so, Carlion gave his orders and the Terminators took position to repel them once more. Just before the Genestealers broke cover, Brother Sergeant Alpheus and his squad faltered, staggering back from the line. It was as if an invisible web had been thrown over the Blood Angels, and they fought against their unseen bonds to raise their weapons. The Brother Sergeant was screaming and mumbling over the vox, something about alien voices, and then Carlion felt it too. It was in his mind, a powerful psychic presence, distinctly Xenos, but horrifyingly human as well. The captain scanned around for the source of the mental assault, his auger lens probing the darkness. Then he saw it, a Broodlord, larger than any he had seen in all his decades of fighting Tyranids. The beast was hunched atop the statue of Silana, patron of the blessed insane. Its psychic presence was horrifyingly powerful, and it took every ounce of Carlion's will to keep it out of his head. As Carlion raised his storm bolter to fire, the Broodlord seemed to vanish. The brother captain cursed. This was merely another psyker trick, and he would not suffer it. All around, Carlion and the Blood Angels were fighting claw and blade against the Genestealers. In places, the Terminators pushed back their enemies. Then, rattling bursts of storm bolter fire and the roar of the squad's heavy flamer filled the dark. The Genestealers leapt through the darkness to impale Blood Angels on their talons. Some aliens struck home in showers of blood and ceramite, while others were blasted from the air by streams of bolter fire. Those Xenos that got close felt the crackling power fist, their bodies bursting apart in showers of viscera. Yet Carlion's brothers also fought against the brutal psychic domination of the Broodlord, and this was a battle they were slowly losing. Carlion charged into the darkness, towards where he had last seen the Broodlord. The creature's psychic trickery still hid it from his sight, though the Blood Angels' captain strained to drown out the incessant alien whispers that filled his brain. Fortunately for Carlion, he did not have to rely upon his mind alone, and triggered the data capture spirits within his auger lens. Through a haze of blinking after-images, the captain saw the Broodlord leap from the statue, hurtling through the air toward him. With a flicker of thought, Carlion slaved his auger lens to his storm bolter's optic scope and let out a long blast of fire. Mid-lunge, the spawn of Cryptus twisted out of the way, rolling through the rubble and coming up to tower over the Space Marine. Alien muscle struggled against Adeptus Astartes' might, as Carlion parried a series of blinding claw strikes with his hammer. Even so, such was the Broodlord's unnatural speed, that more than once its claws tore across his chest plate and shoulders, leaving long, ragged furrows. Several times, Carlion came close to landing a telling blow upon the Broodlord, but each time the creature rolled out of the way. It leapt from fallen statue to wreckage pile, landing raking blows upon Carlion as the two combatants duelled across the ruined plaza. One vicious strike at a time, the Broodlord was wearing the Blood Angel down. Their second's miscalculation was all it took. Carlion lunged to counterattack as the Broodlord scurried back towards a statue of Silana. Too late, he saw his hammer would strike the statue's bullet-scarred legs, and even as he turned, it came crashing down upon him. Trapped under Silana's massive outstretched arms, Carlion watched as the spawn of Cryptus crept toward him. Carlion could see his reflection in the Broodlord's flat red eyes. The defiance etched into his expression mingled with anger at being bested so. Then his gaze caught something else, beyond the beast, high up in a sky only now lightening with the first hints of dawn. He saw dark shapes falling to earth. At first he thought they were more spores, the commencement of another Tyranid assault. Then they began to resolve themselves into black armoured drop pods, and warriors riding wings of flame. Finally, Carlion could see them for what they were, the Death Company. As if plucking the thoughts from the captain's head, the Broodlord twisted round to watch the Death Company descend from above. With a blur of motion, the creature drove a claw into Carlion's chest, the captain grunting at the sudden pain. But it did not kill him. Instead, its long tongue darted out to lick the blood from its claw, before it vanished into the pre-dawn gloom. The Genestealers were now swarming over Squad Alpheus, and a desperate melee had erupted in the centre of the plaza. The savage hisses and alien screams of the Tyranids were suddenly drowned out by the sound of bolter fire and the howl of chainswords. In a storm of black armour, the Death Company joined the fray, the brutality of the Genestealers paling in comparison to the fury of the Blood Angels. Adamantium teeth tore apart chitin in vivid sprays of purple gore, and crackling fists and hammers reduced alien limbs to formless ruin. Brother Sergeant Raffin led the Death Company, his face distorted by the black rage, his mind filled with the holy wrath of the Primarch. Raffin gave no orders, for none were necessary, but his brothers formed up alongside him nonetheless. Part of Raffin's mind clung to the fact that he and his black-armoured brethren were fighting for their absolution, though this part was steadily drowning under a sea of 10,000-year-old memories. The Death Company set about laying waste to the Tyranids circling the plaza, landing their blows with indiscriminate fury. A second ago, the Blood Angels had been set to make a last stand, their backs pressed against the fallen monument to the Emperor. Now it was the Tyranids that were pushed back, as the Death Company pressed onward towards the palace, smashing apart the retreating Genestealers and hacking at the spore chimneys that protruded from the nearby ruins. Brother Sergeant Raffin soared up over the ruins on his jump pack, taking in the vista below. Through his eyes, the caved-in remains of the palace took on a different cast, and as the dull light of day hit, the scene appeared as the Emperor's Gate on Terra. Out of the rubble, traitor space marines seemed to materialize, their skittering movements and the wet hiss of their war cries doing nothing to dispel the image in Raffin's mind. Snarling out a challenge in the name of the Emperor, the Brother Sergeant attacked. Then, a deafening bellow echoed across the plaza, and a hulking beast the size of a rhino crashed out of the ruins. Levelling a massive biocannon at the closest of the Death Company, the huge weapon beast fired a living round. The horrifying projectile burst into a tangle of constricting thorns that lashed around the Space Marines, dragging them to the ground. One black-armoured warrior threw himself at the beast, his chainsword gripped in two hands, but the air around the beast's mouth began to shimmer and filled with the low roar of boiling plasma. In a blazing flash of superheated fluid, the Space Marine vanished as he tried to land a blow, incinerated where he stood. The Terminators formed up, ready to receive the creature's charge, but at that moment another combatant joined the fray. The Death Company dreadnought Casa lumbered out of the ruins, smashing aside rubble and Xenos corpses with consummate ease. The Carnifex turned to face this new arrival, letting out an inhuman scream before barreling across the plaza. Carlion watched as machine and beast duelled across the rubble, the creature's huge claws ripping at the dreadnought's armor, while in turn it impaled the monster with its crackling blood talons. Then the Carnifex drove a long, curved claw deep into the dreadnought, pinning it in place. Slowly the monster opened its maw, the glow of boiling plasma spilling out from within. However, before the monster could disgorge its bile, the dreadnought brought up its wrist-mounted melter gun. With a dull hiss, the back of the beast's head vanished in a cloud of smoking fluid. With the death of the Carnifex, the fighting suddenly ebbed. The gore-spattered survivors of the Death Company, having cleared the plaza, entered the palace ruins. Casa marched forward after them, the war machine's weighty footsteps fracturing the stone slabs of the plaza. Carlion, having freed himself, paused and took stock. Several battle brothers had been slain and several more were severely wounded. However, Carlion's job was not yet complete. The time was swiftly running out. Soon the hive mind would bring the full force of its swarms down upon the reinforced Strike Force Death Storm, and not even the Death Company would be able to save them from destruction. If he was to locate Governor Flax and make his brother's deaths meaningful, it would have to be soon. Using the information he had gleaned from the servitor head, Captain Carlin set off into the ruins of the governor's palace to find the entrance to the Undercity. At his side gathered the survivors of Squad Alpheus, reinforced with the remnants of other Terminator squads as they returned from the ruins. As they advanced into the ruins, the Terminators could see the handiwork of the Death Company. Fresh alien corpses lay reeking in the dust. Entering the Tribune Chamber once more, the captain came face to face with Brother Sergeant Raffin and the Death Company dreadnought Casser. The survivors of the Death Company stood knee-deep in the human and Tyranid dead, their black armor spattered in dripping alien viscera. For a moment, Carlin met Raffin's gaze, seeing the insanity and rage dancing behind the sergeant's cold blue eyes. Through a haze of madness, Raffin recognized the Terminator captain, though he could not say from where. Maybe they had fought together on the walls of the Emperor's palace, or perhaps they were about to embark upon the assault of the arch-traitor's battle barge. In either case, when the captain ordered him to lead the advance into the enemy's lair, Raffin did not hesitate. The captain keyed the hidden crypt lock in the center of the chamber, and a section of the floor irised open, triggering a brief avalanche of dismembered bodies. Weapons raised, the strike force descended into the darkness below. For over an hour, the Blood Angels trekked through the Undercity, a mass of ruins, canals and tunnels, all dripping with water from above. Every so often they came upon a heavy blasteel door, covered by turreted autocannons. At each such juncture, Carlion held up the severed servitor head, the recoded creature babbling in binary whispers to the gateway's machine spirits and allowing them to pass. Finally, the Blood Angels stepped through a vast vacuum lock, the cog-tooth blast doors rolling aside to reveal Planetary Governor Flax's Undercity fortress. After the gloom of the sub-city, it took Carlion's auto-senses a moment to adjust to the gothic splendor of what he saw. Outside, the city was a rain-soaked ruin, hunched under spore-choked clouds and thick with Tyranid infestation. But here, there was no sign of the aliens. Long neglected buildings lined empty, broken streets, while overhead, a dull glow illuminated the subterranean ruins as if a golden Terran sun hung overhead. Carlion paid the faded grandeur of the crumbling city little mind, and set about finding Augustus Flax. The Blood Angels stalked forward through the stale air, their bolters scanning for targets, their senses alert for danger. It was then that Carlion heard the strains of music drifting through the still air, a haunting melody extolling the glories of the Flaxian dynasty. Following the sound, the captain came upon a huge central garden filled with wilted alien flowers, forming a riot of strange cloying scents and faded colours. In the centre of this garden, surrounded by porcelain-skinned slave servitors, an ancient man reclined on a floating bed of silks and cushions. Carlion motioned for his brothers to hold their ground, and taking only Brother Sergeant Alpheus, strode forward to meet Planetary Governor Augustus Flax. It was only when Carlion reached Flax's side that he saw that he stood not in a garden, but the remains of a decadent feast. Everywhere, noble men and women lay senseless among the grass, bottles of rare intoxicants and billowing obscure essences scattered around them. As the golden-haired giant loomed over Flax, the man's eyes slowly focused upon Carlion. A fleeting moment of terror reflected there, quickly chased away by something else. The Blood Angel wasted no time, and with only the bare minimum of deference to Flax's position, asked him to accompany his brothers back to the plaza, and from there to the evacuation fleet. The governor shook his head and sighed. He could not escape this place, for a beast held the keys to his freedom, and would brook no one interfering with its prize. And so it was that the sordid tale of the spawn of Cryptus came to light. Many decades ago, Flax's parents had travelled to Satyrs on a trade mission, and when they returned, his mother was carrying a child, which they told Augustus was his brother. Sadly, it was like no child the governor had ever seen before, and though his parents doted upon the horror, Flax could not. For decades, the monstrous child was hidden below the palace, and rumours were rife among the palace servants of criminals and dissidents being led down into the dungeons, never to return. On the day that Flax's father died, and Augustus ascended to the control of Asphodex, the newly appointed governor went to the sublevels to kill his brother, but discovered he was gone, vanished into the undercity of Fodia. Thus was born the spawn of Cryptus. As the tale drew to a close, Flax told them that his brother had only spared him to see him suffer, and if he tried to leave, his life was surely forfeit. Carlion had no time for this. Gathering up the old man, the strike force prepared to depart. At that moment, the slave servitors began a cacophony of warnings. Their impassive pearl faces related security breaches in flat tones. Void Gate Epsilon open, Void Gate Gamma open, Western Defense Grid offline. And then the lights went out. Carlion flicked a thermal lens down across his bionic eye, and suddenly the darkness was filled with glowing images. Beyond the warm blaze of the nobles and blood angels, the captain could see cold, multi-limbed shapes moving through the streets of the district. Carlion issued a quick series of orders to his brothers. The Death Company would hold the Genestealer's brood at bay, while the Terminators made for the tunnel back to the plaza with Flax in tow. In the darkness, the sky hidden by the foundations of the city above, the Death Company charged forward to engage the invaders. They were hungry to whet their blades again, and their reckless fury would buy time for Carlion and his squad to retreat and ultimately complete their mission. Raffen plunged into the tangle of Imperial buildings, laying about himself with his crackling thunderhammer. Every Genestealer the Death Company killed was one less that could make it to the Terminators and the path back to the surface. Even so, some of the creatures slipped through the line of black-armoured Space Marines, and soon the screams of dying nobles joined the din of battle. Their stab lights dancing wildly as they lumbered through the ruined buildings. The Terminators withdrew toward the gate they had entered by, Flax shielded between them. When a Genestealer scurried into view, thunderous volleys of storm bolter fire drove it back. Yard by yard, the Terminators withdrew. Carlion determined to get the governor back to Corbulu. Then, great sewer sluice gates, which ran from the city above, ground open, unleashing both alien invaders and a torrent of water onto the battle below. Waterfalls of dark rain came crashing down as gloomy daylight illuminated the gore-soaked garden. Amid the downpour, a hulking siege beast, its head discoloured where new flesh had healed over a ruinous wound, advanced into the ranks of the Death Company. From the edge of the ruins, Tyranid warriors appeared, their rain-slicked blades gleaming in the light. The Dreadnought Castle held the line against these larger beasts, its talons pulverizing the first Xenos to reach it. Once again, Dreadnought and Carnifex were soon locked in a death grip, metallic talons trading blows with razor claws. Seeing a Genestealer slip past the Death Company's line, Carlion sent Alpheus with Flax to reach the gate, while the captain moved to block the alien's path. Bolt rounds streaked across the shadowed street, the beast rolling out of the way as it closed with blinding speed. Moments before the creature struck, one of Carlion's shells hit home and it exploded into gore. However, in that instant, the spawn of Cryptus descended upon Alpheus and Flax. Carlion turned in time to see the Broodlord hurl the brother sergeant aside and scoop up the screaming governor. The captain charged towards the gate as the spawn vanished inside, and just before it closed, he followed the alien into the dark. It had not been mere chance that Carlion had been chosen to lead the mission to recover Augustus' flax. While Commander Dante had decided to hold most of the First Company in reserve to reinforce the Blood Angels' landings, it had been sanguinary High Priest Corbulo who suggested the squads sent to find the governor be led by the First Company captain. The priest was well aware of Carlion's tactical genius and pragmatic approach to war. However, it was Carlion's history that interested Corbulo more. Once, long ago, Carlion's leadership had led his brothers into a massacre, the captain alone emerging alive. Dante had forgiven the failure, but Corbulo knew Carlion had never truly forgiven himself. It was this memory that drove Carlion on as he marched alone into the labyrinthine tunnels under the palace, the shadowy foundations rising up around him like a second city, reflected from the one above. Somewhere below, water rushing through the sewers of Fodia could be heard, while everywhere rain dripped down from above. Keying off his stab light, the captain hunted using his auger lens alone. At the edge of his vision, ghostly blue shapes danced in the darkness, flitting from one ruined foundation to the next. These were the Broodlord's children, and this was their domain. Checking his Stormbolter, he noted less than half a clip remained. He would have to use the weapon sparingly. Instead, he hefted his Thunderhammer, a brutal weapon more than capable of pulverizing a Genestealer. Two creatures came at him as he reached the first gene lock. Scurrying out of the dark, they tried to attack from both sides at once. With precise movements, Carlion parried the first with his hammer and let the other wrap its claws around his free hand. In that same moment, as the two Tyranids enveloped him, he triggered the hammer's power field and rammed his free hand toward the bulkhead. The first Genestealer exploded in a shower of smoking gore as the field caught it, while the second was pinned against the wall. Turning his attention to the trapped beast, Carlion wrapped servo-assisted fingers around its neck and squeezed. For a long moment, the beast hissed and snapped at him until, with a wet crunch, it went limp in his grip. Casting the remains to the ground, the Blood Angel's captain triggered the door. The children of Cryptus attacked Carlion several more times as he made his way through the ruined foundations. Each time they came in twos and threes, lunging out of the darkness or dropping down from above. Each time, Carlion's auger lens allowed him to track their approach and ready his hammer. Yet, the Xenos attacks were wearing him down, one bloody ambush at a time. Blood flowed from half a dozen rents in his armor, and Carlion felt the red thirst stirring deep within him. His anger and rage were pushing their way to the surface. Focusing his mind, the Blood Angel's captain channeled his hunger into his desire to find the Broodlord and tear it into bloody pieces. As with the city above, the streets below were slowly succumbing to the influence of the alien invaders. Sewer channels that once carried filthy rainwater from the streets above were now choked with strange, barbed weeds, and their waters writhed with half-seen creatures. The crumbling buildings that were once the foundations of the city on the surface were now coiled with new and disturbing Xenos growths. These were the hungry flesh tubes of the Xeno fleet, digging deep into the earth to feast upon the very blood of Asphodex. More than once, swarms of rippers spilled out from the ruins, drawn by the scent of Carlion's passing. Each time, the Blood Angel's captain dissuaded them from their meal with his hammer and heavy ceramide boots. Finally, Carlion staggered out into a crossroads between towering foundations. Here, 4 bridges crossed a gap in the darkness. Above lay the ruined remains of the palace, below the thunderous roar of Fodia's sewers. Standing where the bridges met, the spawn of Cryptus hunched over an unconscious Augustus Flax, stroking the old man's blood-matted hair with its claws. Carlion could see other shapes lurking in the surrounding ruins and hanging under the bridge's spans, more children of Cryptus. If he took a shot at the Broodlord, Carlion would risk destroying the platform where the bridges intersected, and thus losing the planetary governor to the void. And so he advanced slowly toward it, hammer ready at his side. As he stalked onto the connecting bridge, the Broodlord snapped its gaze in his direction and unleashed a brutal telepathic assault. This time, Carlion was ready. Despite his wounds, his will was undiminished, and the Blood Angel fought back the flood of alien whispers. He fixed his eyes upon the beast, and the Space Marine stared it down as it tried futilely to get into his mind. All this passed in the space of half a dozen heartbeats, but as soon as the Broodlord's psychic assault failed, its broodmates swarmed up to rip Carlion apart. The Blood Angel fought with a focused fury, letting his anger flow from him, but trying to keep the red thirst in check. Genestealers leapt onto the bridge only to be smashed aside by the captain's mighty hammer, their mangled remains tumbling away into the darkness below. 2 Genestealers scuttled up the sides of the bridge, one falling to his hammer, the other cut down mid-bound by his thundering stormbolter. But the smoking weapon clicked empty, even as the creature spiraled raggedly away into the rushing water below. Leaving behind the prone body of Flax, the Broodlord leapt forward to meet the captain on the bridge. Space Marine and Tyranid duelled hammer against claw. Carlion fought like an armoured juggernaut. The Broodlord twisting away from his blows but unable to pierce the Space Marine's armour in return. Restricted by the close confines of the bridge, Carlion had no room to deliver a proper attack or killing stroke that he strived for. Soon beast and man grappled, Carlion's 2 arms against the Broodlord's 4, vainly trying to hold the beast at bay. With terrible finality, the Tyranid's horrific strength slowly forced the Blood Angel's captain to one knee. Carlion gritted his teeth and snarled into the Broodlord's face. Inches away, the creature's flat, crimson eyes showed nothing of what lurked in its alien brain, and with painful slowness, the spawn opened its maw. Drawing upon a reserve of strength, Carlion dropped his grapple, ignoring the terrible claws as he smashed his empty stormbolter upward into the beast's gaping jaw. The moment's distraction broke the Broodlord's grip, and Carlion was able to push it away, raising his hammer once more. This time, however, he aimed his blow not at the Tyranid, but the bridge beneath its claws. In a shower of twisted metal, the thunder hammer obliterated part of the gantry. With a scream of tortured steel, a great section of the bridge gave way, sending the Broodlord tumbling into the darkness below. It was silent as it fell, its limbs grasping mechanically at nothingness. But it craned its neck to stare back at Carlion before it vanished into the rushing torrent of the sewers. For a moment the Space Marine paused, his heart hammering in his chest, the blood running down his armour. Then he edged around the gaping hole in the bridge to reach Flax's comatose body and lifted the old man onto his shoulder. Captain Carlion later emerged into the ruins of the palace and beheld a vision of carnage. Fire washed across the city, filling the ruins with towers of dancing flame and waves of billowing smoke. Tyranid organisms hissed and screamed as they burned, fleeing before the rising inferno. In the distance, Carlion could see shuddering mushroom clouds and flashes in the sky as the ground shook beneath his feet. The captain didn't need to listen to his voxnet to know what this meant. The Blood Angel's fleet had begun its preliminary bombardment of Fodia, and soon the first landings of Dante's main force would commence. Without men or automated systems to stop them, the fires from the barrage were spreading out of control throughout the devastated city, incinerating Imperial defender and Xenos invader alike. Shielding Flax from the flames, Carlion forged a path toward the plaza of the Emperor Ascendant. Everywhere, Tyranids were spilling out of the smoke-filled ruins, and those that strayed too close or tried to bar Carlion's path soon felt the hard face of his hammer. As yet, the Tyranid swarms were uncoordinated, but this would not last. Soon the hive mind would exert its will upon its swarms, and then the real attack would begin. By the time Carlion reached the plaza, he could see broods of gaunts and flights of gargoyles circling in the smoke. However, of his brothers there was no sign. Hiding Flax under the Emperor's fallen statue, Carlion sought out an Adeptus Astartes signal. Beamed from high above, He found the channel he sought, and through a link, cracking with static, relayed his situation. Several tense moments dragged by, until a response came back, giving the order to hold until the extraction plan could be executed. Hefting his hammer, Carlion scanned the sea of smoke for foes. Behind the veil of grey cloud, dark shapes were moving, larger outlines indistinct behind swarms of smaller ones. Then, from out of the haze, a lone Genestealer materialized, hurling itself at the captain. His storm bolter still spent, Carlion swung his hammer around his head in a brutal blow that smashed the creature to the gore-spattered ground. At the same time, he could see other multi-armed shapes emerging into the plaza in ever-increasing numbers. It would not be long before these Tyranids turned from a trickle into a tidal wave of claws and fangs. Long and bloody minutes passed, and Carlion soon stood in a circle of mangled Tyranid corpses. The smoke had thickened, cutting vision down to less than 100 yards. What little sunlight there was had now been almost completely obscured. The weariness of battle had also brought with it a new danger, and Carlion could feel the rage that he had so long suppressed fighting to free itself. Through the pain of his wounds and the thick grey clouds cloaking the plaza, Carlion observed his enemies massing once more. From among the smoke and falling embers, a malign shape emerged from the gloom, and Carlion watched with grim resignation as the spawn of Cryptus crept into view. Even though its carapace was cracked and covered in filth, it still moved with a fluid grace and terrible strength. In its shadow, a brood of Genestealers skulked, slowly spreading out to surround the captain. Carlion raised his hammer and prepared for the final battle. At that moment, fire engulfed the rearmost Genestealers as the air came alive with the crack of bolter rounds. Like vengeful demigods, Squad Zachriel emerged from the ruins of the palace, firing into the swarm. In their wake, Casa thundered forward, its mighty armor freshly scarred. From above, turbines howled as Raffen and the surviving Death Company descended on trails of flame. Still, the Blood Angels numbered but a handful against the Tyranid horde, which grew with each passing second. From the surrounding city biohorrors poured into the plaza, the Blood Angels fighting them in a ragged line around the Emperor's fallen statue. Amid the melee, Carlion sought out the Broodlord, screaming out a challenge as he battered his way into the swarm. Bounding down from the ruins, the spawn of Cryptus answered this call, tearing into Carlion both physically and psychically, with fury unlike either of their two previous encounters. In the space of a few seconds, the Blood Angel was driven back, his Terminator armor barely warding off the Broodlord's mighty blows. All of Carlion's control was focused on trying to fend off the creature's claws and keep it from his mind. So much so that his grip upon his own emotions was slipping. The red first surged up within Carlion, and all his rage and hatred boiled to the surface. With an incoherent cry, the captain felt his reason slip away and rage take him. Blood Angel and Broodlord tore at each other, the creature's unrestrained fury matched by the captain's reckless hate. Carlion's armor was pierced in a dozen places, but he paid it no heed, striking at the Tyranid with hammer and fist. Unseen by the captain, the Death Company sold their lives to destroy the Xenos, and the remnants of his squad held back the ceaseless waves of Tyranids. Raffen saw only endless ranks of frenzied traitors charging at him out of the smoke. With each hammer blow, he screamed out his Primarch's name, sending his enemies crumpling to the ground among the drifts and piles of the dead. Reaching the center of the plaza, the former Brother Sergeant gazed upon the fallen form of the Emperor's statue and wept openly that the master of mankind had been defiled so. Turning his deepening sorrow into rage, Raffen stood before the statue with his brothers, wielding his undiminished fury like a weapon. A brood of hulking Tyranid warriors stalked towards them, and Raffen smashed the leg of the first before launching himself over its body to strike at another. As he swung his hammer two-handed to pulp the alien's drooling biocannon, a wickedly curved bone sword slipped beneath his guard and bisected his hearts. For a second, Rathan lived on, and before the darkness took him, the Blood Angel saw his killers for what they really were, their alien maws and ripping claws covered in his blood. High above the melee, a Storm Raven gunship tore down through the atmosphere. The burning city of Fodia spread out beneath it like a vision of hell. Through eddies and whirlwinds in the clouds, the pilot saw harpies and gargoyles rising up to meet him. Voxing a quick message to the Blood Angel Terminators fighting below, the Storm Raven tipped its blunt nose toward the planet and screamed down into the Tyranids with guns blazing. Meanwhile, the battle raged on below. The dreadnought Casa now stood alone against hulking bio-beasts, spilling out from the flame-shrouded ruins, the ground littered with the ragged remains of Death Company and Xenos alike. Through the madness of the Black Rage, Casa saw Carlion borne down to the ground under the bulk of the Broodlord. Thundering across the plaza, the war machine slashed one of the blood talons across the creature's back, the force of the blow flinging the beast aside. However, in that moment of fury, Casa was undone. The Carnifex, still bearing the scars of its previous encounters, tore into Casa from behind. From the ground, Carlion watched as alien claws plunged through the dreadnought. The captain, still burning with mindless rage, pulled himself to his feet, and failing to find trace of the Broodlord, turned upon the Carnifex still tearing at Casa. His first Thunderhammer blow stunned the creature before it could extract its claws from the ruined dreadnought, while his second, third, and fourth turned its snarling head to a mangled, gory stump. Turning to seek out more prey, Carlion saw the shadow of a Storm Raven descend through the smoke. At the same time, he saw the wounded spawn of Cryptus limp back towards the ruins of the palace. For a moment, Carlion turned to give chase to his hated foe, but then something within him stayed his hand. He could not save Flax and kill the Broodlord both. With that thought, the Red First died within him, and his duty became clear. With a final look at the cursed creature, the captain retreated to Flax's hiding place and his surviving battle brothers. Around them, a roiling sea of Xenos flesh closed in. Hurrying the planetary governor into the waiting gunship, Carlion and his men charged aboard. The last thing the Blood Angel's captain saw before the ramp closed and the Storm Raven took to the skies were two red eyes glaring at him through the smoke. The hangar deck of the Blade of Vengeance rang to the sound of hundreds of ceramite boots as the Blood Angels prepared to descend upon Fodia, the principal city of Asphodex. Resplendent in their golden armor and flanked by a majestic phalanx of sanguinary guard, Commander Dante surveyed his companies preparing for war. Squads of battle brothers clad in crimson power armor were strapping themselves into drop pods, while others thundered up the ramps of their Thunderhawk and Storm Raven assault craft. On one side of the vast hangar, lines of Blood Angels knelt in prayer before a chaplain, their armor painted black in acknowledgement of their place within the Death Company. Predators, rhinos, and land raiders were being loaded onto huge orbital dropships, while tech marines and clutches of servitors blessed their machine spirits. Beyond the massing Space Marine strike force, the graceful glowing arc of Asphodex loomed large through the shimmering void shields of the battle barge. Its darkened clouds were stained a vile purple by the Tyranid spores, and even from this extreme range, Dante could see shoals of bio-creatures as they swam through its murky upper atmosphere. Taking his place aboard the Storm Raven, Spear of Baal, the chapter master gave the order for the attack to commence. Like a bolt of crimson lightning, the Blood Angels crashed through the upper atmosphere of Asphodex. All around them the void and sky burned as the guns of the Space Marine fleet cleared the way. Gargantuan lance turrets cast bolts of searing light across the vacuum, each beam vaporizing thousands of Tyranid bio-beasts and bursting apart bloated living vessels. Salvos of melter missiles and frag bombs streaked down ahead of the Space Marines, erupting amongst the ruined city below in showers of twisted steel and mangled alien flesh. As the spear of Baal broke through the upper clouds, it was pelted with frigid rain and tiny spores that writhed and slivered across the storm raven's canopy. Dante cast his gaze across the night-cloaked city below, glimpsing fires raging out of control through its ruined streets and flashes of explosions as the orbital barrage cleared a landing zone. Free of the Xenos-shrouded ionosphere, Vox transmissions began to filter in, static garbled pleas for help or cries of despair drifting up from the city's defenders. Gesturing to his pilot, Dante directed the Storm Raven towards the strongest of these signals. Rising up over the horizon, Port Hellas came into view, the largest of Phodia's many spaceports and the last one still in Imperial hands. As the spear of Baal roared over the city, Dante saw why the port had held out for so long. The defenders had built a ring of barricades between the port and city, and then flooded the streets between them with millions of gallons of promethium. The wall of flame from this moat of liquid fuel rose almost 100 yards into the sky. For a moment, Dante wondered why the defenders had made no attempt at escape. But as his transport banked sharply over the port, he could see its landing pad stood empty. The last shuttles must have fled into orbit long ago. Despite the formidable barrier erected by the Phodians, the alien swarm was massing on all sides, and as the commander watched, he could see places where the flames burned lower than others. It would only be a matter of time before a breach was made, and then Port Hellas would fall. Dante stepped onto the edge of the Storm Raven's assault ramp, his sanguinary guard wordlessly forming up behind him. As the seals broke and the portal yawned open, rain and smoke washed into the transport, accompanied by the sharp smell of burning promethium and the vile alien stench of the Tyranids. Without another word, Dante took 2 long strides and hurled himself out into space. At his back, a wing of golden-armored blood angels followed, and scores more leapt from thunderhawks and storm ravens, holding tight formation behind the spear of Baal. Far below, the feeder beasts and weapon creatures of the swarm craned their heads upwards, alien eyes reflecting the angelic host as it descended on glowing jump packs. As they watched, the Blood Angel's shining armor caught the first rays of the weak Phodian dawn. Lit by the blaze of the promethium moat and the early dawn, the Blood Angels charged into battle. Dante was first upon the ground, his headlong assault taking him into the heart of the swarm that milled before the mighty fire-lit gates of Port Hellas. Though Hormagaunts and Termagants pressed in from all sides, the sanguinary guard carved their path deep into the Tyranid lines, Dante at their tip. Seeing the size and ferocity of the Tyranid swarms now pouring from the ruined city, Dante abandoned his initial plan to link up with the defenders inside the port. Instead, he directed his battle brothers to defend the spaceport's southern gates, where the Tyranid swarms were thickest and the flames were burning low. At the base of the vast fuel sluice that ran down from the port into the moat, the forward elements of Dante's demi-company came crashing down, drop pods hammering into the earth, crimson-armored warriors pouring out to secure a landing zone for those that came after. Meanwhile, the air howled and screamed as squadrons of Space Marine aircraft engaged swooping broods of winged beasts. Almost at once, the hive mind responded to the Blood Angel's assault, and the swarm, which had moments before been focused upon the port, shifted to assail the Space Marines. Leaping, scrambling lines of aliens converged upon the Blood Angels, larger weapon beasts and Tyranid warriors hurling living rounds from afar as smaller bio-horrors charged across the broken ground. Adding to the mayhem, spores began to rain down from the sky. These burst upon and among the Blood Angels, covering them with caustic fluids and chitinous shrapnel. In response, the Lord of the Blood Angels called in his own fire support, and Devastators sent salvos of fire crashing into the alien lines. Dante waded through the broods before him. The axe mortalis became ever more fouled with alien gore as the chapter master sought out those bioforms he knew to be leader beasts. Following his movements, the sanguinary guard covered his flanks, their glaives crackling with energy as they carved through carapace and talon. Stepping under the sweep of a pair of bone-like blades, Dante hewed the head from a Tyranid warrior before turning in a single motion to hack the legs out from another one. Dozens of smaller beasts snapped and clawed at the chapter master, but his armor turned their blows. Whenever a larger creature loomed close, the commander raised his Inferno pistol, blasting it back in a gout of superheated ichor. Gradually, the swarm was breaking upon his host of golden warriors, and then they began to clear a perimeter before the gates of the port. One by one, the Blood Angels were thinning out the ranks of the Tyranid leadership, and with them the power of the hive mind waned upon the battlefield. Disordered knots of gaunts, without a powerful consciousness to guide them, were easily led into the Blood Angels' kill zones or driven back into the city. The sergeants of the Blooded ordered their squads to advance upon the weakened alien army, patterns of interlocking bolter fire pulverizing the nearest foes, mass reactive shells bursting the Xenos apart in great blooms of gore. As the tactical squads cleared the line between port and city, they came under fire from dug-in Tyranid organisms, which seemed more like fortifications than life forms. At first, the heavy bioweapons of the Sporocysts slowed the Space Marine advance, crystalline shells and writhing barbed bombs bursting among their lines. Then Dante ordered forward his assault squads, the Space Marines bounding over the alien defences on jump packs to plant crack grenades amongst spore-breathing vents. With a series of wet thumps, several of the spores came apart, spilling out a tide of vile liquid and torn, misshapen flesh. In moments, the Blood Angels were pushing through the Tyranid defence lines, flamers and melter guns burning away any alien survivors. In the space of less than an hour, Dante's host had driven off the swarms around the port and secured its gates and fuel conveyors. Now the Blood Angels could begin to ferry down support personnel in heavy armor, while looking to the evacuation of whatever Imperial refugees remained. After the success of the Blood Angels' initial assault, even Dante was surprised at the speed with which the hive mind struck back. In the span of but a few minutes, the swarm was regrouping within the ruins, and a new and terrible psychic presence stalked among them. Mephiston was first to feel it, his keen esoteric senses detecting the approaching shadow within the background storm of alien whispers. Acknowledging his warning, Dante pulled the Blood Angels back towards the port's fortified southern gate, ordering them to dig in and make ready. Moments later, a hulking trio of Maleceptors lumbered out of the ruins, surrounded by shoals of floating psycho beasts. The air around these Tyranids hummed and shimmered, and no battle brother that looked upon them could deny the terrible presence of the hive mind walking among them. In the wake of the alien psychers came fresh waves of scuttling creatures, reinvigorated and spurred on by the iron will of the psycho beasts. Dante ordered all fire concentrated upon the hulking psychic horrors, and a storm of shells, bolts, and blasts rained down upon the creatures. However, almost every round fell short, exploding in flashes of psychic energy upon an invisible shield projected by the beasts. Then the Blood Angels were forced to shift their aim to the more immediate threat as a rolling tide of fanged creatures bore down upon them. The air was filled with the hiss of alien beasts and the roar of chainswords as both sides met. This time, however, the power of the alien psychers tipped the odds in the Tyranids' favour. Gaunts fought on with mindless fury, clawing over their broodmates to get at the Blood Angels. Coils of dark energy lanced out from the leader beasts to send Space Marines to their knees, blood leaking from rents in their helms. When Dante led a charge against the creatures, they turned their attentions to him, lancing tendrils of power at his mind. Only centuries of psycho-conditioning held the Tyranid's mental assault at bay. Even so, the chapter master faltered, slowed as if running underwater, as he tried desperately to get close enough to the creatures to strike. From across the battlefield, Mephiston saw the beasts turn upon Dante and move to aid his lord. Supported by epistolary Martellus, Mephiston turned his formidable mind to tearing apart the Maleceptor's psychic domination. As the battle raged outside the fire-ringed port, an epic battle of wills unfolded between Mephiston and the trio of Tyranid psychers. Bolts of ruby light warred with twisted tendrils of shadow as the two enemies clashed. At first, the chief librarian seemed to be besting the beasts, spears of bloodfire and waves of crimson force crashing into the Tyranids. Several of the closest floating psycho beasts screamed and perished as Mephiston's power touched them, and by degrees the warp field around the creatures weakened. And then the full attention of the Mind-Deaf turned upon Mephiston, and the monstrous alien trio combined their powers. Every Blood Angel upon the field felt the psychic shriek, which rolled out from the beasts, even though it was directed squarely at the Chief Librarian. Battle Brothers clenched their teeth in agony, or let out incoherent yells as their minds were ravaged. Still, their pain was but the barest fraction of what Mephiston felt as the psychic blast crashed into him. The Chief Librarian's mind filled with a cacophony of monstrous alien thoughts. Any Blood Angel but Mephiston would have perished under the onslaught, their consciousness burnt away like cobwebs before a flame. Only the Chief Librarian's indomitable will kept him alive, the same control that had seen him master the Black Rage, allowing him to cling to his sanity. Though Mephiston did not fall, his power was broken. As powerful as the Chief Librarian was, his abilities were like a candle held against the fires of a star when compared with the enormous power of the Hive Mind. However, Mephiston's battle with the Mind-Death gave Dante the chance he needed. While the Maleceptors focused their attentions on the Chief Librarian, the Chapter Master and his guard charged into the nearest beast. Up close, the Axe Mortalis did its work, and Dante drove his weapon deep into the pulsing cranium of a psycho beast. With its death, a baleful scream echoed across the battlefield, and the remaining psychic creatures retreated into the ruins, the swarm rushing in to hold back their enemies. This was not the turning point Dante had hoped for, however. As the Blood Angels surged forward to crush the Tyranid leadership, the teeming alien broods shifted around them, recovering and attacking once more. Yard by yard, the Space Marines found themselves being pushed back toward the port gates. Though the surviving creatures of the Mind-Deaf had retreated into cover, shoals of lesser leader beasts herded the chitinous hordes forward. Soon, the ruined avenues were piled with alien corpses and slick with steaming Xenos blood. Drifts and mounds of multi-limbed bodies thick beneath the Space Marines' feet. Yet still, the creatures came. Slowly at first, but with gathering momentum. The Tyranids pushed the invaders back toward the flaming moat. Dante's brothers rallied around the company standard, the Space Marines focusing their defense in its shadow. However, in all his years, Dante had rarely seen a foe so determined and so vicious, and he knew that without support his bridgehead on Asphodex would soon be overrun. However, just as the commander was about to summon his first company reserves, the thunder of basilisk fire joined the din of battle, and a rolling barrage crashed among the aliens. Deafening explosions crept toward the line of ruins, and great geysers of debris and mangled Xenos bodies were hurled into the air. The defenders of Port Helos were finally making themselves known. Dante was quick to capitulate on this sudden advantage, and before the Tyranids could close the holes in their formations, the Blood Angels counterattacked hard. Isolated broods and beasts were torn apart, and the Sanguinary Guard hacked their way through the wounded alien assault, further sundering it. The Basilisk gunners kept up their supporting barrage, great shells hammering into knots of scuttling beasts, and soon the alien tide dwindled to a trickle. The Tyranids had been driven back for now, yet this reprieve could not last. The doors of Port Helios opened wide, and out stepped General Drost. "How many survivors remain on Asphodex, General?" Dante asked. Drost swayed for a moment, one of his men reaching out a concerned hand to support him. The general's response, when it came, hinted at a bottomless well of exhaustion and despair, held in check through willpower alone. "Just us, my lord. We are the last ones." Dark Tide. The surviving nomadic populace of Lysios had never imagined a horror like those they now faced. The last of their crawler caravans still strove to stay ahead of the monstrous tidal wave that cursed their world, while struggling to stave off the Tyranid threat. It was into this desperate battle that the flesh tearers plunged, like the angels of the Emperor himself. Gabriel Seth had not hesitated when Commander Dante requested his aid in the defense of Baal. In the valorous company of the Blood Angels, Seth hoped to find salvation for his flesh terrors. For too many years the chapter had suffered disgrace and suspicion from their allies. That many of the worst atrocities laid at the flesh terror's door were true did little to quell the chapter master's anger. Seth knew firsthand the ruinous effect the Red First and Black Rage could have upon his otherwise noble battle brothers. It was a madness that ran like poison through the very veins of his companies, and only by the spilling of blood could it be sated for a time. These were the thoughts that haunted Seth as he ordered his fleet to Lysios and the relief of the defenders there. As the flotilla of crimson warships raced across the void toward the dirty green world, augurs glimpsed the broken outlines of once great cities beneath swirling storm clouds and the swarm of bioships clustering close to its upper atmosphere. Even from this height, they could see the great wave that washed endlessly across the world, drawn in the gravitational wake of the moon Ixioi. Seth had been briefed on the wave and the populace that raced ahead of its crushing might. From orbit, the flesh terrors could also clearly see the Lysios solar relay, the planet's lifeline to the power of the Magnavitrum, which the Tyranids had so far ignored. The relay had a secondary importance to Dante's plans, to recapture the system, as it had to remain intact if the planets were to be restored once the Tyranids had been defeated. With these orders in mind, several Flesh Terrors vessels broke away from their main fleet to establish a defensive perimeter around the massive orbital structure. Vox capture confirmed that a handful of defenders had escaped into low orbit aboard the last transports left on Lysios, while others had managed to break away from the melee and return to the immense nomad landships, escaping out of the ruined cities. In their wake, the immense tidal wave had scoured the battlefield, consuming all in its path. For a time, at least, the defenders believed the battle over, and gave thanks to their gods for vanquishing these vile invaders from the void. However, their relief was to be short-lived. Of the swarms caught up in the wave, most had survived, their alien physiology proof against the drowning and crushing weight of water. As the tsunami moved on across the surface of Lysios, the swarms emerged from the waters, scattered and depleted, but still very much a threat. Now the surviving nomads were once again racing ahead of the wave. Those that had thought to escape into the void had found their retreat blocked by the orbiting Xenos ships and been forced to rejoin their land-bound fellows. This time, though, the defenders were not running from the Tyranids but towards them. The creatures disgorged by the passing of the wave massed across the nomad trails, encircling Lysios's northern hemisphere, trapping the Imperials between the wave itself and the beasts ahead. Seth called up pick captures of the world below, looking for a place to bring the foe to battle. The wave was moving too fast. The defenders were too few, the ground ahead of them too open. Considering the speed of their progress, the chapter master gauged it would only be a few short hours before the defenders' convoy reached the Xenos hordes. The window of attack would be small and the risks significant. However, this was exactly the kind of warfare that Space Marines excelled at. Quickly considering his tactical data, Gabriel Seth decided upon a mobile insertion with a fast-moving strike force. He would come down right on top of the survivors, matching their speed and forming an armored cordon around them moments before they met the oncoming Tyranid swarms. The Flesh Terror's fleet thundered into orbit, smashing a ragged hole through the cloud of hanging bioships. Within moments, waves of attack craft fell away from their hulls, screaming down through the spore-choked atmosphere. The Flesh Terrors spread out to shadow the Nomad's convoy. From the vista domes of their crawlers, the Lysites stared at the crimson-armored squadrons descending. The surviving Sisters of Battle, opening their tanks' top hatches, looked upon the Space Marines and offered up prayers of thanks to the God Emperor. From the underside of Thunderhawk transporters, Rhino and Predator tanks came crashing down onto the algae-slick surface. Their tracks churned through the muck as they accelerated hard, swiftly matching speed with the convoy. Overhead, the ramps of storm ravens yawned open and assault marines leapt out to soar through the air above the survivors. Within the space of minutes, an escort of Flesh Tearers tanks, flyers and airborne infantry had surrounded the ragged Imperial caravan. Up ahead, shadows crawled within the briny ruins, and thousands of eyes turned towards the approaching convoy. The ruins shook with the thunder of hundreds of roaring engines. Scores of massive nomad crawlers formed the center of the convoy, the last survivors of the Lysite populace. At their heart rumbled the Solarium, a huge vehicle layered in arcane technology that provided the nomads with their only terrestrial link to the Magnavitrum relay in orbit. Once there had been 5 such vehicles, each considered sacred. Now only one remained, a precious relic that the Lysites could not afford to lose. In the crawler's shadow, dozens of Adeptus Sororitas transports roared down brine-slick streets. These were the battered remnants of the contingent of the Order of the Sacred Rose. Around them, the Flesh Tearers tanks tore through the ruins of the Lysios cityscape. Overhead, squadrons of storm ravens shadowed the vehicles, their pilots relaying auger echoes of the alien horde massing upon the horizon. Aboard the Storm Raven Deathblow, Gabriel Seth assessed the enemy and traded Vox communiques with the rest of the convoy. Nomad elders mumbled and cursed from their crawlers, while Sister Superior Amity, Canoness Magda Grace's successor, gave a cold assessment of their situation. If the convoy were to have any hope, they would need to punch clean through the swarm that barred their path. Only then, with the enemy temporarily scattered, could evacuation be considered. Even so, reckoned Seth with a scowl, time and enemy numbers would be against them. This was going to be tight. But with the fury of the angel screaming in their minds, the Flesh Tearers broke through. Having punched a hole through the Tyranids, the Flesh Tearers, the Adeptus Sororitas and the Lysite nomads found themselves in a running battle with those creatures, swift enough to keep up with their vehicles. Seth commanded the battle from his Storm Raven. Though he had hoped to secure sufficient breathing space to effect an evacuation, the chapter master knew that to stop now would be to die. Bounding broods of gaunts and snake-tailed raveners raced alongside the convoy, leaping and snapping at the Flesh Tearers and their allies. From the cupulas of their tanks, stern-faced sisters and snarling space marines stitched lines of fire through the Xenos, rounds bursting among the beasts and sprays of gore, or kicking up gouts of slime where they hit the ground. From above the vehicles, gargoyles soared down, spitting gobbets of acid or salvos of flesh borers that spattered and burst against armoured hulls. The surviving Storm Ravens did their best to keep these flying horrors at bay, their blazing guns tearing into leathery wings and chitinous hides. Yet for every beast that died, dozens more spilled out of the ruins. Then the landscape began to change. Ruined streets gave way to sunken wasteland. Here and there the broken remains of buildings flashed past the thundering convoy. Up ahead, a cliff edge lay in the path of the Imperial road train. In the open ground, the Tyranids spread out around the Flesh Tearers, trading fire with the tanks or hurling themselves against their hulls. Leaning out of hatches, the Flesh Tearers fired point blank into the assault beasts, culling those that tried to rip their way inside. With a spray of rotting algae, the first tanks roared over the edge of the cliff and down into the vast remains of the Lysius seabed below. When catastrophe had turned the waters of the world into a single terrible tsunami, it had stripped the oceans dry. Now these sunken valleys stretched for hundreds of miles between the remains of Lysios's continents, the nomad trails cutting across them like black ribbons upon their sandy surface. However, the seemingly empty seabed held a new peril, one that the Flesh Tearers and Adeptus Sororitas were soon to discover. Weaving in and out of the pursuing weapon beast swarms, the Flesh Tearers' tanks fought to keep the nomad landship protected. Seth was so consumed with the breakneck battle that he did not hear the hasty warnings of the Lysite elders as they crackled over the Vox. Suddenly, a Sisters of Battle rhino vanished in a spray of sand and slime as the seabed swallowed it. It was then that the chapter master realized the trail upon which they fought was littered with algae pits and sinkholes. The landships, with their wide tracks and massive hulls, were immune to the peril, but not so the far smaller Imperial tanks. Now the battle took on a different tone, as the Flesh Tearers and Sisters of Battle dodged in and out of not just Tyranid broods, but also sucking pitfalls. The convoy was soon strung out along almost a mile of track-churned trail. The hundreds of vehicles drew thousands of bio-creatures behind them like a terrible living cloak of fangs and claws. Just as the tanks tried to keep the swarm away from the Lysite landships, so too did the brood beasts try to scatter the Imperial formation. Huge, winged horrors swept down from the sky, bioweapons spitting death, to slam into the sides of tanks. Rocked on their tracks, the vehicles would turn turrets and pintle-mounted guns against their attackers. Sometimes their desperate fire would kill or drive the creatures back. But more often, the vehicle would be torn open or driven into a sinkhole in a spray of thick black slime. Casting round for a way out, Seth was dismayed to see a line of dark shapes clustered along the horizon. Unable to catch the convoy, the hive mind had turned its efforts to blocking its path. Massive, glistening Tyranids drifted across the dry seabed, completely covering the nomad trail. Dripping biocannons and twitching tentacles waited to ensnare the Imperials. In their shadow, spine-covered spore mines drifted closer to the ground, each one with the power to tear open an armoured hull. Worse still, the spores were drooling a rain of acid down onto the surface below, turning the seabed into a toxic quicksand. Seth knew a moment of total frustration, for it seemed there was no escape. Then his vox came alive with the clipped tones of Sister Superior Amity. There was another way, she revealed. When her order had first come to Lysios, they had operated out of a fortified cathedral deployed from orbit. The site had been abandoned by the Sisters of Battle within a year, their strength divided instead into mobile missions which could move with the Lysite caravans. However, to Amity's knowledge, the cathedral was still there, standing atop a mighty stone plateau, not 10 miles distant. While evacuation had been the plan, she had not mentioned the old stronghold. Silly, for who knew whether its guns and void shield generators were still operational? Now, however, the cathedral might be their only chance. Seth, determined not to break his oath to Commander Dante, agreed without hesitation. Amid a bellow of engines and a thunder of guns, the armoured convoy swerved off the trail and made for the coordinates Sister Amity had provided, hoping to find shelter in the abandoned bastion of faith. Oh, come on. At first, the nomad elders refused to turn their crawler hulks toward the Isle of Chelsea, wailing over the Vox about the terrible curse that dwelt there. Yet Seth would brook no argument, nor would he allow the Lysites to be consumed by the hive mind. In the end, it took the threat of flesh-tearer retribution, coupled with Sister Amity's promises of the Emperor's protection, to chivvy the nomads on. From his storm raven, Seth watched the ruined isle rear up over the horizon like a crumbling fist of stone thrust up from the seabed. As the tanks and landships crawled up the sides of the plateau, the swarm receded behind them, and Seth was left wondering if perhaps this had been the Tyranid's plan all along. However, there was no time to turn back, and soon the defenders were roaring through crumbled ruins towards the hunched fortifications of the cathedral. Once a mighty fortress of faith, the complex of buildings and bunkers had been worn down by neglect and the pounding passage of the wrath of Chelsea. Yet enough remained of the complex that its ruins were defensible. The Flesh Tearers and Sisters of Battle spilled out of their transports, taking up firing positions within the salt-worn buildings. Amity's sisters checked their bolters and flamers, snapping fresh magazines and promethium canisters into place, while the Flesh Tearers strode like crimson giants among them. The Nomads, meanwhile, guided their crawlers deeper into the compound, pulling them to a halt amid the ruined buildings. Amongst them came the Solarium, grinding to a halt in the shadow of the cathedral's fortified spire. Flesh Tearer tech marines hurried past the vehicle's mighty tracks, disappearing into the depths of the compound alongside a small band of battle sisters. To them fell the duty of locating the void shield generators and, if possible, coaxing their machine spirits back to life before the tidal wave or the Tyranids reached them. Having organized the defense, Gabriel Sev had little to do but wait for the void shield generators to spark into life, for the Tyranids to attack, for the tidal wave to hit and sweep them away. As with almost everything on this Emperor-forsaken planet, it was out of his hands. Powerlessness was not a sensation that Seth was familiar with, nor one he took too well. Jaw clenched, face set in a scowl, the Flesh Tearer's chapter master stood atop a mound of rubble and stared westward, back towards the pursuing swarms and the devastating wave that surely chased upon their heels. Concerning the Cathedral of Chelsea. In times of old, the sea goddess Chelsea was worshipped upon Lysios by millions of devout citizens. Central to their faith was the Grand Cathedral of Chelsea, a towering edifice that rose above the great frozen Lysite ocean. Then, the wrath of Cryptus seared the world with solar fire, and the ice seas melted, and the moon of Ixoi loomed large within its skies. The wave that was birthed in the wake of the solar flare scoured the planet and tore its cities apart. The survivors of that first devastating tsunami saw Chelsea as the architect of their despair and blamed her priests for their misfortune. Those priests that had survived were gathered up by the Lysites and put to death amid the ruins of their cathedral. The ruin was deemed a cursed place, and ever since the Nomads have given it a wide berth. However, when the Ministorum came to Lysios, it was clear where their first stronghold should be built. Slab-sided structures were brought down from orbit and erected atop the towering stone plateau. They ground beneath them the ruins of Chelsea's ancient shrine, the armour-clad cathedral of the Imperial faith, obliterating the last remnants of its old heathen predecessor. Xeno's Storm. Beneath the storm-racked atmosphere of Eros, the hive mind feasted upon the gaseous heart of the world. Into this maelstrom of lashing winds and sky-born beasts, the Blood Angels descended. Brother Corbulo, the sanguinary high priest, was amongst them, for he was convinced that the prize he sought was hidden beneath Eros's blue clouds. Eros hung in the void like a milky blue eye, its surface crawling with the insectoid shapes of alien bioships. From the command deck of the Wings of Baal, sanguinary high priest Corbulo regarded the vast gas giant. At his side, Captain Aphil of the Second Company offered counsel. Still skeptical that the elixir Corbulo sought was hidden beneath the swirling azure clouds. Data recovered at great cost upon Satyrs indicated that there were vast stores of the drug kept in floating warehouses and refinery platforms as part of the airborne mining operations on Eros. If even one of these stores remained intact, it would be a great prize for the Blood Angels and provide the High Priest with the raw materials he needed to find the cure for his chapter's curse. With nothing in the way of solid ground upon which to wage their war, the Blood Angels would have to muster a wholly airborne force for the conquest of Eros. Given the chapter's natural affinity for flight, this would not present the problem it might otherwise have done. As the Wings of Baal and her sister strike cruisers ran the Tyranid blockade, Corbulo and Aphiel led a flight of Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens down toward the planet. Almost at once, they came under assault from waves of sky-born weapon beasts. The upper cloud layers of Eros flickered and flashed as ordnance carved through the thin atmosphere, leaving trails of fire. Blood Angel's attack craft jinked and tumbled through oncoming waves of attackers, their guns hammering into the swarms of winged beasts. In the lead Storm Raven, Corbulo scrolled through auger sweeps of the lower atmosphere, looking for signs of Imperial resistance, even while his craft shuddered and jolted as its armor was subjected to a hail of living rounds. Then the sanguinary priest saw what he was looking for, the primary refinery platform. Weak Vox transmissions were drifting up from the besieged mining station, the auger array identifying them as Cadian battle ciphers. Communicating this intelligence to Captain Aphiel, the Blood Angel's attack force angled down toward the heart of Eros and dived into its storm-racked cloud layer. As Corbulo and his brothers fell toward the center of the gas giant, winged creatures of all sizes swooped and snapped at them. A huge hive crone swept out of the clouds to vomit acid over a storm raven, while gargoyles clustered across the hulls of the Blood Angel's craft, trying to burn through their armor or foul their engines. From these attack craft, crimson-armored assault marines leapt out into the void. With skill that would amaze even fellow Adeptus Astartes, the Blood Angels exited their transports and plunged through the foe with guns blazing, only to jink back through the open doors of their Storm Ravens once again. This they did time and again, their perfectly synchronized aerial maneuvers holding the smaller bio-beasts at bay, while the Storm Ravens' guns blazed away at the larger horrors. Even so, some of these creatures plunged through the Blood Angel's formation in a blur of fangs and claws to snatch Space Marines from the air before vanishing into the clouds below. As the Blood Angels descended at breakneck speed, the ghostly shapes of burning mining platforms flashed past in the blue mist. Populated only by corpses and feeding Tyranids, they had become grotesque abattoirs of slaughter. Many of these great platforms were already listing towards the planet's core, their suspensor arrays and aero turbines damaged or destroyed during the fighting. What had once been a thriving community of gas miners was now reduced to a drifting constellation of debris. Then, the Blood Angels burst out of the storm layer, the crimson aircraft punching through the roiling clouds, dragging the swarm in their wake. This close to the core, a vast open space stretched out as far as the eye could see. Above, the lightning-torn clouds flashed and boiled, while, miles below, separated by currents of extreme pressure, the rich mineral core of Eros swirled like a sea of azure mist. Hanging in the center of this null zone was the Erosian primary refinery platform. This massive disk anchored the base of the vapor conveyor that shunted refined gas up from the planet's core. The top side of the disk was covered in densely packed buildings, a veritable city in the clouds, while the underside was a tangle of stalactite-like mining conduits that trailed hundreds of miles down into the bright mist below. From his vantage point, the sanguinary priest could see the city was largely in ruins, its streets crawling with Tyranids. However, here and there weapons fire flashed from fortified buildings. The center of the city was dominated by a huge Imperial cathedral, and it was around this structure that the fighting seemed the strongest. If he was able to find more information on the Erosian elixir stores, Corbulo reasoned he would find it there. Following Corbulo's directions, the Blood Angels' aircraft banked over the city and made for the Imperial lines. Far below them, the survivors gave a ragged cheer as the first Space Marine craft screamed down from the sky. From a garrison of almost 5,000, fewer than 500 Cadians remained defending the refinery platform. When Drost had dispatched his regiments to protect Eros, most of the soldiers had been deployed on the upper mining rigs, hoping, with the support of extensive Valkyrie squadrons, to hold the line against the invaders. Only a strategic reserve had been sent to the refinery. Cadian High Command had believed it unlikely the war would reach this far. As in the other theatres of the Cryptus War, the Tyranids had adapted to their foes' plans with shocking speed, overwhelming the Cadians in short order. For the first days, the garrison could only watch the swirling storm clouds above their heads and listen to the increasingly desperate orders filtering down across the Voxnet. Then they had seen the Valkyries falling from the sky, burning wrecks tumbled end over end, winged beasts tearing at them as they fell. These had vanished into the crushing heart of the gas giant below, never to return. Finally the swarm had come, a storm of beating leathery wings and hissing jaws that descended from overhead like the shadow of death. The refinery was bombarded by alien spores and living artillery, its buildings broken and melted until the survivors fought among the ruins. Without air support or contact with the Cadian High Command, the defense soon devolved into street-to-street battles. Small groups of Imperial guardsmen fortified buildings and held out as long as they could, while all that were able withdrew to the central cathedral to make a final stand. When the Blood Angels appeared, it was as if the hand of the God Emperor himself had come down to save the Cadians from annihilation. Alliance on Asphodex. Several billion miles from Asphodex, beyond the fury of the wars raging on Lysios and Eros, the world of Perdita was stirring in its sleep. The prison barges General Drost had sent to the far-flung planet had drawn the attention of not just a hungering tendril of Hive Fleet Leviathan, but also a far more ancient enemy. After scuttling their vessels, the Phodian prison wardens had made their escape back in system, towards the Castellan Belt, leaving their charges to crash land amid the frozen wastes of Perdita. From the wreckage of these rusting barges, a flood of convicts crawled out into the snow and ice, cursing the Flaxian dynasty and wishing the alien invaders good luck feasting upon the bloated corpse of Governor Flax. Filling the snowfield around the wreckage of their former prisons, the manacled inmates fought amongst themselves and watched the wind-scarred skies for signs of their doom. None had any doubt that if the cold did not claim them, then the Great Devourer would. However, they could hardly anticipate that when their deaths came, it would not be from the stars or the icy wind, but from beneath their feet. At first, the lights in the blizzard went unnoticed. Then, out of the swirling snow, skeletal figures marched towards the prisoners. The closest convicts mistook these for rescuers and ran out to meet them. Only when beams of brilliant energy lanced out from the darkness did the terrible reality come crashing down upon the convicts. Some tried to run, others to hide or even fight back, but it was less a battle than a massacre. Against the legions of metallic warriors and their arcane war machines, the prisoners were helpless. Many thousands fled screaming into the endless tundra. Thousands more perished among the ruins of their vessels. After the last human corpse had tumbled smoking into the snow, the alien's towering overlord strode across the battlefield to inspect the remains. From the ground, littered with dead, its glowing gaze drifted up towards the stars. Eyes far sharper than those of flesh and blood looked deep into space. They noted the distant specks of biological craft drifting through the void toward Perdita. Whatever this oncoming threat was, it would be resisted. The time for sleeping was done. Now the Legion would awake. Unknown to the people of Cryptus, another race had long ago laid claim to the binary system. Millions of years before the first human colony ship had crossed the Aegis Diamondo and settled the radiation-scarred inner worlds, the system was part of a thriving interstellar alien empire. A triumph of the great Necron civilization, Cryptus was a solar energy array that channeled confluence radiation pulses to dozens of nearby star systems. The Necron had used an arrangement of gravimetric anchors to draw the distant Krypton stars together and farm the violent flare zone it created. Then the war in heaven tore the Necron Empire apart, and biotransference into living metal bodies washed away forever what they had been. When the Necrons, as they were now known, retired to their tombs to sleep away the millennia, those on the world that would become the Cryptus System chose the furthest planet from the twin suns, leaving only their orbiting solar refractor network behind. The Necrons sealed themselves away beneath the ground and waited for the galaxy to forget them. The coming of Hive Fleet Leviathan triggered a premature awakening for the Necrons of Cryptus. As a subtendril of the Hive Fleet twisted toward Perdita, a core world of the Mephrit dynasty, ancient alarms flickered through the dusty depths of the tomb planet, and the first Necrons pulled themselves shakily from their slumber. Most importantly, though, as the tomb world awoke, it sent a phase pulse message out into the void. Its eldritch science was unhindered by the shadow in the warp, and the missive flashed through subspace until it was intercepted by the fleet of Amrakir the Traveller. The ancient Necron overlord noted Perdita's waking alarms and considered the shadow of Hive Fleet Leviathan as it bore down upon the doomed system. Amrakir had encountered the Tyranids before and found them abhorrent on every level. They followed no code, possessed no greater purpose than to feed and replicate. Of all the lesser races, these creatures truly were vermin that must be eradicated if Necron dominion were to be restored. Still, the Traveller knew these beasts to be dangerous. Now that the Tyranids' attention had been drawn to Perdita, the swarms would descend. The planet's tomb complex would awaken to war, yet it would be a battle against numbers they could not defeat. The Tyranids would doubtless destroy the Necron defenders, if only so that they might be left to devour the planet's resources in peace, and thus another Necron world would be lost before it could be drawn back into the fold. No, Amrakir decided. He would not stand aside while this tragedy played out. Perdita and the solar power grid over which it stood watch would be saved. Turning his fleet toward the glinting crimson orbs of Cryptus, Amrakir engaged his inertialist drive, his vast Necron armada streaking off into the void. Unlike the ships of the Imperium, those of the Necrons did not travel through the warp, and so the great psychic barrier cast out by the hive mind was no impediment to their fleet. Likewise, the Aegis Diamondo, so deadly to life, registered only as a minor spatial anomaly to Amrakir's cryptex. With ice still flaking from their vessels, the Necrons descended upon Perdita. There they found that the first Necrons had already awoken, and had scattered a human landing force. Amrakir himself went down onto the snow-covered planet to meet its masters and assess the situation. On a plain of ice, Amrakir met Overlord Zarathustra of the Mephrit dynasty, and the two deathless warlords exchanged long-winded greetings while their retinues watched on in silence. Zarathustra recognized mighty Amrakir from his deeds of old, and knew what the coming of the Traveller meant for his world. For his part, Amrakir searched the glowing eyes of Perdita's overlord for any signs that madness might have crept into the other's mind during the long sleep. After terms had been met and promises made, Amrakir gathered together his armies and began devising a plan by which he could save Perdita from destruction. Zarathustra the Ineffable. Once the Mephrit dynasty had greatly prized the Perditan solar array, a star factory that provided energy for dozens of Necron systems and worlds. The ruler of the system was known as Zarathustra the Firesworn, the last in a long line of keepers of the star flame, the vast solar mirror that captured the light of the system's twin suns. Though Zarathustra saw himself as Lord of the Stars, and his role as one of the most important in his dynasty, his peers considered him something of a caretaker. When the war in heaven threatened to destroy the Necron tier, Zarathustra and his citizens abandoned the inner worlds of their system, leaving only the solar mirror intact, ready for the time when they would return. For millions of years, Zarathustra slumbered until the coming of the Tyranids. When he awoke, it was to a galaxy changed almost beyond recognition. Despicable primitives had overrun his precious system and defiled his solar mirror, while his own people were divided and broken. Zarathustra himself had not escaped the long sleep unscathed, and his own delusions of grandeur had become magnified. Taking the title the Ineffable, he set about reclaiming his system from savages and aliens alike. Even as the Necrons made their plans on the fringes of the Cryptus System, bloody war raged on around Port Hellas, with the Blood Angels holding the walls. Each assault had been repulsed, but it was a situation that could not last. Commander Dante was considering General Drost's tattered map of the Port Hellas environs when one of his tech marines strode into the command bunker with a message. Through the wall of static enveloping asphodex, a technomagnetic shadow had been detected among the shifting sea of bioforms. Something was arcing across the system toward Fodia at phenomenal speed. It was clear that this new entity could be nothing of the Imperium. Even the hive mind seemed to pause at this arrival. The swarm that had been hurling itself across the reeking remains of the Promethean moat suddenly withdrew into the ruined city, great spores closing the line behind them. Dante monitored the approaching shadow via his hololith. Siphoning data from the orbiting Blood Angels' vessels, he was able to get a better look at what was approaching. Crescent-shaped craft, black against the void as they blotted out the stars. Even this merest hint was enough for Dante, with his centuries of experience, and he recognized the craft the moment he saw them. These were Necrons. However, even Dante could not predict what this meant for Cryptus. The Necron fleet sailed past Lysios, apparently ignoring the planet, before slowing as they slid into high orbit above Asphodex. The bioships that moved to instinctively engage them were torn asunder in a blaze of particle beams or struck by twisting lightning bolts. Then, slab-sided craft separated from the fleet to descend through the spore-choked clouds upon trails of fire. Dante stood atop the walls of Port Hellas as the first of these landers drifted down into the field of dead Tyranids that covered the open ground between port and city. A pyramid of living black steel. The monolith hung yards above the ground as others like it rained down across Fodia. As Dante watched, his grip tightening upon the axe mortalis, light flared from the nearest craft, a glowing gateway opening up on its side. Out of the rippling surface of the gate strode the towering metal form of Amrakir, an arcing glaive held at his side. In response, 100 battle brothers levelled their bolters, but Dante ordered them to hold their fire with an upraised fist. The chapter master had seen such behaviour from these ancient aliens once before, upon another world menaced by the Tyranids. He knew that if the Necrons had planned to attack, they would have done so by now. No, thought Dante, intrigued. This was something else. When Amrakir and his retinue stood only a dozen yards from the wall, he held out an open hand toward Dante, and in accented high Gothic, asked for an audience with the Lord of the Humans. Inclining his head ever so slightly, Dante ordered his brothers to open the gates. Without so much as sparing a glance for the lines of guns still levelled in his direction, Amrakir entered Port Hellas. General Drost ran a calloused hand over his chin, noting with vague distaste the stubble that scratched at his skin. Every part of him ached. The years, long held off by rejuvenant treatments, were now writ large upon his grey, deeply lined face. Worse by far than his physical appearance, however, was the malaise within his soul. There was a ragged wound upon his mind, the result of his encounter with the quadruped psycho beast, and its frayed edges were slowly unravelling. Drost was a ghost of the man he had once been, a fact of which he was all too painfully aware. Standing in the middle of the port's central landing pad, Drost struggled with these thoughts, pulling his mind reluctantly from its reverie and back into the strange events of the present. Commander Dante and his Golden Guard towered over the Cadian delegation, their burnished power armor shining dully in the half-light of the Fodian day. Opposite these heroes of the Imperium stood the Necrons. The very sight of these terrible aliens sent a chill through Drost's bones. Surely it was no accident they chose the form of living metal skeletons, each one a mechanical reflection of mankind's deep-rooted fear of death. For minutes now, the Lord of the Blood Angels and the Necron King had been exchanging greetings in carefully measured high Gothic. Behind the formalities, Drost could feel the tension in the air. These two beings were gods of war made manifest, who would normally be bent on sealing each other's doom. Yet today, expediency took precedence over hate. Drost listened to Dante's questioning of their unexpected guests, the chapter master navigating to the heart of the matter with far more tact than Drost could have summoned. Why would the Necrons wish to aid the Imperium? Manrakear's response was delivered with haughty self-assurance. The Tyranids were intergalactic vermin, an infestation that no true overlord could ignore. The Necrons were offering Commander Dante massive reinforcements, warriors and war engines sufficient to turn the tide of this conflict. At this, Dante nodded slowly. It was clear that the Necrons had motives of their own, yet the situation was desperate. He would accept an alliance with the Necrons, for now at least. And then, the meeting was over. As quickly as they had come, the Necrons marched out through the gates and back to their flickering emerald gateways. Once the aliens were gone, Dante turned to Drost, the general seeing his own tired face reflected in the Space Marine's golden mask. "My lord, I bow to your wisdom, but are you sure? Can these things even be trusted?" "I have led my chapter for centuries, General Drost, and I know an unwinnable war when I see one. That was what we faced. Now we do not. Do I trust the Necrons? No, not in the slightest. But it seems that for now we have common cause. They will be watched carefully, but for now we must give them our cooperation. Let us defeat the swarms of the Leviathan first, and then concern ourselves with what comes after." The Mefrit Dynasty. Whole regions of the galaxy were once controlled by the sprawling domains of the Necrons, their dynasties controlling thousands of worlds and hundreds of star systems. The Mefrit Dynasty was known for its greed, even among the resource-hungry empire, and many of its overlords were custodians of celestial mines and solar harvesting grounds. With this wealth of energy at their disposal, the Mefrit became masters of manipulating the power of the stars. During the War in Heaven, the dynasty's cryptechs were eminent siege masters and esoteric engineers, turning the nuclear power of suns against their peoples in cataclysmic conflagrations of destruction. After the fall of the Catan, the dynasty entered the Great Sleep like all of their kind, leaving many of their murderous stellar weaponry to drift among the stars. When they awoke, millennia later, it was to a changed galaxy. The star systems the Mefrit had once ruled were now ruined or infested with lesser races. Of their great works, some had been destroyed, tumbling into the hearts of suns or drifting out into the endless void between galaxies. But others remained intact, patiently awaiting their master's return. Among the newly awoken worlds of the Aton dynasty were counted many creations of the Mefrit. The technocratic Ogdubeke dynasty also safeguarded its share of solar war machines across the eons. These ancient gifts, a legacy of the War in Heaven. However, the Mefrit had kept their most diabolical creations for themselves, and as their overlords returned to consciousness, they sought out these lost celestial artifacts. Sadly, many of the Mefrit tombs arose plagued with madness, or filled with despair at the changes time had wrought upon the galaxy. Insane overlords obliterated themselves and their tomb worlds in flares of solar fire. or were crushed to nothingness as they triggered system-spanning singularities. Unaware that these were in fact the ancient weapons of the Mithrit at work, the Imperium and other young races saw only celestial phenomena at work. Despite these losses, the Mithrit dynasty had fared relatively well during its long slumber, having shielded itself with unimaginable acts of stellar vandalism. On the tomb world of Jagos, the Jade Overlord had destroyed every star and planet for 12 light years in all directions, scouring the void clean and leaving nothing that could threaten his hibernation. In the scarred rifts of the etheric divide, the Mithrit created a gravity bubble so strong that ships transitioning from the warp in its shadow were hurled at billions of miles across space. Worse still were the celestial booby traps left for those that would trespass upon the domains of the Mithrit. Null fields resonated around some tomb worlds, plucking vessels from the sky like dying starflies, while oxytechnomatic engines sucked the very air from the lungs of those foolish enough to enter the Mithrit's war crypts. The Great Sleep lasted for millions of years, however, and in that time many tomb worlds fell into ruin. In the Cryptus System, Zarathustra, the Ineffable, had destroyed the Mithrit's vast solar harvesting network, leaving only its core, a single great lens, orbiting close to the young binary stars. Before he entered his crypt, he set traps for the unwary, and awaited the time when he might return and reclaim the glory of his people. Machines built to last for thousands of years were forced to endure millions, and one by one, Zarathustra's defences decayed. By the time the Overlord awoke, the twin stars of Cryptus had grown old and swollen, their rotten atomic cores pumping out endless streams of hard radiation. More worryingly, the worlds Zarathustra had so carefully scoured clean of life and laced with traps were now overrun with humans. When he gazed through the great oculus of Perdita, it was upon the filthy, crowded cities of the Imperium that his mechanized eye fell. To add insult to injury, mankind had subverted Zarathustra's prized solar mirror. Like simple-minded savages, they crawled across its surface and poked at its superlative inner workings, unaware of its true and glorious purpose. Filled with cold rage and fathomless disdain for humanity, Zarathustra was determined to recover the mirror and to reclaim the stars for his dynasty. The Magna Vitrum. When Imperial forces first settled the Cryptus System, they discovered a vast alien structure orbiting its innermost planet. The object was miles across, and for years defied the understanding of the Adeptus Mechanicus or Ordo Xenos. Only when the twin stars underwent a furious period of solar storms was the Magna Vitrum's true purpose divined. It was observed that the object trapped a portion of the power radiating from the suns and channeled it into the void. It was not long before the Imperium had harnessed this solar energy and devised a means of conveying it to each of the Cryptus System's planets. When the Tyranid tendril coiled around the system many centuries later, the Magna Vitrum had become the first link in a network of orbital relays that caught and reflected the captured solar bounty of the binary stars. The Magna Vitrum hung above irradiated Tartarus, where an equally ancient alien device governed its orbit and angle to the sun. On distant Asphodex, Mechanicus Cogitator spires directed the network of solar arrays across the system. Unknown to the Imperium, the Magna Vitrum was far more ancient than even they suspected, a relic of the fallen Necron tier empire, and capable of feats undreamt of by mankind. Amrakir had come before Dante with a simple proposal and a plan. Amrakir knew, as did Dante, that even combined, the Blood Angels and Necron fleets could not destroy the Tyranids. The void was thick with millions of bioships, nor could a victory upon the ground be secured, for every planet swarmed with countless beasts. A glance across the shattered skyline of Fodia was enough for the Overlord to make his point. Its spires and hab blocks were already infected with billions of feeding Xenos organisms. Then Amrakir revealed his solution. A terrible weapon capable of shattering the power of the Hive Fleet, known to the Imperium as the Magnavitrum, and to the Necrons as the Starflame. It was the solar mirror that orbited Tartarus and caught the immense power of the system's twin suns. For centuries, the people of the Cryptus had used the Magnavitrum to relay energy to their worlds, unaware of its ancient origins. Amrakir told Dante the mirror could be used not just to harvest energy, but also to focus it. In short, it could be weaponized to deadly effect. The Necrons would use the Magnavitrum to ignite the core of the gas giant Eros, creating an explosion that would scour the stars of Tyranid ships. Meanwhile, the Defender's fleet would shelter behind the system's surviving worlds. Dante was not so foolish as to believe that the destruction of Eros would completely exterminate the Tyranid infestation, yet it would cause massive damage to the cryptoid tendril, enough that Baal would be able to survive its onset. Meanwhile, for his part, Amrakir cared only that the fleet, descending upon Perdita, would be scoured from the skies and the core world saved. This plan would be no easy task to enact, and even with Dante's armies and Amrakir's legions combined, it would be a bitter and close-fought thing. The movement of the planets and the great distance between the Magnavitrum and its target meant that they would have to use the solar mirror's own relay system to send the beam to Eros. This would mean taking control of the Magnavitrum on Tartarus, the cogitator spires on Asphodex that regulated its beam, and also the Solarium on Lysios. Finally, to send the flare into the heart of Eros, they would need to control the vapor conveyor that was mining the planet's core, opening its vents to the void. Amrakir would send one of the cryptechs with an honor guard of warriors to take control of the Magnavitrum on Tartarus, using the ancient control plimp still buried in its burning plains. On Asphodex, where the wealth of the Tyranids thronged, Amrakir and Dante would fight their way to the cogitator spires within the Phodian Fabricate district, so that they could regulate the output of the Great Mirror. Meanwhile, the Flesh Tearers would secure the relay on Lysios, while on Eros the Blood Angels and Zarathusa's legions would secure the vapor conveyor. As Amrakir and Zarathusa gathered their forces, Dante gave his orders to his commanders, relayed to Seth and Captain Aphiel via the Blade of Vengeance. Swiftly the war leaders were appraised of their new mission. He also sent one final astropathic message, though he knew it might well be years before it was heard. It invoked his rights as a chapter master of the Adeptus Astartes to order the destruction of whole worlds. It was an order of exterminatus. The Living Fortress. Fodia was a ruin, seething with vile alien growths and ravenous beasts. Yet the cogitator spires still rose from amid the quagmire, each a towering edifice of brass and plasteel that spouted vast nests of cables, antennae, and relay dishes. It was these looming techno-shrines that the Allies must now capture, if they were to implement Amrakir's audacious plan. The Hive Fleet had moved with frightening speed in its consumption of Asphodex. Even as the last pockets of Imperial resistance were fighting for survival, feeder organisms were being seeded throughout the ruins. By the time the Blood Angels descended from the heavens, Fodia was a city transformed. The skyline that had once been dominated by proud cathedral spires, icons of the Imperium, and towering arcologies, was now a ragged line of ruins jutting into the sky like the broken teeth of a corpse. Among these crumbling structures, obscene tentacles now reached into the clouds. Each of these capillary towers was surrounded by shoals of flying bio-horrors, one end fixed to a bioship hanging in low orbit, the other drinking deep from one of the Tyranid's vast digestion pools. However, It was only when one looked beneath the rubble and ruin of the city streets that the true horror of the hive mind's consumption was made clear. Sewers and canals, once Fodia's arteries, were now clogged with the rotting remains of the city's defenders. Miles of flesh-filled rivers fed into the central digestion pools and up into the Hive Fleet above. As it transpired, the site of the cogitator spires that the Allies sought now rose from one of these vast digestion pools, as though from a moat of bile. Located in the centre of the Fabrique district, it was a part of the city firmly in the grip of the Tyranids. Previously, the site had been too well defended for the Space Marines to risk attacking. Now, with the strength of the Necrons supplementing their own, matters had changed. The Blood Angels had targeted their attack against the massive Fabricator's Gate, while the Necrons moved through the Undercity to burn out the beast from within. Yet the hive mind was well prepared for their coming. Swarms of creatures infesting the district to protect both the bounty of biomass and the feeding ships. Dante began his assault on two fronts, led by ancient Zoriel, the spearhead of Furioso dreadnoughts, Baal predators, and Archangel terminators, called in from reserve for this most important of missions, attempted to scour a path to the Fabricator's Gate. Meanwhile, the commander and his skyborn battle brothers soared over the rooftops to outflank the Tyranid swarm that surrounded the towers. On the ground, the streets became brutal killing grounds as the heavily armoured Space Marines and dreadnoughts waded slowly forward through their foes. Sporocysts and heavy weapon beasts opened fire from within the ruins, while smaller creatures darted out from blind alleys and sewer entrances to snap and claw. In the air, clouds of hissing gargoyles spat venom and clawed at the Space Marines, assailing Dante and his host in seemingly endless numbers. From beyond the Fabricator's Gate, the Space Marines drew fire from unseen enemies. Massive creatures with heavy biocannons fired from the edges of the digestion lake, their living shells bursting among the Blood Angels' assault squads. Even so, Dante pressed on towards the gate, leaping from one rooftop to another, his battle brothers close at his side. Meanwhile, below ground, Amrakir's legions marched through the darkness of the Undercity, lit only by the umber glow of their own weapons. Here too the hive mind's defences were well entrenched, and soon the Necrons were fighting back swarms of gaunts and rippers that surged out of the darkness. Wave after wave of creatures flung themselves at the Necrons, fangs and claws tearing through metal bodies amid showers of sparks. Relentlessly, Amrakir pushed his legion on, the darkness strobing with particle beams and arcs of eldritch lightning. Genestealers scrambled along the walls and ceilings, their talons tearing off Necron heads and ripping open android bodies. Yet Amrakir strode contemptuously through these foes, his war scythe a blur of movement that left only ribbons of purple gore in its wake. With the Traveller at their head, the Necrons continued their dogged advance. Slowly, the Necrons fought their way up through the lower levels of the Fabrique district, purging one nest after another. However, despite the trail of torn and ruined creatures Amrakir left behind, thousands more surged forward to take their place. When the Necrons finally blasted their way out into the heart of the district, they emerged not into a vulnerable spot behind the Tyranid lines, but surrounded by a living sea of chitin and fangs. Amrakir urged the legions he had tithed from Perdita up out of the broken sewer locks. It was like fighting upriver through a chitinous flood tide. Soon the ramps were clogged with the twitching forms of fallen Necrons and slick with Xenos blood. With irritation, Amrakir noticed that fresh broods of Genestealers were swarming up out of the sewer, cutting off his retreat. In moments, the Overlord's legion had become a metallic island surrounded by an ocean of purple carapace and red claws. Up above, Dante's forces stormed the Fabricator's Gate. Red-armoured Terminators strode past the acid-eaten remains of Imperial battle tanks, trading fire with weapon beasts, while the surviving dreadnoughts tore apart massive spores with their hydraulic fists. Dante himself landed atop the gate, snapping off a shot from his pistol that turned a gargoyle into pink mist, even as he hacked the head from another with a sweep of his axe. Then, a massive shadow passed overhead, buffeting the commander with the beating of giant wings. Turning his golden mask toward the sky, Dante found a hive tyrant as it banked around. In the instant he saw the beast, it locked eyes upon him, and he felt its psychic presence clawing at his mind. Dante hurled himself into the air, thundering up towards the beast on a plume of fire, while his brothers peeled off to join the fighting below. This was their lord's fight. They would not intervene. The two leaders duelled over the burning gateway, Chapter Master against Hive Lord. Dante's axe rang out again and again as it traded blows with the tyrant's bone sword. The Blood Angel ducked and dived to avoid the creature's ripping claws and grasping talons. Feet slamming against stonework before pushing him skyward once more. Each time Dante tried to bring up his Inferno pistol for a clean shot, the beast would wheel away into the clouds, or drive him back down with a powerful snap of its wings. Despite its size, the beast was agile and swift, and it took all of Dante's considerable skill to stay beyond its vicious embrace. Yet Commander Dante was an expert combatant, and knew that there were many ways to best a foe. Hurling himself from the gate, the Blood Angel plunged down towards the ground, and the beast tucked its wings in and dived down after him. Like a golden meteor, Dante fell towards the Fabrique district, glimpsing tiny crimson shapes fighting through a maze of chitin and rubble far below. As he fell, Dante twisted round on his back and levelled his pistol at the tyrant. The creature was now descending at breakneck speed to keep up with its prey, its wings wrapped around its body and fanged head thrust forward. Second by second, the beast was slowly closing the gap between them. Just before the Chapter Master plunged into the ruins, he fired. The tyrant tried to jink out of the way, its wings bursting out to arrest its descent, but it was too late. Dante didn't see if the shot struck home, triggering his jump pack at the last moment to send himself hurtling horizontally through the ruins. Somewhere behind him there was a sickening crash as the creature smashed into the ground. Then Dante was struggling to control his flight. Though he had slowed his descent, he was still too close to the ground, and dangerously out of control. After tumbling through the broken manufactorum, the Chapter Master was thrown out over the digestion lake, splashing down into its sea of half-digested corpses and liquid meat. He pulled himself to shore, his golden armour slathered in a viscous gruel of living tissue, and took in his surroundings. From beyond the ruins, the sounds of war raged on, and Vox reports were coming in that the fabricated gate had been breached. Then a sound from beyond the great lake drew Dante's attention. Something was moving in the ruins. Something big. Amricair's forces had become penned in beneath the vast gates connecting the Undercity and sewer to the Fabricate district. Unable to advance or retreat, the Necrons had formed a fortress of living metal, upon which the Tyranids were throwing themselves in ever-increasing numbers. Living artillery rained down, bursting with wet thumps. Then Amricair called upon his reserves, and from folds in between reality, scores of monoliths and wings of doom scythes appeared in the sky over Fodia. Their weapons spoke in anger, punching ragged holes in the Tyranid lines. Strafed mercilessly by the Necron reinforcements, the Tyranids were pushed back toward the flesh-thick lake. It was then that the Bio-Titan made its presence known. As Amricair's legions marched into the ruins of the manufactorums, the gigantic beast tore apart the vanguard of the Blood Angel's assault. Waves of red-armoured warriors were pouring into the ruins around the lake, while others rode upon wings of fire to strike at the Bio-Titan. Amricair ordered his monoliths to turn their guns upon the Hierophant, but most of the crackling particle whips either flashed off its heavy carapace or were turned away by some kind of psychic shield. Then a doom scythe crashed into the ground nearby, cartwheeling end over end in a ball of flame. Turning his eyes from the crippled craft, Amricair was forced to concentrate his army on the smaller bio-horrors, streaming out of the ruins toward the living metal legion. Dante's force was pinned down by the Bio-Titan, unable to match its firepower. They had taken up a defensive position on the edge of the lake, only a few hundred yards from the Cogitator spires. The Chapter Master had his Devastators mass their weapons fire against the beast, but so far, missiles, las blasts, and blazing bolts of plasma had failed to slow the creature. From the direction of the Fabricator's Gate, dreadnoughts and predators rumbled forward, the Blood Angels' armoured might coming to their Chapter Master's aid, and the Blood Angels prepared to make an attack once more. On the other side of the district, Amricair's forces were also struggling to push past the Bio-Titan. The Immortals were pouring Tesla fire into the beast as it squatted over the digestion lake, its guns swiveling back and forth to hurl fleshy shells and torrents of caustic fluid into both Blood Angels and Necrons. In the air, Amricair's forces were slowly winning the war against the winged beasts and artillery organisms. Doomsibes screamed through the air, weaving between chitinous projectiles as their fire seared smoking holes through membranous wings and slime-covered chitin. Gun beasts, hunkering in ruined rooftops, exploded into showers of gore, while flying creatures tumbled screeching from the sky, to be trampled underfoot by the steady advance of the ranks of Necron warriors below. Yet for all the Necrons' victories, the Bio-Titan dominated the battle, the deafening crack of its bio-cannons sounding each time the Allies tried to push toward the Cogitator spires, heavy fire forcing them back once more. It was then that Amricair unleashed his secret weapon. Time was of the essence, and he would wait no longer for the hive mind to muster fresh forces to throw against them. Those Blood Angels closest to the digestion lake thought Dante must have ordered an orbital strike when they saw the fire descending from the sky. As it neared, though, it was not a missile they beheld, but the shape of a flame-wreathed god. Nyadra Zatha, the Burning One, fell from the sky like a meteor. When the Catan shard struck the ruins, it sent a plume of molten rock hundreds of yards into the air, and a wave of fire rolled out through the ruins, incinerating everything in its path. Hundreds of weapon beasts were blasted into ashen shadows in that single instant. The Bio-Titan turned its beady eyes upon the newcomer and launched a withering salvo of bio-shells. The Catan barely seemed to react as the ordnance burst and burned upon its coruscating halo of fire. Dante ordered his men to hold their position as the two nightmare creatures fought. The commander had limited faith in his Necron allies, but had none in the creation of flame that he now beheld. Flesh and fire rampaged across the ruins, the staggering strength of the Bio-Titan pitted against the reality-bending will of the Catan. Even as the two giants fought to the death, the battle continued to rage around them. Dante's Blood Angels, now in control of the Fabricator's Gate and the bridge to the Cogitator spires, held their ground against waves of weapon beasts and bio-ordnance. On the far side of the lake, the Necrons were equally pressed. Amricair stood atop a pile of dismembered alien corpses, his crackling war scythe gripped in two skeletal fists. Then, with a final, mournful hiss, the Hierophant pitched forward into the rubble. As it tried to rise, the Catan thrust a burning hand into its cracked and dripping carapace. Steam began to pour from the creature's wounds as the star god cooked from within. Then it exploded in a shower of smoking ichor. In moments, the battle had turned back in the Allies' favour. With the Bio-Titan down, the Blood Angels surged forward into the Tyranids' inner defences, while the Necrons turned their firepower on the surviving weapon beasts. The Catan shard, meanwhile, ascended into the nest of capillary towers on a pillar of fire, tearing into them with burning fists. Under the brutal combined assault of the Blood Angels and Necrons, the first capillary tower was severed, spewing half-digested biomatter hundreds of yards in all directions. Then, writhing and twisting, it fell from the sky, crashing down across miles of the city below. Even as the other towers fell, Amricar and Dante entered the maze-like lower levels of the Cogitator spires, both endeavouring to be the first to reach the Magnavitrum relay controls. Amricar opened the Adeptus Mechanicus spire with a contemptuous wave of his hand. Compared to the complex structures of his mind, the workings of these primitive machines were as nothing. The Overlord strode into the ruined corridors of the spire, Mithrid warriors close upon his heels. The crude interior of the spire was a maze of twisting corridors and claustrophobic chambers, choked with the remains of dead humans. From among the dead, feeding beasts turned to hiss at Amricar, pulling gore-stained maws from dripping chest cavities. Those creatures that tried to slow the Overlord's progress were met with the keen edge of his war scythe. As Amricar neared the top of the spire, large beasts lumbered to bar his way. These huge, multi-limbed monsters snarled with bile-dripping mouths and carried pulsing biocannons. The shambling warriors, raised from Perdita, dutifully shielded their temporary master from these attacks, their living metal bodies absorbing hard chitin spines and curved talons. Yet for every few warriors that fell, convulsing to the ground to be teleported away, a Tyranid creature broke through to face Amricar's war scythe. Not for the first time, Amricar wished he fought amongst his loyal Pyrean Eternals, but he had been compelled to leave his veteran bodyguard to watch over his ship and his stasis crypt. Even so, the Necrons were able to advance chamber by chamber over the dismembered bodies of their foes, until at last Amricar emerged into the apex of the spire and the nexus of the Magnavitrum relay control. A winged hive tyrant dominated the chamber, its ragged, torn wings hanging down its back like a cloak of flesh and bone. The thing had obviously been wounded in the fighting, its back a heat-seared mess of blackened flesh. Yet, as it rose up on curving talons, unfurling a whip of living muscle and a sword of bone, Amricar could see it was far from defeated. Even though it towered over the Necron Lord, he charged forward without hesitation, his war scythe flashing through the air with a crackle of energy. The beast moved with terrifying speed, its whip lashing out in an attempt to ensnare Amricar, while its bone blade swept in low. The Overlord reversed his weapon in a single smooth motion, turning aside the sword blow and twisting out of the way of the whip, then turned his scythe in a blur to land a vicious blow upon the monster. The Hive Tyrant hissed in rage and snapped at Amricar, its jaws closing on the Necron's shoulder plate and tearing away a ragged fragment. The warriors of Mithrid moved forward to protect their assigned Overlord, but Amricar waved them back. This was a battle he would win alone. Now that he had a measure of the creature's speed, the traveller used its size to his advantage. Attacking the tyrant once more, Amricar traded blows as he lured it to the edges of the spire chamber. Here, the low ceiling slowed the creature, and its ruined wings caught upon the jagged walls. For minutes more the two traded blows until, with a flash of his scythe, Amricar slipped past the creature's guard and sliced open its thorax, acidic offal splattering to the floor. The Overlord allowed himself a moment of pleasure at his victory as the beast slid to the ground. Then, with a thought and a gesture, he exerted his will upon the controls around him. Hammering quietly, the Nexus stirred to life, ready to regulate the power of the Magnavitrum. Fog of Death. All the worlds of the Cryptus system relied upon the Magnavitrum for power, and Lysios was no exception. However, where the other planets had massive fortified relays which conveyed power to their manufactorums and city districts, Lysios harvested the energy only for its nomadic caravans. Among the oldest ground crawlers there rumbled sacred vehicles, the solariums, built to transport towering solar masts. Each was an uplink to the relay array in orbit and the Magna Vitrum. Thanks to the devastation wrought by the Tyranids, only one now remained. When Dante sent word to Seth outlining the plan to destroy Eros, he asked the chapter master to align the Lysite relay. This would mean defending the convoy's solarium while its cogitator made the exacting calculations required to redirect the power of Cryptus' sons. Dante impressed upon Seth the importance of this mission. It could not fail. Even should the citizens of Lysios perish, the solarium must survive. If it was destroyed, the beam would never reach the distant gas giant, and ultimately it would be Baal, the Blood Angel's homeworld, that would pay the price. The Flesh Tearers and their allies made a stand within the ruins of the Adeptus Sororitas Cathedral. Theirs would be a battle not just for survival, but for time, as Seth protected the Magna Vitrum uplink long enough for the great solar mirror to be turned upon Eros and set the world alight. Scant hours had passed since the convoy had reached the Adeptus Sororitas Cathedral, the long-abandoned compound where the Empress Faith had first been brought to Lysios. Within their crawlers, the nomads muttered darkly about the doom of their people, while outside the Flesh Tearers and Sisters of Battle prepared for the next Xenos assault. Gabriel, Seth, and Amity Hope gathered their troops, the bright suns of Cryptus glinting off dark crimson and white armoured forms. Weapons were checked and prayers drifted upon the wind, while the click of shells being loaded echoed among the broken buildings. Everyone knew that the wave should have hit by now, yet there was no sign of it. Somehow the inexplicable absence of that towering wall of water was more unsettling to many than its arrival would have been. Still, whatever had occurred was a blessing, for as yet the cathedral's void shields remained inoperable. From orbit, Flesh Tearers' reinforcements came crashing down, leaving burning trails across the sky. As these new arrivals landed amid the ruins, they formed up alongside their brothers. Terminator battle brothers with crackling lightning claws appeared in bursts of otherworldly light, ready to repel the Tyranid assault. Behind them, slab-armoured dreadnoughts crashed through the reeking, salt-stained rubble, equally eager to get at the foe, giving the lines of Crimson Infantry some heavy support. Beyond the lines of dark red armoured giants and stern-faced sisters, all sound ebbed away, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The defenders turned their eyes to the horizon and watched as a shadow fell across the dry sea, a shadow that soon became a huge, rolling cloud. The foremost Flesh Tearers units followed its progress, anticipating the carnage to come, many tightening their grips on well-worn chain-blade hilts. Augurs and Auspex probed the cloud as it drew closer. Seth's scowl deepened as he watched it approach. Something was very wrong. Did the approaching fog conceal the Tyranid swarm? Or had the foe somehow vaporized the long-overdue tidal wave? If so, to what end? Once again, he considered the wisdom of making a stand, but he knew that there was to be no more running. Yet unbeknownst to Seth or Amity, the world beyond their ruined island had been all but stripped. Ruins and cities had been scoured clean of sea creatures and clinging algae, while even the salt from the stained ground had been devoured. Greatest by far among the victims of consumption was Lysios' world-scouring wave. After it had washed over the invasion swarm, tendrils of the Hive Fleet had drunk deep of its brine-soaked bounty. Within less than a day, the tidal wave that had ravaged the world for centuries was no more. Even as the wave was devoured, the swarm that had conquered Ixoi were absorbed by their parent ships before being spat back out upon the surface of Lysios. These poisonous beasts joined the feeding frenzy upon the planet below. As the clouds that had covered Ixoi were consumed in the wake of their departure, a graveyard of rusting, desiccated armor was revealed. Not even the skeletons of the dead were left behind to mark the thousands of men that had fought and died there. It was the poisonous cloud conjured by the swarms of toxcreens and venomthropes that the defenders now saw bearing down upon them. Hidden in this toxic haze were hundreds of smaller swarms, the boiling greenish clouds racing out ahead of them to cover the dry sea in darkness. The defenders tried to pierce the poison fog with their augers, but it was as if the world ended at its edge. Tiny organisms drifted amongst the mists, their microscopic spines transmitting a wall of electromagnetic noise, proof against the probing technology. However, as the rolling wave of poison fog bore down upon the cathedral, the Space Marines and Sisters of Battle started to make out shadows in its depths. Spine-covered ghosts and scythe-armed spectres swam into view, a promise of the monsters now closing in on the Imperial line. At that moment, Seth and many of his brothers caught the foul scent of the cloud, their enhanced senses revealing to them its deadly nature. With a series of quick orders, the defenders clamped down helmets and double-checked armor seals, while the terrified nomads retreated to the safety of their crawlers. Like a phantom wave, the cloud rushed through the ruined buildings and engulfed the flesh-tearers and their allies. The toxic wind seared the surface of the defenders' power armor as the battlefield became poisonous to all non-Tyranid life. But they stood firm, trusting to the protection of their war gear. Seth and his brothers watched the shifting fog for enemies, their visibility so clear moments before, now reduced to a handful of yards. The sound of the approaching broods reached the ears of the defenders, slowly building into a dry hiss. Guns were levelled into the mist, each warrior straining their senses to find a target. Suddenly, the ground beneath a squad of sisters imploded. One moment, they stood upon the churned rubble of the ruins. The next, a yawning void opened under them. Fangs the length of chainswords flashed up out of the rift, and in a spray of gore, half a dozen Sisters of Battle died. A huge, worm-like beast hurled its carcass from the ravaged earth, jaws gaping impossibly wide as it roared at the survivors. At that same instant, the fog came alive with bounding, scuttling shapes, and a thundering rain of bio-ordnance arced out of the darkness. A dozen more sisters fell, clutching burning rents in their armor or broken helmet seals. A handful of flesh-tearers soon joined them, as crystalline shells began to burst among their lines. The Space Marines' response was both swift and brutal. Even before the first weapon beasts could close the dozen or so yards that separated them from the defenders, the flashes of sustained bolter fire lit up the fog. Explosive rounds tore from the compound's edge, blasting chunks from Xenos and plasteel walls with ease. Flame weapons cast eerie shadows as they incinerated screaming creatures, and heavy bolters added their rhythmic hammering to the orchestra of death. Broods of Hormagaunts and Termagants spilled out of the mist. Hidden amongst the scrambling horde, Genestealers ducked away from enemy fire, using their smaller kin for cover. As the Xenos beasts hit the flesh-tearers' lines, the assault marines and dreadnoughts stepped forward to contain them. A Talon beast tried to leap over the defenders, only to be gutted in a sticky purple spray by the blade of a battle brother. A Genestealer that darted forward to strike a wounded warrior was crushed in the crackling claw of a dreadnought, its bulbous head bursting across the walker's armor in a spurt of ichor. Everywhere, battle raged unchecked as the hive mind brought its might to bear against the Space Marines and Sisters of Battle. The low, broken walls of the cathedral soon became choked with the dead, and the cries of the dying were punctuated with the thump of bolter fire and metallic rain of spent shells hitting rubble. Adeptus Sororitas Retributus held the right flank of the wall, supported by the remnants of their battle-scarred tanks. As gaunt and towering Tyranid warriors thundered towards them, heavy flamers and multi-melter beams carved a burning path through the fog, turning the beasts into incandescent pillars of flame. Yet still the Xenos came, Genestealers covered in burning promethium, crawling over the charred corpses of their brood to get at the defenders. Seth stood at the center of the line, his brothers on either side of him, hacking apart any beast that came within reach. And yet the foes seemed endless, More and more creatures materialized to fall upon the defenders. Through his rising battle rage, Seth could see the sisters dying, their weakened squads being overwhelmed and torn apart in the melee. Worse, with the foe all around and their battle lust upon them, many of his warriors were surrendering to the Red Thirst. In the mist ahead of him, crimson shapes charged forwards, howling for Xenos blood. The Flesh-Tearers were no longer holding the line. They had taken the fight to the Tyranids. The Flesh-Tearers' fury looked as though it would be their undoing. Unwilling to merely hold the line against the tide of Xenos, the Space Marines were forging forward in a brutal counterattack. Yet as they did so, their squads were becoming separated, individual battle brothers breaking formation to charge after half-seen foes. As the spore-thick fog swirled around them in clotted clouds, Flesh-Tearers appeared and disappeared mid-swing or strike. They were vengeful ghosts, swimming through a sea of death. Everywhere, the shattered buildings were alive with movement as shining, dripping shapes skittered into view. The dreadnought, Scorian, crashed into a brood of leader beasts, their bone blades and razor claws ripping sparking furrows in his armoured hide. Scorian plunged a blood talon through one of the Tyranid warriors while firing his melter gun into another, fog and flesh parting before the scalding beam. Nearby, hidden in the mist, squads of Flesh-Tearers were pushing into the swarm, chain blades, bolt rounds and ceramite boots, crushing carapaces and bursting alien bodies. Seth fought beside them, trying to keep his company together but feeling the red thirst rising. His massive chainsword hacked apart those beasts that reared up before him, its diamond-hard teeth sending up fountains of purple ichor as they ripped off limbs and cut open chest cavities. However, despite the fury of the Flesh-Tearers and the great tally of death piling at their feet, Seth could see the Imperial defences were crumbling. Abandoned by their allies, the Sisters of Battle were being overrun, black and white armoured shapes littering the rubble-strewn streets or crumpled behind makeshift barricades where they had fallen. And it was not just the Adepta Sororitas that were suffering. Squads of battle brothers were vanishing into the mist, never to return. Overcome with the red thirst, groups of Flesh-Tearers charged deep into the ruins, leaving the Imperial defences and the covering fire of the nomad guns far behind. These warriors left a path of carnage in their wake, but alone and unsupported, they too were overcome by the ever-increasing number of Tyranids. Then, the Toxicrenes entered the fray. They were the source of the poisonous cloud bank. The fog grew thicker as they approached, and even the power armour of the Imperial defenders was not enough to keep them safe. Amity's order, which had been so hard-pressed, suffered terribly. Purity seals boiled away, and armour cracked open under the poisonous assault. Within their helmets, sisters vomited bloody strands of phlegm and let out gurgling screams as their eyeballs turned to fluid. The Sister Superior led the few remaining Sisters of Battle back toward their vehicles, seeking sanctuary nearer the heart of the compound. The Flesh-Tearers fared better, their enhanced bodies fighting back the poisons, even as they fought the aliens themselves. Yet still they died. With the coming of the Toxicrenes, the tactics of the swarm shifted. The creatures that moments before had sought out killing blows now tried to tear open their foes' power armour. Genestealers darted in to snip open helmet seals, and snapping lash whips wrapped around ceramite plates, tearing them free. Seth reached Scorian's side in time to see the dreadnought charge into a Toxicrene. The lumbering walker crashed into the beast's chitin-covered hide hard enough to stagger it. Seth tried to join the assault on the creature, hopeful that perhaps this was the key to dispersing the cloud. However, this close to the beast, the poison was unendurable. Coughing and choking, he was forced back, the taste of blood thick in his mouth. At first, Scorian matched the Toxicrene, pistons screaming as they struggled against alien muscle. Then the creature's tentacles wrapped around Scorian's hull, and where they touched the armoured plates, the dreadnought's ceramite hull hissed. Yet the Toxicrene did not stop at this. The questing tips of its tentacles pushed through the rents, eaten into Scorian's hull. Then, with a sudden wrench, The beast tore the front of the dreadnought sarcophagus clean off. The ruined meat of his body exposed to the toxic gas, Scorian fought back. Ancient flesh bubbling, he plunged his taloned fists into the toxicrene, driving the blades deep into the beast's heaving flank. With a sickening, wet roar, the massive poison beast exploded, showering Scorian in an acidic soup of steaming gore. For scant moments the warrior stood there, as his armour boiled away, still trying to strike out with limbs that were little but mechanical slurry. Then his remains spilled out onto the ground in a puddle of flesh. With Scorian's death, the beleaguered Imperial lines broke, and Seth was forced to retreat back to the crawlers and the precious solarium. As he fought his way back, far too few of his brothers followed him. Some were lost to the Red first and could not heed his commands over their own rage. Others had advanced too far, until the swarm closed around them. Seth reached the crawlers to find them beset on all sides by Tyranids. Clawed horrors tore at their armour or blasted their sides with living shells. One crawler had been tipped upon its side, the huge Morlock that had devoured so many battle sisters tearing at its underbelly. True to his mission, Seth gathered his brothers around the Magnavitrum uplink, bolters blazing into the murk, and vowed he would hold until Dante fired the Magnavitrum. Around him the clouds thickened as another toxicrene approached, and parts of the uplink mast started to hiss and burn. Hope from despair. Eros is a primary refinery platform, a veritable city floating in the clouds, belonged to the Blood Angels and to Captain Aphiel and Brother Corbulu. However, although they had succeeded in rescuing the last battered remnants of the platform's Cadian garrison, victory was far from theirs. The attack had been swift and devastating. The Strike Force's Storm Ravens had made short work of the aerial beasts circling the platform, and blowing them out of the sky with missiles and las cannon blasts. Meanwhile, assault squads had spilled from the flanks of their speeding gunships, jump packs flaring as they plunged into the fighting below. The Tyranids that thronged the platform's streets had died in their hundreds, blown apart by bolt shells or shredded by frag grenade blasts. When Captain Aphiel lopped the head from the Tyranid hive tyrant at the swarm's heart, the influence of the hive mind had gutted out across the platform. The slaughter that followed was brief and bloody. Those Tyranids not torn apart in the crossfire had fled mindlessly off the platform's edges, tumbling away into the heart of the gas giant with diminishing feral shrieks. Throughout the battle, Brother Corbulu had been like a man possessed, his eyes alight with the fires of hope. The whirling edge of his chainblade, Heaven's Teeth, made short work of every hissing horror that flung itself in his path. His voice echoed out, exhorting his brothers to victory. The sanguinary high priest believed that his prize was close at hand, and with it perhaps a chance to avert his beloved chapter's descent into madness. No Xenospawn was going to come between him and that hope, and so he hacked and hewed until his muscles burned and his armour dripped with alien gore. Only when the last of the infestation had been purged and the battered Cadian survivors had emerged from behind their barricades did the awful truth come to light. There had indeed been stockpiles of Satiex on the primary platform until just over 6 hours ago. Hollow-eyed with exhaustion, Cadian Lieutenant Dormand told how the men of the 2nd and 7th platoons had held to the very last under Captain Cauldron, defending the warehouses in which the elixir had been stored. Men had fought with lasguns, knives, even their bare hands. Understanding the irreplaceable nature of the prize they defended, it had not been enough. Finally, his men butchered and his prize untenable, Cauldron had sent one last vox, a grim command for Dormand and his men to hold the perimeter for as long as they could. Then the captain had set off the demo charges that ringed the warehouses. The roaring chain of explosions that followed obliterated Cauldron and his last few men, along with the attacking Tyranids and, of course, the Satiex. All that remained of the site was a ragged wound in the platform's superstructure, a yawning absence that stood as mute testament to Cadian's selflessness in the face of defeat. His tale told, Lieutenant Dormand had flinched back from the look on Corbulo's face, fearing for a moment that the golden-haired giant might strike him. Yet the High Priest had turned away instead, slamming one shaking fist into a nearby bulkhead, hard enough to dent the metal. Hope had been stolen by simple poor fortune and the frailties of mortal men. He could not be angry at the Cadians, for they had done everything they could. Instead, he would reserve his killing fury for the foe. While the priest had been learning the terrible truth, Captain Afiel had managed to force a Vox channel through the storm layer and up to his orbiting ships. The link was choppy, the Vox surf's voice fading in and out like that of a ghost. Yet the link held long enough for Afiel to get an appraisal of the situation. He grasped the altered nature of his mission, face grim as he realized he would no longer be this world's savior but its executioner. His task was now to hold the primary platform and the vapor conveyor that it housed, until the Magnavitrum could be fired through it and into Eros's heart. On the edge of the ionosphere, the conveyor's upper platform was to be held by some allied force that had lately entered the fray. The static-laden Vox spat a name for this force, but Afiel discounted it, putting the obvious miscommunication down to malicious data ghosts. It was of no matter. His orders were to hold until the last moment, evacuating only when exterminatus was guaranteed. Resolved to this challenging task, Captain Afiel broke the link and began to reorder his battle lines. The conveyor hub sat at the heart of the platform, a factory-like structure surrounded by battle-ruined buildings. The armoured mass of the vapor conveyor rose from the hub, stabbing up into the storm-racked skies like some vast spear shaft, until it vanished from view. Afiel and Corbulo and Dormand dispensed their forces through the ruins in its shadow. Meanwhile, the Blood Angel Storm Ravens settled into defensive flight patterns overhead. Clips clacked into bolt guns, lasgun packs were checked, and prayers to machine spirits were intoned. A single, much-battered Leman Russ battle tank rumbled into place behind the Cadian's position, a turret tracking right and left as its gunnery seneschal ran his pre-combat checks. As the last confirmations filtered over the Vox, Captain Afiel nodded in satisfaction. Everything was in readiness. The foe would not capture the conveyor hub, while even one of the warriors of the Imperium remained to deny them. And with that thought, Afiel made out the great swarm of dark specks tumbling down from the storm layer toward the platform. The enemy were on their way. Now was the time to fight, and if the Emperor was with them, to win. Zarathustra, the Ineffable, directed his warriors from the throne of his tomb ship, gazing through the eyes of his skyborne attack force, while his mind made millions of tactical calculations a second. His vision shifted through several of his warriors until he settled on the pilot of a night scythe. The fighter soared among the blue clouds of Eros, flanked by a squadron of tomb blades, their particle weapons flashing out to annihilate anything that strayed too close to their formation. Out of the mist, Zarathustra could see a sea of bulbous alien spores taking shape. The hateful things repelled him with their shape alone, the dripping organic appendages and ichor-slick surfaces stirring some almost forgotten animal response deep within his mind. With a clipped series of orders, he directed a wing of crescent-shaped doom scythes to strike, and was gratified to see several of the closest spores burst in vivid showers of gore as the Necron fighters streaked past them, weapons strobing. Yet it was not just the vile beasts that disturbed Zarathustra, but the ren-armoured savages Amrikar had instructed him to aid. Only necessity had forced Zarathustra to accept the traveller's bargain, and the grim reality that without help his core world would surely be destroyed. Yet to be told he must make alliance with these interlopers was too much, and Zarathustra shuddered at the thought of what his court would say, or perhaps were even now saying behind his back. Seething, Zarathustra turned his ire upon the Tyranids. Some of the smaller wing beasts were slipping through his cordon of tomb blades. The little horrors too numerous for his warriors to stop completely. The Overlord ordered his Night Scythes to turn their weapons upon those that strayed too close. Nearby, one of the massive floating spores flowered open, revealing a crown of biocannons. A sudden flurry of living shells hammered into Zarathusa's formation, and several of his tomb blades were torn apart. Yet the Necrons forged on. Now the human structure was coming into view, an ugly, graceless thing used to plunder the core of Eros. The Tyranids clustered all around the pipeline, as if the unreasoning beasts actually knew what Anrakir had planned. That could not be, surely. How could such base animals anticipate the brilliance of the Traveller's plan? As he had been instructed, the Overlord released a data burst down through the storm layer toward the human army, mildly curious as to how the savages would respond. At the same moment, he angled his own force toward where the pipe reached the upper atmosphere. For long minutes, Zarathusa's host forged a path towards the fuel hub. Night Scythes screamed through the void, guns blowing Tyranid wing beasts apart in sprays of ichor. Meanwhile, his bridge crew reported that the humans, while confused, had acknowledged their role in the battle. Zarathusa dismissed their repeated requests for identity clarification with cold amusement. Let them wonder at the nature of the gods who fought above their heads. Such savages could never understand the ineffable. Zarathusa mused as he prepared to sweep away the vermin and seize his objective. For the first time since he had awoken, the Overlord felt his mood improve. His warriors would escape into the void well before Eros exploded, while the human armies, along with the Tyranids, would certainly perish. Yes, this would be a good day indeed. On the Erosian primary platform, consternation had greeted the crackling data burst that had issued from every vox grill and speaker. An alliance with Necrons, verified with Dante's personal ciphers. It seemed impossible, yet the proof was there for all to see. Still, there was no time to debate the wisdom of Commander Dante's decision. The swarms were descending, and the sky all around the platform seethed with monsters. Blood Angels and Cadians raised their guns and filled the air with a storm of gunfire as the first attack wave swooped low overhead. Massive shadows raced across the ruins, the silhouettes of gargoyles and vast hive crones stark against the lightning of the storm belt overhead. Some of the winged monsters were torn from the skies, bodies tumbling and rolling to a stop amid the ruins and sprays of ichor. Others were more fortunate, driving through the storm of fire with taut snaps of their wings before strafing the defenders with caustic biofire. Cadians were torn apart as seething nests of stranglethorn tendrils engulfed them. Space Marines stumbled to their knees, armor bubbling and melting where acid had sprayed across it. As the winged monsters wheeled for another attack, Captain Aphiel barked swift orders, and the sky lit up with explosions. The Strike Force's Storm Ravens screamed in over the platform, hurtling between ruined buildings as they unloaded punishing fire into the Harpies and Hive Crones. More huge winged beasts fell from the air, crashing down upon the platform or dropping out of sight into the void below. For long minutes the Storm Ravens held the skies. Red-hulled attack craft pursued screeching beasts, their fire chasing the jinking, rolling monsters as ruined buildings flashed by to either side. Though valorous and skilled, the Blood Angels' flight crews were also horribly outnumbered. The defenders' cheers faltered as fresh waves of winged beasts descended, their numbers dwarfing the first attack. Hive Crones swooped down into the fight, tentaclids tearing away from their wings with wet, ripping sounds. Trailing, writhing tendrils, the living missiles swam through the air and latched onto those gunships too slow to evade. Massive bioelectrical pulses rent the air above the primary platform as the weapon beasts did their work. Captain Aphiel watched in dismay as first one and then another Storm Raven dropped from the sky, smoke boiling from ruined systems. Their mission might be a desperate one, But Afiel would be damned if he was condemning his followers to death with no chance of evacuation. Hurriedly, he ordered his remaining gunships to withdraw, commanding them to keep their distance and to be prepared to effect a fighting evacuation at a moment's notice. Now, with the Blood Angels' air cover driven off, the Tyranids fell upon the platform like a living blizzard. Boiling clouds of gargoyles descended, spitting armoured grubs and gouts of blinding acid at the defenders. Tyrannikites drifted down around the platform's edges, disgorging great swarms of bounding hormagaunts and bellowing armour-clad carnifexes. With winged hive tyrants swooping overhead, these fresh swarms surged through the platform's ruined streets and fell upon the defenders like an avalanche. Lieutenant Dorman's men fired from behind their barricades, exhaustion doing nothing to diminish the effectiveness of their tight volleys of fire. The battle cannon of their remaining tank boomed again and again, its shells blasting spumes of flesh and chitin into the air with every shot. The Blood Angels fired into the horde, hosing the Tyranids with bolt shells and gouts of flamer wash. On the eastern flank, a mass of hormagaunts spilled over the barricades, stabbing and biting. They buried several battle brothers of Squad Ludvius beneath their mass, before fire from the dreadnought Raelian blew them to pieces. Almost at the same time, the western flank started to buckle, the storm-slain conscripts breaking as a trio of carnifexes thundered into their ranks, hurling aside the ragged bodies of any soldier brave enough to stand in their way. Across the steps of the cathedral, Corbulo saw the flank faltering and led a squad of Blood Angels into the fray. Holding aloft the red grail, Corbulo let out a mighty battle cry and pointed his chainsword, Heaven's Teeth, toward the lumbering horrors. Then, as one, the Blood Angels charged, and inspired by the presence of the Grail, they fought without fear or mercy, driving back the hulking beast in a storm of adamantium teeth and explosive bolts. While Corbulo secured the crumbling western flank, Afiel held the centre. The captain and his command squad fought with cold, steady detachment. Where the sky-born beasts tried to strafe the defenders' ranks, Afiel directed streams of hammering bolter fire to drive them back. Meanwhile, any weapon beast bold enough to scale the mounds of corpses and rubble piled before the Space Marines was blasted into bloody ruin. The Blood Angels knew their duty and did it well, yet the clock was ticking, and the foe grew ever more numerous. Afiel knew that, if Dante did not act soon, he and his men would be lost. Into the jaws of death. As Dante and Anrakir's armies defended the Cogitator spires on Asphodex, Seth and his alliance of Flesh Terrors and Adepta Sororitas fought to hold the Solarium uplink on Lysios. At the same time, the combined forces of Zarathustra, the Ineffable, and Captain Afiel captured the Vapor Conveyor on Aros. However, on Tartarus, disaster threatened to upset the plan. Sensor scans and auger sweeps had revealed Cryptus's innermost planet to have been entirely overrun by the Tyranids, its void domes shattered and its defenders wiped out. Amrakir had hoped that the hive mind would therefore already have reclaimed its monsters from that world, leaving it undefended. Even so, he dispatched a force of Necron warriors to protect the Cryptech Zykor while he restored the Magnavitrum. Using the ancient dolmen gates that linked Perdita to Tartarus, Zykor and 100 warriors crossed the gulf of space in seconds. As they appeared on the planet, they found not the dead world they had anticipated, but one in the throes of annihilation. Broods of carnifexes and even larger siege beasts roamed the molten landscape, their scarred carapaces shimmering through the heat haze as they smashed apart what remained of the Imperium's centuries of colonization. The destruction of the Void Domes and the ancient structures they concealed had badly interrupted the power flow of the Magnavitrum, and as the Mirish sailed through the skies of Tartarus, it was clear that its surface had dulled and its orbit was decaying. Zykor was conscious that his place as Amrakir's chief cryptech was dependent upon success here. Thus, despite the dire situation, he refused to request assistance, instead attempting to reach the Magnavitrum's controls. These were hidden within the torn remains of the largest of the Imperium's void domes, where an ancient Necron command plinth was linked via arcane tethers to the solar mirror high above. However, for every mile the Necron army advanced, it suffered horrific casualties. Warriors were sent plummeting into flaming fissures as the ground broke under their feet, or were torn into chunks as huge Tyranid beasts fell upon them. Zykor's powers gave his warriors an edge, reaving them in shields of living lightning or consuming the Tyranid monsters in jets of flame. Yet even so, only a handful of his bodyguard remained by the time they reached the ridge above the ruined dome. As the Cryptech scanned the rubble below, he could see it was alive with Tyranid monsters. Still, Zykor, arrogant and paranoid beyond words, refused to admit defeat. The Cryptech stood surrounded by the remains of his army as the lumbering biobeasts crashed up the dusty ridge, leaving clouds of ash and embers in their wake. Zykor and his minions gunned down several of the charging monsters, yet as the first Carnifex crested the lip of the cliff, the Necron formation caved before it. Zykor could only watch as the monsters tore their way toward him through his warriors, as metallic limbs and skulls rained down around him. The Cryptech finally allowed that he might have miscalculated somewhat. As the roaring horrors closed in from all sides, Zykor sent a resigned burst of data through the void. He warned Anrakir of his failure and of the rapidly deteriorating situation on Tartarus. Seconds later, he was torn limb from finely crafted limb. As Anrakir received the missive, he would have scowled had his face still been capable of such expressions. Without control of the Magna Vitrum, the Overlord's plan was for naught, and the temporary victories against the hive mind would soon be reversed. Worse, with the Magna Vitrum's power supply failing, it can only be so long before the star mirror fell out of the sky altogether. Amrakir considered his options in the blink of an eye. The bulk of his army still fought to hold the Cogitator spires, and could not be spared. Perdita's only wakeful warriors had been squandered for the sake of Zykor's pride. It would be some time before they, or the Cryptech, were of any use in battle. For a moment, the traveller froze in place as he realized that he did not possess sufficient warriors to avert the impending disaster. However, unbeknownst to the Necron Overlord, his allies had been making their own contingency plans. Commander Dante had not underestimated the hive mind's hold upon the molten planet, nor had he placed his complete faith in the Necron's ability to capture the Magna Vitrum. Before the attack on the Fabrique district, the chapter master had committed those of his company that had succumbed to the Black Rage to a strike cruiser. That cruiser now hung in orbit above Tartarus. Even as Zykor was torn apart, the first Death Company drop pods and storm ravens were plummeting through the world's upper atmosphere, their armoured hulls fire-edged black shadows stark against the void. Now, the fate of the system, and perhaps even of Baal itself, would fall to these doomed warriors. Anrakir, monitoring the Vox transmissions of his primitive allies, was forced to concede that the battle on Tartarus was now in their hands. However, while he could not send warriors to claim the Magna Vitrum controls, he could certainly do something about rescuing the device itself. With a flicker of thought, he commanded his Catan Shard. The Burning One rose from the smouldering ruins of the Fabrique district, a flaming corona flickering around its outstretched limbs. Then, in a burst of fire, the Catan leapt into the atmosphere above Fodia and sailed off across the stars. The first members of the Death Company entered the thin atmosphere of Tartarus, hurling themselves from the assault ramps of storm ravens miles above the ruined Magna Vitrum control dome. Their jump packs silent, the black-armoured warriors hurtled down through the sky, helmet lenses reflecting the molten landscape as it rushed up to meet them. Moments before they crashed into the ground, the Space Marines fired their turbines, arresting their terminal plummet in plumes of flame and smoke. As soon as their boots hit the ground, they threw themselves into the Tyranid swarm beasts, bolt pistols and chain blades, ripping apart thick chitinous hides. The second wave of the Death Company came across the burning plain, having made their landing beyond the edges of the monstrous horde, out in the fire-cursed wilds of Tartarus. Black rhinos kicked up clouds of smoking soil as they charged, their drivers eager to deliver their frenzied cargo into the fray. In the lead rhino, Brother Chaplain Arafan guided his brothers toward the prey, his mind divided between his duty to his fallen brothers and the singular mission his chapter master had entrusted to him. He was to trigger the Magna Vitrum. The broods of carnifexes that had been fixated with ripping apart the remains of the Void Dome turned to face the furious assault, hissing their rage at the invaders. Space Marines and bio-monsters crashed together in sprays of blood and ichor. A thunderhammer burst apart the chest of a Tyrannifex, while nearby a chainsword was buried in the gullet of a Carnifex in a spray of purple gore. However, for every mighty beast the Death Company felled, some of their own warriors were sent crashing to the ground in gouts of blood. A set of 4 long curved talons impaled a Space Marine, lifting him into the air. The warrior cursed and fought on until the talons suddenly pulled apart, sending crimson chunks in all directions. An Exorine lumbered out of the rubble, spraying bioplasma into the squad before it. The caustic fluid burned away ceramite and flesh, several Space Marines falling to die in agony on the ground as their legs melted out from under them. But many more of the Death Company fought on, even those missing limbs or faces. High above the battle, the Catan shards streaked across the void faster than any Imperial vessel. Then, with the fury of an orbital strike, the Burning One thundered down into Tartarus, hitting the ground and sending out a shockwave of fire and death. Broods of bio-horrors caught in the shard's arrival would either turn to superheated mist or scattered in billowing clouds of ash. Sweeping across the plain, the Star God joined the fight for the shattered Void Dome, while in its shadow, Arafan guided the Death Company in their violent assault, marshalling them away from the fiery giant now striding in their midst. Together they wreaked a terrible toll on their foes, but the Burning One's aid was to be short-lived. It was Amrakir's will that the Catan blunt the Tyranid reinforcements screaming in from the wastes, and this it did, thinning out the chitinous tide and buying precious time for the Death Company. Then, as suddenly as it had arrived, the Catan streaked off into the void towards the star mirror that floated far above. The huge solar reflector was clogged with layers of alien spores and cradled in a network of Imperial machinery that was sparking and dying without power to sustain it. The Burning One reached out searing fingers, each one filled with the heat of a star, and poured itself into the Magna Vitrum. As the Catan's essence filled the ancient device, it burned away both Tyranid and human adornment. Spore clusters popped and turned to boiling mist, while complex man-made gantry networks buckled and tumbled away into the void. Within minutes, the solar mirror was as Necrons had created it, a thing of simple and terrible power. Meanwhile, on the ground, for all their fury, the Death Company were being destroyed. From orbit, Auger lenses followed the battle, sending pick captures back to Dante via relays on the Blade of Vengeance. These images showed the Death Company fighting in an ever-shrinking knot of warriors, as the shadows of their enemies continued to increase in number. From all across the burning landscape of Tartarus, dust trails could be seen as alien beasts converged upon the Void Dome. In the centre of the ruin, Arafan and a score of his brothers fought on. Most of their rhinos had been reduced to smoking piles of wreckage, the thick black smoke mixing with the sulphurous clouds coiling up from the broken landscape. Baked by radiation and still bearing the scars of the first battle of Tartarus, the monstrous swarm was a terrible sight to behold. Hissing and roaring, the bio-beasts were practically impossible to put down, rising again and again to impale Space Marines, drench them in acidic bile, or pulverize them with massive living shells. The chaplain had entered the battle with the hope of destroying the Xenos, but now he could see that was not to be. Accepting his fate, he guided his brothers toward the center of the ruins and directed them to hold back the swarm. Meanwhile, he set about completing his mission and sought out the Magna Vitrum's triggering device. Outside the ruins of the primary Void Dome, the Death Company were losing the battle for Tartarus. The shock of the Blood Angel's assault was over. and though it had torn a ragged hole in the siege beast swarm, the Tyranids were far from broken. For every massive bioform that had fallen, scores more seemed to be materializing out of the wastes, drawn from the other ruined domes by the sound of fighting and the scent of blood. Behind a barricade of rubble and black-armoured bodies, the surviving Death Company battle brothers fought on. Among them, the fallen brother once known as Sergeant Veterus stood defiant, his bolter hammering into the enemy in short, brutal bursts. In his eyes, the sergeant fought not against the bio-beasts of the hive mind, but an army of traitor war machines. Memories that were not his own overlaid the ruins of the Void Dome with the broken battlefields of terror. And Veterus knew he fought not only for himself, but the very fate of the Imperium. His battle brothers fought with manic ferocity, striving on even with limbs torn away and bones crushed to powder. Yet they were dying one by one. For every hulking foe that was torn apart by crack grenades or crackling power fists, another battle brother or two were pulverized, dismembered or dissolved. The enemy numbers seemed to be growing by the moment, but Veterus and his brothers were blood angels, the sons of Sanguinius, and they feared only the shame of defeat or the sin of duty unfinished. While the Death Company held the line, Brother Chaplain Arafan had fallen back in search of the Magna Vitrum controls. Yet among the rubble, their location had become lost. The maps of the Tartarus void domes next to useless in the face of the brutal damage done by the monstrous Tyranid swarm. Marafan's duty was clear, however, and he would complete it, even should it mean his demise. High overhead, the Catan Shard waited within the Magna Vitrum's gleaming mirrors. Its power crackled across the surface of the device. Its necrodermis melded with the reflective planes. The Burning One had corrected the Magna Vitrum's decaying orbit, and augmented the mighty device with a portion of its own godly power. Yet the Catan Shard was but a single sliver of a once great mind. It could follow its master's orders, could even pour its own might into the Magna Vitrum's blast once it was triggered. It could not, however, subvert the device's failsafes or override its firing protocols. Such improvisation was simply beyond the God Shard's ability to conceive, and so it hung in space, poised on the cusp of victory, yet unable to seize it. Amid the ruins of the Void Dome, Chaplain Arafan sought methodically for the Magna Vitrum control plinth. The weight of countless lives bore down upon his shoulders, but centuries of psycho-conditioning and boundless faith held panic at bay. The chaplain would complete his mission, no matter what it took. Meanwhile, Veterus and his comrades made their last stand. The sergeant's bolter was spent. He used the weapon as a club, brutally crushing anything that came within reach. Veterus didn't see the claw that opened up his side, only the warm wash of blood, alerting him to his mortal wound. Even as his strength began to ebb away, the sergeant fought on, cursing the traitors that had turned their back upon the Emperor. Then the unimaginable happened. A beam of light thrust down from the skies of Tartarus, pure and constant in its glory. From within the beam, a golden shape appeared, a winged warrior descending from the heavens like an angel of legend. Veterus looked upon this blessed warrior and believed that the Primarch himself had come to his aid, for no other could embody the grace and power of the Blood Angel so. With a wild cry, the fallen brother praised the Emperor for his salvation and held back the cold embrace of death for a few moments longer. Yet the Golden Angel was not the Primarch reborn, but the Sanguinor, a figure of legend. The Sanguinor was said to intervene only in the Blood Angel's darkest days. Now the Sanguinor fell upon the Tyranids in all his resplendent glory, a vengeful angel come to aid his ailing brothers. White wings spread wide, the Sanguinor swept through the Tyranids' midst. His flickering glaive lashed out, a quick-fire flurry of perfect blows that lopped sickle limbs from armoured bodies and stove in bone-ridged skulls. With a snap of his wings and an elegant twist, the Sanguinor spiraled clear of the monstrous claws that swept out for him. With the eyes of the Death Company upon him, the Sanguinor beat his wings several times, rising once more above the monstrous swarm. Then he dived again, both hands on the hilt of his downward-pointing blade. He crashed down upon Tyranids, the impact of his armoured feet cracking the thing's carapace, even as his sword slammed clean through the top of its head and out through its slavering jaw. Ichor sprayed as the beast crashed forward. The Sanguinius leapt clear, executing a perfect forward roll and coming up with his blade swinging. Another carnifex fell, its thorax hacked almost in two, before the Sanguinius leapt away again untouched. And so on it went. With a howl, the last few Death Company brothers hurled themselves upon the foe anew, inspired by the example of the shining angel and reaping a bloody tally of the Xenos. The Tyranids charged mindlessly forward, the Void Dome forgotten as they attempted to ensnare the deadly new prey. Meanwhile, within the ruins, Arafan had found his objective. Arafan climbed over the rubble, a chaotic tangle of twisted metal and corpses. Somewhere nearby was the Magnavitrum trigger device, hidden under this mass of debris. Glancing over his shoulder, the chaplain saw another battle brother torn apart by massive crab-like claws, the two halves of the warrior hurled in different directions. The losses inflicted on the Death Company were mounting with terrible inevitability. But Arafan knew his charges and trusted them to hold back the swarm for just a little longer. Turning his back, he pressed on into the shattered Void Dome. Then he saw it, the strange black metal plinth, so obviously not of the Imperium that it stood out against the remains of the structure around it. Raising his bolt pistol, Arafan pushed toward the device, eyes scanning the shadows for enemies. He had not gone more than 3 paces when the massive beast appeared. It was the largest carnifex Arafan had ever seen. More disturbing than its size or the latticework of scars upon its carapace was the cold purpose the chaplain could see glinting in its eyes. Something told Arafan that it was no accident the beast was here. It had been waiting for him. Without fear, Arafan charged forward, firing his pistol as he ran. The mass-reactive bolts burst in showers of chitin upon the beast's hide, but it seemed not to notice them at all. With a dull growl, the creature lurched forward, lifting its long talons and opening a maw ringed with razor-sharp teeth. Arafan was still yards away, his Crozius raised high, when the beast fired its biocannon, the lashing shell striking him in the chest. Thrown from his feet and blinded by pain, the chaplain lost his grip upon his pistol as he hit the ground. His vision swimming before his eyes, Arafan tried to rise, but the gobbet of ammunition embedded in his chest spread out, lashing barbed tendrils. As he stared down at the pod, a writhing tendril coiled around each of his gauntlets, and another coiled up to encircle his neck. Then the beast loomed over him, its talons raised to run him through. Arafan prepared for death. Suddenly, a light like nothing he had ever seen filled the ruined chamber. Arafan forgot his pain, forgot the beast, even forgot his mission in the moment that brilliant beam of light fell upon him. Through the glare, the chaplain saw a winged shape descend from above, and wondered if it was his Primarch come to claim his soul. In his daze, though, the alien stench of the writhing seed pod remained all too real. As the angelic shape landed, Arafan knew it was not his Primarch he looked upon, but the Sanguinius. The creature turned to face the new threat, and the Sanguinius's silver blade flashed through the shadows to parry the Carnifex's brutal assault. As beast and legend, forged in a blur of steel and brutal talon strikes, Arafan hauled himself across the broken ground. Each yard was agony, but he endured. As he neared the plinth, he glanced back to see the Sanguinius now fighting off 3 Carnifexes, the mythical warrior moving fluidly between their assaults to carve great bloody furrows in their flesh. With the last of his strength, Arafan reached out to the plinth and placed his hand upon its rune of activation. Out in the void, the Magnavitrium erupted in a blaze of light. Death of worlds. The solar beam from the Magnavitrium shot out across the system like a spear of fire, incinerating everything in its path. Bioships caught in its searing flames, shriveled and scattered like ash upon the wind, while smaller beasts simply ceased to be. Channeled by the planetary relays, the beam thrust into Eros, lighting up its clouds in a conflagration of light and triggering a chain reaction of titanic proportions. When the gas giant exploded, it sent out a shockwave, hammering across the system. The carnage it caused was almost unimaginable. The Blood Angels and their allies sheltered from its fury wherever they could, hiding their ships behind planets or taking refuge in the ruins of the Krypton cities, their faces turned from the sky. Even so, there were losses, and many battle brothers, sisters of battle, and Astra Militarum were lost, especially among those fighting on Eros, who had next to no opportunity to flee. However, for every man and woman the shockwave killed, thousands of Tyranids were destroyed. Bioships were torn apart and scattered like toys in the void, while entire swarms perished under punishing meteor showers and in the geological upheavals triggered by the destruction of the gas giant. Only the Necrons weathered the cataclysm unscathed. On Asphodex, moments before the wave struck, Amrakar's armies phased out, returning to the war crypts of Perdita. To the Tyranids and Blood Angels, it was as if the Necrons had been blown away upon the celestial winds, their forms becoming ghostly outlines before vanishing altogether. Zarathusa's host also escaped the destruction of Eros, phasing back to their fleet of harvest ships before engaging their inertialist drives and outrunning the shockwave in a flare of relativistic energy. Safe beneath a mile of snow and ice on their tomb world, the Necron overlords watched with satisfaction as the Tyranid tendril headed for the planet was swept away like so much dust. Across the system, when the wave reached the Magna Vitrum, its mirrors shattered into a billion fragments, and the burning one soared free to feed upon the solar winds. No sooner had the wave subsided than Dante ordered his companies to fall back. Though billions of Tyranids had been killed, billions more remained. Dante knew that it would only be a matter of time before the hive mind recovered and descended upon the Blood Angels. There could be no further victory here for the Adeptus Astartes. As swiftly as they arrived, the Blood Angels withdrew into orbit. Even so, they were forced to fight dozens of bloody rearguard actions. In the ruins of Port Helos, the Second Company manned the battle-scarred walls against the steadily rising tide of fanged horrors, as General Drost and the other survivors boarded transports. The old Cadian commander took one last look at Asphodex as he climbed the Storm Raven's assault ramp, his tired eyes seeing not a ruined city, but a graveyard where millions of his men had met their end. Dante was the last to leave, abandoning the scorched battlefields of the Fabricate district once he was sure his brothers and the bodies of the Blood Angels fallen were safely on their way into orbit. As a parting gift for the Xenos, the chapter master ordered his fleet to empty their magazines into Fodia. Macro cannon shells, lance fire and torpedoes rained down upon the city, completing the work the wave had begun. What was left of the Imperium's grand structures became unrecognizable under the onslaught of orbital fire, and the inferno that rolled out across the ruins killed anything that remained. By the time Dante's Storm Raven reached the Blade of Vengeance, most of Fodia had been reduced to an ocean of twisted plasteel and fractured ferrocrete. After the final bombs had fallen, the deafening roar of destruction became a dull crackle of burning buildings and bodies. As the seething skies calmed, something stirred within the ruins. Then, one by one, Tyranids began to emerge from the rubble, their chitons scorched and scarred, but the hunger in their eyes undimmed by the fury of the Blood Angel's parting salvo. Among them, a hive tyrant, its wings ragged and torn, climbed to the top of a fallen statue to the God Emperor and let out a long hiss at the sky. On Lysios, the arrival of the shockwave was almost the doom of the Flesh Terrors and their allies. The surviving Space Marines and Sisters of Battle fought in an ever-shrinking circle around the crumbling steps of the cathedral. All around them, the poison fog rolled in, filled with fanged and clawed bio-horrors. Then the edge of the celestial wave struck the world, and Seth and Amity watched as the clouds parted and a wall of rubble rolled down upon them. However, it never reached the cathedral. Moments before the wave would have crushed the flesh terrors and sisters of battle to nothing, the cathedral's ancient void shields crackled to life, triggered by their long-dormant salvation protocols. Seth watched as the alien swarm was pulverized against the shield by the torn surface of Lysios. Nearby, Amity and her sisters fell to their knees, offering up prayers to the God Emperor for their survival. The old void shields lasted only minutes before their decaying generators finally failed, but it had been enough, and as the shimmering field fell, the defenders beheld a landscape scoured clean of Tyranids. Over the next few hours, the Blood Angels and Flesh Tearers fleets gathered above the ruins of Asphodex. The Sixth Company, having saved those citizens and ships they could from the evacuation fleet, rejoined Dante and Seth. Resistance was still light, and the few isolated bioships that swam out of the void to attack the Space Marines were swiftly obliterated by precise macro-cannon salvos and hellfire torpedoes. Less than half of the Adeptus Astartes that had come to the Cryptus System remained, and the merest fraction of the thousands of Astra Militarum had been saved. Yet it was still a victory of a kind, as there was little left for those Tyranids that survived to feast upon. The Blood Angels had done their duty for the Imperium and the Emperor, and perhaps done enough that Baal's defences might hold where the shield worlds had fallen. Turning his fleet from Asphodex, Dante charted a course across the Aegis Diamondo, and back to his homeworld, his mind already moving on to the battle to come. For days, the torn and broken limbs of the Tyranid tendril crawled back together. In the ashes of the Krypton worlds, Rippers fed upon the dead and dying, picking the meat from the ruins like a starving man scraping the bottom of his bowl. In the void, crippled bioships latched on to their dead counterparts, or thrust probing tentacles deep into the gutted hulls of Imperial cruisers, seeking out the frozen remains of their crew. Toxic air and poisoned soil were scoured clean of biomass, until nothing remained but radiation-washed wastelands, and the silent ruins of once great cities. In less than a week, Hive Fleet Leviathan had destroyed a star system of the Imperium that had endured for millennia, its billions of citizens and ancient societies swept away like so much dust. With a psychic signal from the hive mind, the remains of the cryptoid tendril set off into the darkness, their chitinous prows pointed toward a flickering red star. Dante stood on the deck of the Blade of Vengeance and watched the world die. Beyond the shield that divided the battle barge's massive hangar bay from the void, Asphodex was little more than a blackened husk crawling with shadows. Dante tried to find a sense of victory in what felt like an unquestionable defeat. Billions of Tyranids had been destroyed, but at the cost of an entire star system. The price to the chapter had also been dangerously high, and as the commander looked away from the corpse of the planet he had tried to save, it was to behold the battered remains of the Second Company, still disembarking from their transports, carrying the wounded and the dead, down the ramps of storm ravens, scarred by bioweapons and scorched by the hard burn back into orbit. However, even after surviving the hellish meat grinder of Asphodex and its ruined cityscape, the Blood Angels showed no sign of the shadow that hung over their retreat. Heads held high and eyes bright with purpose, their faith in their chapter master remained undiminished. Dante had no doubt that if he were to order them back into the fray, they would not hesitate. The commander looked at their faces as they marched across the hangar, and could not help but wonder how many would live to reach Baal, or even whether those space marines that remained to the chapter would be enough. What cost to save his chapter's homeworld? And what if, in the saving of Baal, the Blood Angels were destroyed? Had the damage done to the Tyranids been enough? These were the thoughts that chased each other through Dante's mind as he watched his brothers return from the world below. Then a cold wind rushed across the deck, and light flared from nothing. For a split second, Dante thought it was the hive mind launching a final attack, and his hand instinctively dropped to his holstered pistol. Yet as the light faded, it was replaced by a winged figure. For the first time in many years, Dante beheld the Sanguinius, resplendent in sculpted golden armor, the mysterious warrior's face hidden behind a burnished mask that mirrored Dante's own. At once, all activity in the deck stopped, and to a battle brother, the Blood Angels fell to one knee, their heads bowed. Only Dante remained standing, transfixed by the Sanguinius' sudden appearance. And for the first time in centuries, he was unsure of what this meant. Had the ancient warrior come to condemn him for his defeat? Or was this a sign that these events were the will of the Primarch at work? With slow, deliberate steps, the Sanguinius approached the chapter master, wings brushing the bowed heads of the Blood Angels as he passed them. At last, the two legends stood face to face, the silence heavy in the air. Without speaking, Dante drew back his mask, showing the Sanguinius alone his face, and looked upon the blessed warrior with eyes unhindered by lenses or filters. Finally, the question he knew he must ask came to Dante's lips, though it was but a whisper, meant only for the ears of the Sanguinius. Was it enough? Can Baal still be saved? For long moments, there was only silence, and Dante felt sure there could be no answer. Then, for the first time in the annals of the Blood Angels, the Sanguinius spoke. There is yet hope. And there we go. Thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this. It took me days to do. And yeah, take a shot every time I have to say Icor. Jesus. Anyway, yeah, this was like the last sort of big campaign. I think maybe there was a smaller one with the with Khan and stuff, maybe. I vaguely remember this. They were setting all the sort of Fall of Cadia thing up, and there was a lot of stuff with Blood Angels. Anyway, great little, big campaign. I wish they did more things like this, like big campaigns, well thought out, or reasonably well thought out. I mean, it's 40k, come on. Let's not have an argument about logistics. But otherwise, great stuff. Really adds to things. And for those who don't know, obviously, this leads on to the devastation of Baal. And I'll put a link in the description to that. If you want to pick that audiobook up, I'd recommend it. You can purchase it from Audible. Excellent. One of the best stories ever written in 40k. Guy Haley's best work, I think, personally. Just the best battle book ever. And yeah, this was, going in, this is the events that lead up to that big battle. And I will do a Devastation of Baal in the future. I've just got to reread that book, basically, and try and make sense of it and turn it into an interesting video. So bear with me. I'll be back again soon. Please do like the video. Please do subscribe. If you're not subscribed, you can get much more. I've done loads of other videos if you're first time listening to this. And let me know in the comments what you think as well. Liking and commenting really helps the channel. Really appreciate it. If you could just do that, it would be fantastic. But if you'd like to support the channel, like these heroes of Baal, these sons of Sanguinius, who do support the channel, their names are scrolling by here. And lads, I really appreciate it. You're the guys who keep everything ticking along. And if you'd like to help me out, please do consider supporting on Patreon or as a YouTube channel member. I will be back again very, very soon with more stuff. I really wanted to get a big video done, and this one's been on the pile for about 3 years now when I picked these books up. Yeah, I'm glad. I don't mean it like this, but I'm glad to be rid of it. It's been on my mind for a long time. I'm going to start working on other stuff now from the backlog, catching up, getting everything done. So yeah, really appreciate your time, and I hope you did enjoy. Like I say, more stuff coming up soon. There's loads of stuff on the channel. Thanks again. I will be back again soon. And do remember to like and comment. That's amazing. If you could, that'd be fantastic. Yeah. Oh, and share with people, I guess. What else do YouTubers say? I don't know. That's about it. I'll see you later. Thanks very much for watching. Bye-bye.